Tonight, the sky is packed with stars, burning bright against the deep blue. You just get the feeling something big is about to happen under this quiet moon. We drift down over dark, silent mountains, settling into the deep quiet of the wilderness at night. It feels completely cut off from everything. Then, a tiny cry cuts through the quiet, just a faint wah sound. Small, and definitely lost out here. It comes again, echoing softly between the trees. Wah! Yeah, that's a baby crying, no doubt about it. Nearby, there's a lone house tucked away in the woods. Rough fence, bear traps scattered around, even little warning bells on tripwires. This place isn't exactly rolling out the welcome mat. And the crying seems to be coming from right around here. Inside, someone's thinking, a baby? Crying way out here in the mountains? That makes zero sense. We see a large, rough hand resting on wood. Behind it, a burly man with animal heads mounted on the wall mutters to himself. Must be a rat, he figures. He looks like a hunter, tough and used to solitude. He thinks grimly, if someone actually came here looking for trouble, they picked the absolute worst place. They're gonna regret it. The man, Arian Vincent, appears in the doorway, axe in hand, silhouetted against the light. He looks ready for anything. He grips the axe tighter, a dangerous look in his eyes. Because this is a hunter's home, and hunters don't take kindly to intruders. He scans the darkness outside. Whoever's out there managed to avoid his traps and hide well. Sneaky. But, he thinks, they can't fool his ears. He readies the axe, planning to strike fast. But after looking around, there's nothing. He lowers the axe, breathing out, confused. The stable yard is empty. He mutters aloud, almost to himself, no one's here. He rubs his temples, sweating a little. Maybe he's just hearing things. He thinks back to what the doctor said, that he and his wife couldn't have children. That crying, it must have been his imagination, right? Fueled by that old hurt. Hey! And then he sees it. Lying there in the horse trough, wrapped in plain white cloth, a tiny baby, fast asleep. He just stares, mouth open, completely stunned. What is this? Bursts from him. Carefully, almost awkwardly, his large hands scoop the infant up. The baby just sleeps on, peaceful, totally unaware of the rough-looking man holding him. Vincent still looks bewildered, maybe even a little annoyed by the impossibility of it all. He holds the baby a bit closer. Looking down at that small, innocent face, his expression softens, just a little. The baby's got light hair, so different from Vincent's own rugged look. Standing there in the strange light, holding this tiny, unexpected life, Vincent looks like a whirlwind of confusion, maybe with a tiny spark of tenderness hidden deep down. He's completely lost. Just then, a woman, Olina, appears at the door, wrapped in a blanket. She calls out, worried, Vincent? What's going on? He turns, still holding the baby, flustered, Olina, you're awake. Olina's eyes go wide when she sees the baby. What? A baby? She gasps, totally shocked. Vincent looks like he doesn't know where to start, stammering, wait. About that. He's sweating now, searching for the right words. Ah. Well. Standing there in the soft light from the window, holding the baby, he looks down at Olina. He takes a breath and starts, it seems like. Here's our child. Something magical happened then. His closed eyes opened, and he shook his hands. Sounds like the start of something special. We see illustrations, like from an old storybook, showing a mage figure. The wind blew, rain came, ending a long drought. Villagers celebrated as the dry land finally drank. This mage also protected the village, using strange powers against beasts under starry skies. Thanks to him, the village was peaceful. Under a bright, almost star-like symbol in the sky, the villagers tend their flocks peacefully. Seems the mage brought good times too. The legend says, no villagers went thirsty or hungry. But the village didn't really understand science or how things worked. We see the mage figure hunched over books, suggesting he studied alone, maybe without formal training. The people thought his powers were mysterious, and he was called a mage. So, magic is a known concept in this world, even if it's seen as mysterious. Time jumps forward. A kind voice asks, my son, are you reading a book? We see a young boy's hands holding a big, fancy red book titled The Story of the Kind Mage. This must be the baby, Shironi, all grown up. It's a bright day now. The boy, Arian Shironi, is 12 years old, sitting happily under a tree, lost in his book. He calls out, "Dad!" His father, Vincent, now 40, looks over, beaming with pride. He's carrying a huge load of wood and his axe, looking strong and content. Vincent playfully acts like he's holding two Shironis up. "My cute son. Got plenty of wood, let's head home and eat," he cheers. "Wow!" Shironi replies, excited. As they walk home together, Shironi looks up at his dad, full of questions. "Dad, I'm curious, how do you actually use magic?" Vincent looks surprised. "Magic? What?" Then it clicks. The book I gave him was about that, he thinks. Shironi keeps asking, "Well, is magic really something else?" Vincent just laughs, trying to explain it his way. Killing a bear with one arrow? Felling a tree with one swing? Isn't that magic? Ha ha ha. Clearly, he doesn't believe in the storybook kind of magic Shironi means. Nearby, a couple of village boys watch them go by. One points, "Here? Look, it's Mr. Vincent. And Shironi." They keep watching as Vincent and Shironi walk off, Shironi still hugging his big book. One boy asks, "We ask him to play, but he's always reading. What's with that huge book?" The other says doubtfully, "You think he can even read?" Vincent, chopping wood not far off, hears their whispers drift over. "He's so skinny, doesn't look like Mr. Vincent. My mom said he's not their real son. His real parents dumped him 'cause he's weird." Vincent's hand clenches tight around his axe handle. Anger flashes in his eyes. How dare those brats? He seethes inwardly. Vincent looks over at Shironi, clearly troubled by what he heard. "Shironi," he calls out softly. But Shironi didn't hear the whispers or notice his dad's dark mood. He just looks up brightly. "One strike to a tree. That's magic, right?" he asks with an innocent smile, holding his dad's hand and his book. Vincent stops walking, looking down at his son. "Shironi." "Yes." Shironi answers. Vincent forces a smile, changing the subject. "Hey, since you helped Dad today, how about we go to the city tomorrow? I'll buy you lots of your favorite fruit." Shironi's eyes light up. "Wow, Tilda. Really?" As they walk on, Shironi bubbling with excitement about the city, Vincent thinks with a heavy heart, "I'm sorry, Shironi. I'm not always the father you deserve." He rests a hand gently on Shironi's head. "But no matter what anyone says, Shironi, you are my son." Shironi looks up, touched, but his focus quickly snaps back. "I need to know more," he thinks, determined. A close-up on Shironi's bright blue, determined eyes. His thought finishes, "About magic." That desire is burning strong. The next day, they arrive at the gates of Krias, a bustling city in the Thormia kingdom. It's way bigger and busier than their quiet little village. Shironi stares around wide-eyed from the back of their cart. "Wow! So this is the city," he gasps, taking it all in. The streets are packed. People in finer clothes are shopping, vendors are shouting, kids are playing. It's a whole different world. Vincent parks their cart near a lively market square. He tells Shironi, "Okay, Shironi, wait for me at Martin's grandfather's shop until I'm done with my work, all right?" Vincent leans down, looking serious. "And listen, stay out of the dark alleys, and definitely stay away from any nobles, understand?" He adds silently, "Though my son's always been good about listening." Shironi just smiles reassuringly, "Yeah, I know. Don't worry." Vincent takes the cart and heads off to sell his goods. Shironi watches him disappear down the cobblestone street. Shironi finds the fruit stand run by Martin's grandfather. He sits down and starts helping the kind old man, writing out a little price sign. The grandfather looks impressed. "Oh my, you write very well." The old man thanks him, saying he didn't have to help. Shironi just smiles, "It's okay. I like helping." He sits there, working away diligently. The grandfather chuckles fondly. "He's young, but sharp." He sighs, comparing him to his own grandson, "My Martin is such a troublemaker." Shironi playfully interrupts, "Grandpa Tilda." Shironi looks up from his sign. "Grandpa Tilda, do you know about magic?" The old man looks a bit confused, maybe thinking he said something else. Eh? Magic? Shironi clarifies, holding up his red book earnestly. No tilde. Magic. What do I need to do to use magic? The grandfather finally gets it and laughs. Aha, tilde, you mean magic? Short pause, maybe visualizing the typical kid obsessions. Yeah, magic. It's right up there with dragons and warriors for kids. Shironi looks hopeful, clutching his book tight. The grandfather smiles kindly. Well, I don't know much about magic myself. But if you want books about it, he points down the street, there's a bookstore over there. They have lots. Shironi gasps, excited. Want to go check it out? Just look around and come right back, the grandfather suggests. Shironi beams, really? Okay, I'll be right back. And he dashes off towards the bookstore. The grandfather picks up the red book Shironi left behind, The Story of the Kind Mage. He chuckles to himself, haha, I read books like this when I was a kid too. Takes me back. He opens the book, and his eyes pop wide open. Instead of simple kid stuff, the pages are filled with complex diagrams, strange symbols, star charts, detailed sketches. What in the world is this? He looks at the cover again, then remembers Shironi's earnest question. Wait, so he wasn't asking about fairy tale magic, he was asking how to actually use it. The realization hits him, this kid is serious. Meanwhile, inside the bookstore, Shironi reaches for a book, but a large hand slaps his away sharply. No! Don't touch those with your dirty hands. Shironi looks up, startled, at the big, stern-looking woman running the shop. Can't I just look at the book for a second? He asks timidly. She snaps back, commoners can't just handle these expensive books. These aren't like the cheap practical guides you find elsewhere. As she keeps scolding him, Shironi thinks, wow, they're really expensive. How did Dad even get my book then? Just then, a well-dressed older man enters. Are the books I ordered ready? He asks. The owner immediately switches gears, all smiles for the new customer. Oh my tilde landlord. Yes, right here. While they are busy talking payment, Shironi quickly grabs a nearby book and flips through it. Nothing useful. These are all the same, not much real information, he thinks, disappointed. He slips the book back just as the landlord leaves. He feels frustrated. It's this hard just to look at a book. He mutters quietly, wiping his nose, and I did wash my hands. Hey? Outside, he sees the landlord walking away, carrying a box full of books. Books? Shironi watches him go. Is he a noble? Where's he taking them? Driven by that relentless curiosity, Shironi follows him down an alleyway near where some soldiers are standing guard. Then, unbelievably, the landlord just carelessly dumps the entire box of books onto a big trash heap in the alley. Books go flying everywhere. Shironi just stares, completely shocked. All those books, treated like garbage. He stands there for a moment, looking at the pile of discarded books mixed with bags of trash. He walks over and picks up a greenish book from the pile, a little spark of hope returning. Maybe this is where Dad found my book? As he looks at the book, two fancy-dressed noblewomen walk past, chatting away, not even glancing at the boy or the trash pile. Shironi watches them go, taking in their fine clothes, their easy confidence. Exclamation point. The word echoes in his mind, nobles. He looks from the women back down at his own simple, now dirty clothes. How are they different from me? He wonders silently. He remembers his father's strict warning, stay away from the nobles. He sees their clean shoes walking easily on the paved stones. Why are they allowed here? He thinks, confusion mixing with a sharp sting of unfairness. But I'm not. Standing there in the alley, feeling small and unseen as they pass, the difference feels huge and confusing. Suddenly, a large hand clamps down hard on his shoulder. Hey, kid. Shironi jumps, startled. It's one of the city guards, looking down at him sternly. This isn't a place for a kid like you to be wandering around. The guard points towards a large archway nearby. Past that gate, it's the nobles' area. Another guard walks over. Where'd you come from? Where are your parents? Shironi stammers. They're around here somewhere. But the guards don't look convinced. Hold on a second. They eye him up and down suspiciously. Doesn't look like he belongs here. Probably an orphan. Maybe one of those thieves' errand boys. The first guard leans in. Kid, I think you need to come with us. The guard grabs Shironi's jacket collar. Hey. But Shironi reacts in a flash. He twists out of the jacket and darts away, leaving the guards holding nothing but empty cloth. Where'd he go? Idiot, find him. Shironi dives headfirst into a nearby planter box full of flowers and bushes, hiding himself completely. He pants, heart pounding, listening as the guards search nearby. Lost a kid? How embarrassing, one mutters as they move off. Did they leave? Shironi thinks, staying hidden. He carefully peeks out, brushing leaves and a tiny beetle out of his hair. Phew. Safe, for the moment. He climbs out of the planter, realizing he's lost a shoe. He looks down at his now filthy clothes and barefoot. Oh man, Dad's gonna be mad, isn't he? He worries. He spots his lost shoe lying a little further down the alley. He hops over, grabs his shoe, and quickly puts it back on. Okay then, he thinks, catching his breath and trying to figure out where he is now. He finds himself near a high stone wall. And from the other side, he hears voices. Let's talk about what is magic. A young voice shouts excitedly, magic. Another calls out, no, headmaster. Show us how you put out the fire. Shironi realizes, this must be a magic school. He presses himself against the cool stone, listening intently. An older, calmer voice speaks. Now, I'll get in trouble using fire at school instead. Answer this question right, and I'll show you some magic. The voice poses the question, what talent is most needed to learn magic? Kids start shouting answers, wisdom. Effort. You have to study magic your whole life. Money. You need to buy lots of stuff, right? Some laughter follows that last one. Shironi listens, completely captivated. The older voice cuts through the guesses calmly. None of you have given the answer yet. Shironi listens, wondering. Not wisdom, effort, or money. Then, do you have to be a noble? The instructor's voice rings out clearly, the most crucial talent for learning magic is insight. Shironi's eyes widen. Insight? A student asks, what's insight? The instructor replies, Does anyone here know what 1 + 1 equals? A student answers quickly, who doesn't know that? It's 2, obviously. The instructor chuckles softly. Hee. Good. Now, can anyone explain why it's 2? The students are silent. Here? Because, it just is. The instructor explains, that slightly strange feeling you have right now? That's touching on insight. People long ago didn't automatically know 1 + 1 is equal to 2. It took scholars a lot of work to prove it. But we understand it now without needing all that complicated proof, right? Because we feel and accept certain rules of the world beyond just learning facts. Magic is also a law that exists in the world. You need to feel it, grasp it, and accept it through your insight. Shironi finds some steps leading up beside the wall and starts climbing, drinking in every word. Shironi gasps softly, a spark of understanding lighting up inside him. Wow, that's brilliant. The instructor laughs warmly from the other side. Ha. Of course it's brilliant. Cultivate your talent, and you, too, can become a mage. Those words echo powerfully in Shironi's mind, become a mage. Could a chance like that ever happen for me? Shironi wonders, a wave of longing washing over him. Just then, the instructor's voice calls out again, sounding like it's aimed right at him. Of course. You, child standing behind the wall. Shironi freezes against the stone, pure panic surging through him. He knows I'm here? The instructor continues calmly, I'd like to hear your thoughts too. Shironi trembles. Should I run? Should I answer? He glances down at his dirty clothes and messy hair. Plus, I look like a total mess. I have no idea what will happen if I show myself. Fear holds him tight. But then, like a lightning strike, clarity cuts through the fear. Suddenly, a thought just hit me. He takes a deep, shaky breath, pushes off from the wall, and launches himself upwards. If I don't jump over this wall right now, I will regret it for the rest of my life. He scrambles, pulling himself up and over the top edge. He tumbles down onto the grass on the other side, looking up, absolutely stunned by what he sees. He's landed in a beautiful, sunny courtyard. Several students and the kindly old instructor are gathered under a big tree, all looking up at him in surprise. Behind them stands a magnificent building, the Magic Academy itself. The instructor smiles warmly, his long white beard flowing gently. "Have you come to join this old man?" A little note appears in our view. Headmaster of Alpia's Magic Academy, Milch Alpias, a 4th class official mage. And there stands Shironi, still covered in leaves and dirt from his hiding spot, looking utterly bewildered. He's literally jumped right into the world of magic he was so desperately searching for, standing face to face with the headmaster himself. A whole new chapter of his life has just slammed open. The afternoon sun streams down through the leaves, making shifting patterns on the ground inside the academy. We see that high stone wall again from the outside, the barrier Chiron just threw himself over. And there's Chiron, standing inside. He looks small, maybe a little out of place with leaves still tangled in his hair, but his eyes are steady. He took the jump, now he has to deal with whatever happens next. Below, we see the setup, Chiron facing the headmaster and the students under the tree. The academy grounds look peaceful, green trees against a bright sky, but you can feel the tension in the air. The students sitting neatly in their uniforms immediately turn hostile. They point and sneer, calling him a lowly commoner, yelling at him to get out. Their prejudice hits him like a wave. Chiron flinches a little under their glares and harsh words. It's a cold welcome, but he holds his ground. But the headmaster, Milch Alpias, just smiles calmly through it all. He gestures for Chiron to come closer, asking with a curious twinkle in his eye what part of his earlier talk convinced the boy to jump the wall. He seems intrigued. Chiron looks up, his voice quiet but clear. He just wants to see magic. That's his simple, driving reason. The headmaster chuckles, asking if he's really never seen magic before. Standing before the seated students, Chiron answers honestly that he's only read about it. Right away, one student scoffs loudly, doubting a commoner like him could even read books. The disdain is thick. Ignoring the insults, Chiron bows low to the headmaster, his voice filled with desperation. He begs him, saying it doesn't matter what kind, he just needs to see real magic. The headmaster laughs kindly, agreeing easily. He says he'll show him some wind magic, which gets the students beside him excited. Wind? Chiron repeats, his eyes wide with anticipation. He watches intently as the headmaster prepares, the other students buzzing around him. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swirls through the courtyard. Chiron braces himself, feeling the invisible force. Blue streaks of energy flash through the air. What's happening? The wind picks up, whipping leaves around, forming a vortex of energy controlled by the headmaster. Chiron gasps as the students around him are lifted right off the ground by the magical wind. They float gently, laughing and cheering like it's a fun ride. More students drift weightlessly against the blue sky above. They tumble slowly in the air currents, completely safe and clearly enjoying themselves. The air is full of floating students, a strange and amazing sight. Quick shot of a student floating peacefully. Another student drifts higher, showing the magic's reach. But then, Chiron feels himself getting lifted too, tumbling backwards without warning. H-ha! He wasn't expecting this at all. Panic flashes across his face as he realizes he's falling up, completely out of control. Is he going to crash? The ground shrinks rapidly beneath him as he keeps rising. He lets out a yell, flailing helplessly in midair. Ah! Laughter breaks out from the other students floating nearby. They seem to find his terror pretty funny. Suddenly, Chiron stops rising and just hangs there, floating sideways a few feet off the ground, totally bewildered. Huh! The other students look over, some still chuckling. The headmaster calls up calmly from the ground, asking how he likes it. He smiles, stroking his beard. This, he says simply, is magic. The students near him are grinning, impressed. Chiron slowly floats back down, landing gently. He stares at his own hands, then back at the headmaster, completely awestruck. Magic! He breathes, trying to grasp the feeling, the reality. What is it? The headmaster looks thoughtful, starting to explain, but Chiron cuts him off, his mind racing. He doesn't care if he doesn't understand the how. He yells out, desperate now, maybe even close to tears, just tell me exactly what it is. He needs something solid, an answer he can hold on to. The students gasp, shocked at his boldness towards the headmaster. They mutter about his terrible attitude. The headmaster's expression becomes hard to read for a moment. But Chiron stands firm, waiting for an answer, his intense desire for knowledge making him forget his place. The headmaster smiles slightly, seeming almost amused. "All right," he says, "let's use some difficult words then." He explains that magic goes beyond normal logic. It's like a mental activity exploring the truth behind things we see. Chiron listens hard, absorbing the abstract idea. He thinks, maybe because it's illogical? He looks up, making a connection. Maybe that makes it closer to the real truth? He stands there confidently now, having reasoned it out. The headmaster bursts out laughing, genuinely surprised and impressed. He asks if Chiron read that in his books too. Chiron shakes his head. "No," he explains, "he just noticed a pattern in the books he read. How many famous ideas were initially mocked for being strange but later became accepted truths. So, Chiron reasoned, maybe the real truth is often hidden in things that seem unusual at first." The headmaster nods slowly, acknowledging the boy's sharp thinking. Indeed. Having grasped the concept, Chiron asks the most important question, "How can I learn magic?" The headmaster looks at Chiron thoughtfully. He recognizes the boy is wise, wanting to gather real information to figure things out himself. Chiron waits, determined. Does the headmaster actually think he can do it? But unfortunately, the headmaster thinks. He's just a commoner. A flicker of regret crosses the old man's face. Instead of explaining more, he decides to show him. He calls over one of the students, Shaman. He tells her to enter the spirit zone. A polite girl with purple braids, Shaman, steps forward. "Yes, headmaster." Chiron looks on, confused. "Spirit zone? What's that?" The other students watch Shaman, waiting. Shaman closes her eyes for just a second, and when she opens them, they glow faintly blue. A subtle energy seems to surround her. She calmly states she's entered the zone. The headmaster holds out a closed fist and asks how many coins he's holding. Shaman, eyes still glowing, answers instantly, 6. Correct. The headmaster opens his hand, showing exactly 6 coins. Chiron gasps, amazed. How did she know? The headmaster explains that when a mage focuses like this, their mind becomes incredibly sensitive, able to sense everything around them, even tiny details from far away. Shaman smiles slightly, demonstrating again. She calls this heightened state the spirit zone. Then she adds that the headmaster now only holds 3 coins, sensing he hid some. In this zone, the headmaster continues, mages can sense the world in ways beyond normal senses. He shows the remaining 3 coins. And they can also control phenomena, like the wind magic earlier. She didn't count the coins through sight or sound. She sensed the situation as a whole picture. Chiron looks up, processing this incredible idea. A spark lights up in his eyes. Then maybe I could. He thinks, hope surging inside him. The headmaster seems to read his mind, confirming anyone can do it. He gives simple instructions. Practice quietly. First, feel yourself. Then, erase yourself. But he adds a crucial warning. Anyone can do it, but not everyone succeeds. The potential is there, but reaching it is the hard part. Chiron looks confused again. The headmaster clarifies. If you can truly feel yourself, you can open up a whole new world by then letting go of that self. If you can't even sense your own presence clearly, erasing it is impossible. The headmaster smiles, seemingly amused by how quickly Chiron is picking things up. He keeps surprising me. Go and try it. Here. The unspoken challenge is clear. If Chiron can't enter the spirit zone, he simply cannot learn magic. This is the very first essential step. Chiron closes his eyes, concentrating with all his might. Leaves drift around him. He focuses inward, trying to feel what me really is beyond just his body. Is me the brain? An image of a glowing brain appears in his mind. No, that's just a part of the body. His thoughts race. His senses, his reality, feel tied to his physical brain. How can he separate his mind? The instruction comes back. Don't define it, feel it. In his mind's eye, a glowing hand reaches out, touching a line representing his sense of self. Now, erase the things that feel like me, one by one. The mental hand seems to pull away that line, trying to dissolve the boundary of self. It's not about making his body sensitive. It's about making just his mind sensitive, detaching it. The energy concentrates, focusing purely on mental awareness. His perception shifts, the view of the courtyard becoming slightly warped, different. The headmaster asks the other students how they're doing with the exercise. Then he turns to Chiron, who is still deep in concentration. What did you feel? Chiron opens his eyes slowly. He looks slightly dazed, sweat beading on his forehead, but his expression is one of wonder. Sound. He murmurs. I heard all the sounds. The headmaster chuckles lightly. I see. Well, if you stand still, naturally you'll hear sounds. He sounds like he's dismissing it as nothing special. But then the headmaster stands up, a look of quiet surprise growing on his face. He initially thought Chiron failed, but then he considers. The spirit world works differently. The word synesthesia appears. He realizes Chiron might be experiencing something much deeper. Synesthesia, where senses get mixed up, like tasting light, or smelling sounds, or feeling the shape of the scenery on your skin. Chiron isn't just hearing things, his senses are blending, a clear sign he's touched the spirit zone. The headmaster pats Chiron's head gently, genuinely impressed now. Good work, he says cryptically. Keep working hard, and you'll be able to hear even more sounds. He acknowledges Chiron's success without fully revealing how significant it is. The headmaster turns to leave with the other students. Alright, that's all for the special class. Let's head back. They follow him, leaving Chiron standing alone. As he walks away, the headmaster glances back at Chiron, a thought heavy with regret passing through his mind. Such a shame, a kid with real talent. If that child were a noble, trained from a young age. He looks at his privileged students trailing behind him. Wouldn't he have achieved just as much as these children, maybe more? He sighs inwardly. But talent is common, he reminds himself. In this world, opportunity is what's rare, especially for commoners. Wasting no time, Chiron scrambles back up the wall, leaving the academy grounds behind him. He lands heavily on the other side, stumbling as he hits the ground, gasping for breath. He clutches his chest, breath coming in ragged gasps, eyes wide with leftover amazement and the effort of the climb. It really. A huge grin spreads across his face, pure joy and triumph lighting him up despite the sweat and dirt. Worked. He did it. He actually touched magic. The feeling is exhilarating. Chironi's mind is still reeling from the academy, remembering that feeling. I heard this booming sound. His thoughts flash back to that strange energy, the feeling of connection. Is this really the spirit zone? It felt like being broken down into tiny pieces and scattered everywhere across the whole world. Like ripples spreading out forever. He felt like he was the world. Back in the present, tears streamed down Chironi's face, not sadness, but pure awe from that incredible, overwhelming feeling. He's running fast down the city street now, leaving the academy far behind. He thinks back, breathless, about how huge and vast it all felt, almost scary. He wipes the tears away as he runs. It was only for a moment, but it felt like he left his body behind, and he just became infinite. Lost in that amazing memory, he keeps running, not really watching where he's going. Crash! He slams right into someone, letting out a startled yelp. He hits the hard cobblestone ground with a thud. Ah! He scrambles up quickly, looking up nervously to apologize. Sorry. But he finds himself surrounded by big, mean-looking guys. The one he bumped, green hair, tough look, glares down at him, snarling, "Who do you think you are?" Chironi freezes. This looks really bad. The man grabs Chironi's tunic roughly. He demands payment for being bumped into, accusing Chironi of being from a rival gang, the Wolf Gang. Chironi cries out, terrified, "I'm sorry." Fear makes Chironi blurt out something strange, maybe confusing the thugs with storybook villains, asking if they came to kill him. Just then, a calm, cool voice cuts in. "What's going on here? Something fun?" A young girl with striking red hair steps into the alleyway. Lady Amy. Chironi looks over, maybe seeing a sliver of hope. Seeing a noble, Chironi thinks he should beg her for help. But Amy just asks the thugs casually what they're up to, if they are bored again. The green-haired leader holds Shironi tight, claiming the kid tried to kill him. Shironi desperately denies it, saying it was an accident, but the thug just scoffs. "You kidding me?" The thug sneers, and without warning, slams his fist right into Shironi's stomach. Shironi collapses, coughing hard. The thugs tower over him, grabbing his hair and insulting his mother, demanding he bring her there. Another thug smirks, noticing the look in Shironi's eyes change from fear to burning anger when they mentioned his mom. "Ooh, did we hurt your feelings?" The leader shoves Shironi's head down with his boot, threatening him. The others move in, ready to keep hitting him. One warns the others not to leave bruises on his face. Shironi curls up tight, trying to protect himself as the kicks and punches land. Amy's voice cuts in again, sharp but still detached, telling them to stop before they kill him. She steps forward. The thugs pause. Amy stands over Shironi, lying still on the ground, and asks casually if he's okay. She looks back at the thugs, almost washing her hands of it, saying she didn't do anything, even though her arrival probably saved him for a moment. Shironi just lies there on the filthy ground, sniffling, tears mixing with dirt. He's hurt, terrified, and feels completely humiliated. Amy crouches slightly, looking bored. She suggests finding something more fun to do, casually mentioning maybe roughing Shironi up and then selling him off somewhere. Since he's a commoner, she figures no one would care. Shironi hears this, and pure terror grips him. Sell him off? He cries out silently for his mom and dad. The thought of being taken away from them is horrifying. Amy taps her chin, thinking aloud that slaves can't own anything. She looks at the thugs, suggesting they should maybe check him for possessions? The thugs grin cruelly, ready for a full-body inspection, telling Shironi to strip. He trembles, tears welling up again. Amy quickly backtracks, looking flustered. "Strip! You crazy jerks!" She claims she just meant to look at his face. She looks closer at Shironi, noticing something odd about him despite the beating. She wonders if he's okay. She thinks maybe the kid's gone insane, seeing the strange, intense look in his eyes now. Shironi glares up, and his blue eyes start to glow faintly. The fear is still there, but underneath, something else is waking up. That spirit zone feeling, triggered by the extreme stress and fear. His perception shifts again. The world around him changes. He sees the thugs not just as people, but as swirling shapes of energy. Sounds become amplified. He focuses on the leader's sneering face, but sees beyond it, noticing a fly buzzing near his mouth in disgusting detail. All his senses are dialed way up, textures, sounds, even smells feel overwhelming. His vision zooms in on the thug's eye, then locks onto the fly itself, every tiny detail sharp and clear. BZZZT. He's aware of everything, the rats, the crows nearby, it's all part of this intense sensory overload. The thugs look like glowing blue figures moving within a strange grid, pulsing with energy. Shironi stands in the middle of this altered reality, his own body starting to glow faintly too. "What is this?" he whispers, starting to understand. He's surrounded by the raw energy of the world, feeling everything. He remembers the headmaster's wind magic, the idea of sensing and controlling things. The memory hits him like lightning. This place. My memory. He recalls the headmaster saying he'd show him magic called my memory. He pictures the headmaster creating that sphere of light, pouring knowledge, energy into his mind. His eyes glow brighter. Back in the alley, the thug leader grabs Shironi again, shaking him hard, yelling at him for ignoring him. Shironi looks up, his eyes now burning with bright turquoise light. He's not just a scared kid anymore. He's tapped into something powerful. Amy sees the change, her eyes widening in alarm. Wait. Hold on. But before anyone can react, pure force explodes outwards from Shironi. Ooh-wah! The thugs are thrown backwards, sent tumbling hard through the air. Swirls of wind energy whip through the alleyway, pushing outwards from Shironi. He stands calmly in the middle of it all, eyes still glowing brightly. The thugs lie scattered around him, knocked out cold. Close up on his eye reflecting the scene, he just used magic without even thinking about it. Amy stares, completely shocked, her usual cool composure gone. She points a shaking finger at Shironi. Hey! You! Her red hair almost seems to flare around her with disbelief and rage. Who the hell are you? Her eyes practically glow red with anger. How could a commoner possibly use magic? Where did he learn it? The idea is completely impossible to her. The glow fades from Shironi's eyes as he snaps back to reality. He looks around at the unconscious thugs and pure panic sets in. He points vaguely down the alley, shouting, trying to create a distraction. Over there. There was some kind of loud noise. Amy just scoffs, clearly not buying his terrible attempt at deflection for a second. HMH. But then, she suddenly launches herself away with incredible speed, vanishing up the side of a building like a blur. Shironi watches her go, completely bewildered by her speed. How? He weakly calls out about the collapsed thugs, hoping someone will help. He looks around the empty, messy alleyway. He's alone amidst the chaos he accidentally created. And a heavy realization hits him. People won't listen to someone like me. No one will believe his story or care about these thugs. He needs help, but knows it won't come. Panic rises again. Call for help, he thinks frantically. He turns and runs, desperate to get away. His only thought now is getting back to his dad. As he flees the harsh city scene, looking back one last time, a painful truth settles deep inside him. This world is harsh. Meanwhile, Amy arrives back at a huge, fancy mansion glowing in the evening light. This is the Kamis estate, home to first-class nobles. Inside, her father, Shikora Kamis, is relaxing, reading a newspaper. He looks up as Amy walks in. He sighs, commenting on her needing to grow up, warning her that even geniuses can be caught off guard if they get complacent. Amy just walks past him, looking haughty. Her father notices she's unusually quiet today. Amy glares back silently, thinking disrespectfully about her unemployed dad. Then she calls out, "Dad." Her green eyes narrow, suddenly intense. Magic! Her father looks up, surprised by the abrupt topic. What? Why magic all of a sudden? Shikora Kamis lowers his paper, maybe slightly annoyed. He asks if she skipped class again, but Amy just stands there defiantly, saying she's learned everything school can teach her, and it's boring now. That encounter in the alley clearly left a mark. Soft snow is falling outside. A worried voice calls out, "Shironi! Shironi, where are you?" We see their little house tucked away in the quiet, snow-covered mountains. It looks peaceful but very isolated out here. Inside, Vincent, bundled up for winter, talks with Olina, who's knitting by the warm fire. She tells him Shironi already headed out to chop more wood. Vincent looks worried. What? It's still snowing hard, and he went out for wood already. Vincent looks down grimly at Shironi's familiar red book in his hands. He decides, I'll go look for him. You can see the worry etched on his face. He steps out into the crunching snow. As he walks, his mind drifts back. He remembers that trip to the city last spring, how he nearly lost Shironi. He flashes back to finding Shironi near the fruit stand, looking absolutely terrified, hugging him tight. Shironi just said he got lost, but Vincent always suspected there was more to it. What really happened that day to scare him so badly? Back in the present, Vincent trudges through the snowy woods, past silent, snow-dusted trees. He spots Shironi up ahead in a clearing, axe in hand, facing a tree alone in the falling snow. Shironi's breath mists in the cold air. He looks focused, determined, even out here in the harsh weather. Vincent watches quietly from behind some trees. He knows what Shironi's been struggling with. That magic he used back then. He flashes back to Shironi blasting those thugs away with that uncontrolled wind. He hasn't been able to do it again since. It was magic that just happened subconsciously. There was no way to figure it out through insight or practice because he didn't do anything consciously. It was just pure instinct, raw power he couldn't understand or control. Shironi stands there in the snow, looking a bit down, holding his axe. He couldn't repeat that burst of power because he didn't know how it worked. But his eyes suddenly snap open, glowing with that familiar turquoise light. He remembers, he can enter the spirit zone. He takes sharp breaths, focusing hard. He slips into the zone, and the snowy world around him dissolves into glowing blue energy. The trees become like ghostly outlines. In the spirit zone, he thinks, I can sense everything. He focuses on the tree right in front of him. He can feel its shape, its texture, even its scent. He senses everything about it, right down to its core energy. A bright point of light appears within the tree's energy signature. What is? He grips his axe handle tight. He can't explain it, but he can feel it. He knows exactly where to strike. He swings the axe, moving with a smooth power he doesn't usually have, guided purely by that feeling. Blue energy trails from the axe head. Wham! The axe hits the tree's core with explosive force. Wood splinters fly, crackling with blue energy. The top half of the tree shears off cleanly and falls away. Shironi stands there amidst the falling snow and wood chips, breathing heavily, the axe still embedded deep in the stump. He realizes with a jolt of excitement, he just cut down a tree in one swing. His eyes widen, a small smile finally touching his lips. Magic! He finally managed to connect that feeling with a real action. Vincent stares from his hiding spot, completely stunned. What did I just see? He knows that technique. That's Thunder Strike? The one where you hit the core just right, felling the tree instantly. He just watches Shironi, his expression a mix of shock and maybe something else. Worry? But Shironi doesn't celebrate. He immediately pulls his axe free and starts sawing at another log, back to normal, hard work. Frustration clouds his face again. Because even though he did it, that was just one success out of maybe 100 tries. He sweats, thinking back to that effortless power he used against the thugs. That's the magic he wants to understand, that raw burst of force, not just this difficult, unreliable tree-cutting trick. Vincent watches his son struggle, and his heart just aches. Tears well up in the tough hunter's eyes. He clutches that red book tighter. He understands now. Shironi needs real knowledge, proper teaching, not just talent and luck. Instinct isn't enough without guidance. The snowy scene fades, time passes. 3 years later. Shironi, now 15 and looking more mature, sits meditating peacefully on a tree stump in a sun-dappled autumn forest. He seems calmer, more centered. Text confirms, 3 years later. He stands up smoothly, his movements practiced. He expertly swings his axe into the stump, likely more practice. He places his hand on a standing tree, trying to sense it. Not with his eyes. His eyes. He closes them, focusing inward, trying to connect with the tree's energy, just like before. Energy seems to swirl around him as he concentrates. Feel it. He aligns himself, getting ready to strike based on that feeling alone. He swings, and again, blue energy explodes as he hits the core, practicing the thunder strike. He's clearly kept at this relentlessly for years. Walking through the woods later, axe over his shoulder, he reflects that he almost went home after just meditating today. It's already been 5 hours. He thinks about how deep the spirit zone feels now. He feels completely connected to nature in the zone, sensing the whole ecosystem, hearing the trees drink water, feeling the worms underground. 5 hours isn't nearly enough time to take it all in. He remembers the headmaster's words, like a ghostly image, saying a different world would open up. Shironi nods to himself. A different world. Yeah, that's exactly right. He understands the true potential magic holds now. He walks down the path through the autumn woods, carrying firewood back towards home. Time to head back. As he gets closer to the house, he spots 2 fancy white horses tied up nearby. That's definitely strange out here. Then he sees it, an expensive, ornate carriage parked right outside their humble home. He puts down his wood, surprised. A guest? And one with a carriage like that? He pushes the door open, calling out, "I'm home." His eyes widen a little as he sees who's inside. Dad! Vincent looks up. You're home. Vincent, Olina, and a formally dressed older man with white hair and glasses are sitting at their table. Vincent gestures to Shironi. You're back, Shironi? Come say hello. The older man looks Shironi over coolly. Vincent explains this is the associate butler of the Ogent family. The butler introduces himself formally as Temuran. Shironi bows politely. Nice to meet you. I'm Shironi. Temuran gets straight to it. I came here to meet you. Shironi is taken aback. He knows the Ogent family name. They are powerful nobles, second only to the royals. Why would someone like this be looking for him? Temuran leans forward, saying he wants to take a look at him first. Temuran tilts Shironi's chin up, studying his face intently. Shironi looks uncomfortable. Temuran asks sharply, "You know how to read?" Shironi confirms he's been reading books since he was little. Temuran seems satisfied, though his face gives nothing away. Shironi asks nervously why he's here. Temuran sits back. He says Shironi has a good reputation, a mountain boy who can read, and supposedly very devoted to his parents. Then he drops the offer. Would you like to work for the Ogent family? Shironi is stunned. Work? For you? Temuran explains the job, sorting 10,000 books in the family's great library as they transfer everything. Some books contain secrets that absolutely cannot get out. The job has a 2-year time limit. Servants will do the heavy lifting, but only Shironi and Temuran will do the sorting. Shironi's mind races. The library. Hope surges in him. A library that big, belonging to nobles like the Ogent family, surely it must hold books about magic. This could be his chance. But Temuran's gaze turns ice cold as he delivers the warning. Only Shironi's family can know about this project. If any word gets out about the books being moved or their contents, Shironi and his entire family will die. The threat hangs heavy in the small room, aimed right at Vincent and Olina too. Shironi glances at his parents' faces, they look incredibly tense. He understands how serious this is. Temuran adds that the pay will be very good, since he's risking his life. He almost sneers, suggesting the pay will be more than Vincent could ever earn hunting, implying that's the only reason they'd agree. Vincent slams his hand on the table, cutting him off angrily, insisting money isn't why they are listening. Vincent looks flustered, trying to explain his real motivation. I just wanted our Shironi to. He stands up, facing Temuran directly, his voice thick with raw emotion. Be able to follow his dreams. He wants this opportunity for Shironi, even with the terrible risk. Temuran just bursts out laughing, finding Vincent's feelings ridiculous. Dreams? What are you talking about? You think this commoner boy is actually going to become something? Get real. Why else would you want me to hire him except for the money? Vincent leans forward, insistent. You said he could read the books. Temuran replies calmly, yes, he can read, but that doesn't mean he's allowed to read everything. It just means they can't watch him every second. Temuran leans back, dripping sarcasm, mocking Vincent's words about dreams. He stares hard at Vincent, accusingly. Is that the lie you've been feeding your son all this time? Vincent flinches, looking incredibly guilty. Temuran presses harder. Is Shironi really reading right now? Implying maybe Vincent exaggerated his son's abilities. Vincent looks tormented, old worries flooding back. He remembers Olina patiently teaching a tiny Shironi his letters by the fire. But by the time Shironi was 6, he was already reading completely on his own. He remembers watching young Shironi lost in a book, looking so different, so intelligent, almost noble. The thought had even crossed his mind back then. Could Shironi be from a royal family? Vincent covers his face, anguished by the thought. If Shironi hadn't ended up here, if he'd been raised by nobles, he could have gone to a real school. But he immediately shoves the thought away. No! Shironi is my son. His love and loyalty win out, despite the guilt. He remembers deciding long ago that Shironi had to learn the ways of the mountains, like him. He flashes back to Shironi working hard, sawing wood. But when Shironi actually started working in the mountains, I got scared. He remembers feeling terrified, realizing he might have trapped Shironi in this life, the life of a simple mountaineer. He remembers asking Temuran earlier if he needed a commoner who could read. Back in the present, Vincent suddenly throws himself onto the wooden floor, bowing deeply before Temuran, his pride completely gone, replaced by raw desperation. Please, please hire my son. He reads fluently, he's smarter than anyone. Please just let him. Tears stream down Vincent's face as he begs, his voice cracking. Let him read some books. It's the only chance he sees for Shironi to have the future Vincent feels he denied him. Temuran looks down at the begging man, unmoved. He coldly dismisses the plea, saying they don't need money, seeming to completely miss the point of Vincent's desperate hope for Shironi's education. And Vincent just snaps. The humiliation, the fear for Shironi, the condescending attitude, his fierce love, it all boils over. He throws his head back, tears still flowing, and screams with pure, raw fury, "Get out of my house right now." Temuran stands there coolly, repeating his earlier cold words to Vincent about not needing money, basically saying he wouldn't have bothered if he knew Vincent would just beg. Vincent is still furious, yelling at Temurin to get out. But the butler just calmly adjusts his hat, completely unfazed, while Chiron watches it all silently. Vincent keeps yelling, furious that Temurin mocked their family for being poor. Temurin just gives a small, superior smile, thinking about people who don't know their place. But before Vincent can say more, Chiron speaks up, his voice calm but steady, cutting right through the anger. "No, father." Everyone looks at him. He looks straight at Temurin. "I'll do it." Vincent stares at his son, completely shocked. "Chiron," he yells, unable to believe Chiron would accept such a dangerous offer. Temurin turns his full attention to Chiron, his expression deadly serious. He repeats the warning, "This isn't a joke, even the smallest rumor means death." But Chiron meets his gaze without flinching. "It's all right. Please let me do it." Chiron continues, his voice quiet but firm, a faint smile on his face. He promises he'll never leak anything, and even if something goes wrong, he won't blame Temurin. He takes full responsibility, showing he understands exactly what he's getting into. Temurin studies Chiron for a beat, maybe surprised, maybe calculating. He gives a thin smile. "Okay," he says he'll come back in a week. But he gives one last warning. Chiron can back out before then, but once he enters the Ogent Manor, he won't be able to leave until the 2 years are up. With that final word, Temurin turns and leaves, his attendant following him out. The deal is done. The second the door closes, Vincent rushes to Chiron, grabbing his shoulders frantically. He begs Chiron to reconsider, saying these nobles just need someone disposable, blaming himself for putting Chiron in this position. Chiron gently pushes his father's hands away. "Father." He looks up at Vincent, tears shining in his eyes, but his smile is wide and real. "Thank you," he says softly, "for giving me such a big gift." He doesn't see danger, he sees the opportunity he's dreamed of his whole life. Vincent stares back, tears streaming down his own face now, his heart filled with a painful mix of pride, terror, and overwhelming love for this brave boy. He pulls Chiron into a crushing hug, his voice choked up. He promises he'll protect him, somehow. Vincent holds him tight, begging him to come back safe. Chiron hugs him back just as fiercely, thinking he'll make sure nothing happens to his family because of this. Looking down at his son, Vincent wonders, maybe, just maybe, he raised him right after all? Olina watches them, wiping her own tears, understanding all the complicated feelings swirling in the room. Chiron cries silently in his father's arms. It's a raw, tearful goodbye, heavy with unspoken fears and hopes. Transition, 1 week later. Vincent signs the formal contract presented by one of Temurin's men. The attendant confirms it's done. The agreement is official now. Vincent looks up, his hands trembling slightly. The finality of it sinks in. He's really letting Chiron go. The attendant tells Chiron it's time to leave, gesturing towards the waiting carriage. Chiron, carrying just a small bag, walks away with the attendants. Temurin watches impassively from the carriage window as Chiron approaches. Inside, Chiron sits facing Temurin and another attendant. The carriage is incredibly luxurious, a stark contrast to his simple mountain home. He looks calm, composed, ready for this new chapter. As the carriage starts moving, Chiron closes his eyes, his thoughts drifting back for a moment. He pictures his parents, probably holding each other and crying now that he's gone. Mother, father. He reaches out mentally to that fading image of home. The carriage wheel rolls onward, carrying him away from everything he's ever known. The image dissolves. Chiron takes a quiet breath, forcing himself to focus. Don't be shaken. The carriage travels quickly through the countryside. He knows this is a huge risk, a once-in-a-lifetime chance that could easily cut both ways. He keeps his eyes closed, reminding himself he's stepping into a world of powerful people. He wonders, feeling the pressure, if he can actually survive these next 2 years safely. The journey continues through misty woods. Quick visual, map showing the Ogent estate near the capital city of Bashuka. Basically, the Ogents are a powerful warrior family, deeply influential in the kingdom. One of the attendants explains just how powerful they are, calling them a pillar of the city. The attendant smirks at Chiron, asking if he's scared yet, saying the family is full of monsters. The other attendant quickly tells him to shut up before he gets himself executed. They finally arrive at the huge Ojin estate, driving down a long, famous avenue lined with trees. Temurin points out the building where the butlers live and work, and then leads Chiron towards a large, imposing tower set apart from the main house. This, he says, is where Chiron will be staying. Inside a large office filled with books, Temurin waits. "Are you here?" Chiron enters, bag in hand. Temurin looks him over, then gestures for him to follow, saying he'll explain the tasks now. Chiron nods, determined. "I'll do my best." They approach the massive wooden doors of the library tower. The doors swing open, and Chiron just gasps, completely stunned. Wow, this is the great library of the Ojins. It's enormous, multiple floors high, packed floor to ceiling with more books than he could have ever imagined. Temurin lays out the job. Organize all these books as they're moved to a new library. He'll get lists each week. Work hours are 9 to 6. After that, he's free, but he cannot leave the grounds or enter the main manor without permission. Temurin holds up some papers, rules, prof. He says a regular butler will teach Chiron the household rules. Any questions? Chiron just looks around the incredible library thinking, this is worth risking my life for. He simply asks, when do I start? Start tomorrow. The next day, Chiron is at a large desk inside the library, facing a huge pile of unsorted papers. The monumental task has begun. Chiron, now looking sharp in a butler's vest and bow tie, carries a stack of documents. He sits down and gets to work, thinking. He understands why it has to be just one person sorting. The system needs to be consistent. For example, he thinks, a book on the history of swordsmanship? Does it go under swordsmanship or history? Different people would choose differently. One person ensures everything follows the same logic. As he works, another, deeper realization hits him. He looks up, picturing all the knowledge swirling together. It's all connected, and the thread that ties it all together is history. He sees it now, knowledge builds upon the foundation of history. History is the backbone. Visual of history as a deep core. If he learns history thoroughly first, understanding everything else will be faster. He sees his strategy. He quickly calculates, out of 10,000 books, maybe 850 are history. His goal, read every single one of them in the next 2 years. He keeps working diligently, thinking about his dream of becoming a mage. He hears footsteps approaching. Temurin? He quickly closes the book he was glancing at. He can't get caught reading, it wasn't part of the deal. Temurin walks up, asking if he's organizing okay, noticing he's working late again. Chiron stands respectfully. Yes, I am. Temurin advises him not to burn himself out too quickly, reminding him he has to take full responsibility for the job. Chiron promises he won't. Temurin pauses, looking back at Chiron thoughtfully for a moment. Then he suddenly steps right up close, making Chiron jump. Wtut. Temurin leans in, checking Chiron's collar and appearance. Chiron panics inwardly. Did he see me reading? But Temurin just adjusts Chiron's slightly crooked bow tie. He reminds Chiron that important family members use this library, so he needs to keep his uniform perfect and uphold the Ojin family's standards. Then he points critically at Chiron's hair, saying it's a bit long and he should do something about it. Chiron sweats a little. Yes, I will. Temurin nods curtly and wishes him good night. Chiron forces a polite smile until he's gone, then sighs in relief. Phew, just about my appearance. I have to stay focused for 2 years. Looking out at the grand estate at night, he reminds himself to be careful and not cause trouble. He touches his hair, wondering if he should tie it back like his father does. Later that night, Chiron is alone at his desk in the huge, quiet library, poring over a thick history book. But the reality of his plan is hitting him. The bigger problem is, this is hard. The sheer amount of information, the complexity, it's overwhelming. He reads about empires and kingdoms, feeling lost. How can he possibly understand all this? He knows he can't just memorize. He needs to truly understand every event. He stares hard at the dense text, trying to absorb just one more line, but his eyes are getting heavy. Finally, exhaustion wins. Chiron slumps forward, falling fast asleep with his head pillowed on the open history book. the lamplight shining down on him. Later, Temurin quietly walks through the library with a lantern. He finds Chiron asleep and picks up the book the boy was reading, a dense, difficult text in old-fashioned script. He sighs, looking down at the sleeping boy. He thinks Chiron's been stuck on this single, boring history book for a whole month now. Temurin walks away, thinking dismissively that Chiron must actually believe he can get ahead just by studying dusty old history. If he'd caught him reading practical magic books, he would have kicked him out of the library after hours, but he glances back one last time. What a relief, he thinks. He's just an idiot dreaming big. Temurin leaves, completely mistaking Chiron's dedication for slow-wittedness, ironically glad the boy isn't smart enough to look for the real secrets, never suspecting Chiron's true, ambitious plan. Life goes on for Chironi inside the Grand Ogent estate, working away in the library. 3 months have already flown by since he arrived. Another butler, a friendly-looking guy with glasses named Nade, comes up to Chironi's big sorting desk. He asks if the stacks Chironi has set aside are ready to go. Chironi, his hair now tied back neatly, looks up from his papers. Chironi thinks about how he's settled in. The sorting work is easier now, and he's picked up quite a bit about how things work around here from the other butlers. He tells Nade yes, those 4 stacks are ready. While Nade gathers them, another butler signs out a book. Nade casually mentions it's the second young master, Rian Ogent, borrowing again. Chironi looks a little worried, checking his records. Rian hasn't returned the last books he borrowed, and that could mean trouble if they go missing. Nade leans in, lowering his voice, saying he's noticed too, but Rian just brushes off any questions. Nade adds with a cynical smile that honestly, the nobles probably wouldn't even notice missing books. It's always the butlers who take the fall. He whispers that the truly important books aren't even kept here anyway, warning Chironi to keep this chat quiet. Chironi takes it all in, another reminder of the sharp divide between nobles and commoners. Nade waves cheerfully as he leaves, telling Chironi to keep up the good work. Chironi watches him go, thinking grimly that Nade's casual attitude doesn't make things any safer for him. He understands the unspoken truth. Noble carelessness relies entirely on commoner loyalty and fear. Images flash through Chironi's mind, his worried father, Temuran's cold face, lines of nameless butlers. Commoners risk their lives for things nobles forget about instantly. Temuran's warning rings clear: any mistake, and you'll be killed. The Ogents will do whatever it takes to avoid mistakes or scandal. The pressure on someone like him is immense. Chironi sighs, trying to shake off the heavy thoughts. Best to just keep his head down and do his job quietly. Just then, someone darts past the library entrance, yelling curses about some old guy. Chironi looks up, startled. He stands up, confused. Speak of the devil, what was that? Suddenly, a young guy with wild blue hair bursts into the library, looking totally panicked and out of breath, complaining about needing a rest. Chironi recognizes him instantly. That's Rian Ogent, the youngest son of the family. An angry roar echoes from outside, threatening extra laps around the garden. Rian flinches, desperately searching the library for somewhere, anywhere, to hide. He spots Chironi and rushes over, grabbing his shoulders urgently, begging him not to tell anyone he's here. Chironi just notes silently how tall the young master is. Before Chironi can even process it, Rian dives under a nearby desk. Just as he does, the library door bursts open again, and Chironi instinctively calls out Rian's name. An imposing, furious-looking man with muscles and an incredibly long, styled beard storms in, roaring that he knows Rian is hiding there. The man glares around, his eyes landing on Chironi. He demands to know if Chironi saw a tiny fellow with blue hair run in. Chironi thinks nervously, if Rian is tiny, what does that make him? Chironi tries to deflect politely, maybe a little sarcastically, asking who the man is before he answers about the young master. The man puffs up, enraged. He bellows that he's the swordmaster, Rian's teacher, and is fully allowed to beat the kid senseless. He threatens Chironi with a beating if he doesn't spill the beans immediately. Chironi keeps his cool, though a bead of sweat appears. I see. He glances towards the desk Rian is under, then points right at it. The young master is hiding under the desk. Rian's eyes pop wide open under the desk, betrayed. Chironi instantly regrets it, thinking, are you crazy? Do you want to die? Rian scrambles out, looking terrified of his teacher, babbling about misunderstandings. The swordmaster just roars back, "Misunderstanding?" Rian tries to play it cool with a huge, fake yawn. Shironi watches, wincing. This isn't going well for Rian. The swordmaster grabs Rian by the ankle, flips him upside down like he weighs nothing, and starts dragging him out, declaring training is over and it's time for a beating instead. As he's dragged away, Rian glares back pure hatred at Shironi, silently vowing revenge. "Just you wait." Shironi sighs, relieved the immediate danger is gone, but feeling a bit guilty. Still, he tells himself he had no choice, the teacher clearly had authority. He remembers the rumors about Rian being dragged off to the mountains by this same teacher. And not coming back for a whole month. Yeah, definitely not someone to cross. Shironi turns back to his own work, trying to refocus. He thinks about his reading progress. That first complex history book took him nearly 20 days. But once he fully understood that one, he managed to get through a whopping 82 more history books in the next couple of months. He's surrounded by stacks now. Just like he thought, the beginning was the hardest. No book is completely isolated, they all connect. He sits reading, feeling more confident. Now that he's read about 200, the remaining 650 history books should go much faster. But as he reads, a small doubt starts to form. Is studying history really the best way to learn magic? Still, when he reads about the great magicians of the past, he feels sure he's on the right track. He considers the difference. Scholars study theories, but magicians bring those theories to life. So, magicians are like scholars, but with one crucial difference, that extremely sensitive state of mind. He pictures himself in the glowing spirit zone again. Regular scholars can't enter the spirit zone. That's the key. And an exciting idea hits him. What if he uses all this historical knowledge as a massive foundation within his spirit zone? Maybe then, he could become a real magician. His eyes gleam with possibility. Just then, an furious yell shatters the quiet. "You son of a bitch!" Rian Ogent is back, standing at the library entrance, looking absolutely wrecked and furious. Rian storms towards Shironi, clothes torn, face bruised and dirty. "I went through hell waiting for this." Shironi sighs inwardly. Looks like Rian hasn't forgotten. Rian gets right up in Shironi's face. Shironi asks calmly if Rian really came back just for this. Rian explodes, "Of course." Rian launches into a tirade about how much he suffered, climbing cliffs, nearly dying, all fueled by thoughts of getting revenge on Shironi. Shironi listens, thinking Rian's anger is even worse than he expected. Rian yells, demanding an answer, furious that Shironi seems calm. He accuses Shironi of betraying his trust, calling him a coward for telling on him. "When I see cowards like you, I get so furious." Shironi tries to explain he was just telling the truth, but Rian violently slaps his hand away, shouting that Shironi should have refused his request in the first place. Shironi sighs again, observing Rian's twisted logic. Figures. People with power always twist things to suit themselves. Rian glares, misreading Shironi's calm silence as disrespect. He thinks this lowly butler is looking down on him. Shironi just wonders how he can possibly calm Rian down. Rian grins dangerously, sharp teeth showing. "I see. You look down on me too, heh? Let me show you who I really am," he snarls. "Follow me." Rian leads Shironi out of the library towards another building. Shironi follows cautiously. Where are they going? The training ground. Shironi realizes with dread, is he just going to beat me up until he feels better? He steels himself, thinking he'll just have to take the beating. It's better than getting killed or fired. But then his resolve hardens. No. He can't lose this opportunity, the one his parents sacrificed so much for. He can't get sent home. Rian grabs 2 wooden practice swords from a rack and tosses one to Shironi. "Take this." Shironi catches it awkwardly. A wooden sword? He definitely wasn't expecting a duel. Rian stands ready with his own sword, declaring he'll make Shironi pay for looking down on him, boasting he'll be the world's greatest swordsman one day. Shironi yells back, suddenly indignant, defending his actions as loyalty to the Ogent family. Rian sneers, accusing Shironi of just being scared of the teacher. That hits a nerve. Shironi grips the wooden sword tighter. He might be just a butler, but he refuses to be scorned by this arrogant kid. Rian takes a fighting stance. He declares that since Shironi is obviously no match for him, he'll let Shironi have the first 3 hits. Shironi sees the typical Ojent arrogance shining through. Shironi feels trapped. These wooden swords are solid. If he gets injured, even breaks a bone, they'll surely send him home. What can he possibly do? An idea flashes in his determined eyes. The only thing he can do. That's it. Okay. He has 3 chances. Shironi grips the sword tight and charges with a desperate yell, swinging with all his might. Wah-ah! Rian just casually sidesteps the wild, clumsy attack. The sword whistles harmlessly past him. 1. Rian calls out, marking the first miss strike. Shironi stumbles, barely keeping his balance after the forceful swing. This strength. Even swinging the wooden sword takes effort he's not used to. He grits his teeth, struggling just to hold the sword steady. He swings again, putting every bit of his weight behind it this time. Rian effortlessly blocks the blow with his own sword, stopping Shironi's attack dead in its tracks without even looking strained. Rian smirks, easily holding back Shironi's sword. 2. Shironi pants, sweating, looking desperate now. Rian mocks him, asking if he's ever even held a sword before. Shironi thinks frantically, okay, only one more chance left. Rian continues taunting him, all right. Crack. He readies himself. Now it's my turn. But instead of attacking Shironi, Rian brings his sword down hard onto Shironi's wooden blade, shattering it right at the handle. Splinters fly everywhere. The duel hasn't even properly started, and Shironi is already disarmed. The duel continues, wood crashing against wood, but there's a strange energy in the air. This isn't just practice, it's noble pride crashing against something unexpected. Rian Ojent, the blue-haired noble, grins fiercely, the broken piece of Chiron's sword balanced on his head like a trophy. All right, he declares, eyes blazing, now it's my turn. He coils, ready to strike. He moves in a blur, swinging his wooden sword down with speed and force right where Chiron stands, defenseless. Splinters fly from the impact. But Chiron isn't hit. He somehow managed to block Rian's powerful strike with just the shattered handle of his own sword. Rian's confident smirk disappears, replaced by pure shock. Chiron lets out a quiet breath. Huff. Chiron stands his ground, breathing hard, clutching the broken wood like a shield. His eyes are wide, relieved but still tense. His risky gamble, he thinks, actually worked. His mind flashes back to the split-second calculation. He knew from Rian's first attack how skilled he was. He used the second exchange to time Rian's movements, anticipating the speed and angle of this counterattack. And when Rian shattered his sword on the third hit, Chiron had already positioned himself, baiting the attack precisely where he needed it. This wasn't swordsmanship he just used. It was the thunder strike, that woodcutting technique he'd practiced relentlessly for 3 years, honing his senses with an axe, not a sword. Rian just stands there, completely frozen, speechless. He sees Chiron holding that ridiculous broken stub like it's a real weapon. Chiron breaks the silence, his voice steady. Hey! Rian snaps back, eyes wide with disbelief. Sweat trickles down his face. What just happened? How did this commoner butler block him? He stares, struggling to understand. Where did you learn swordsmanship? He demands, his voice tight with shock. How could an untrained kid move like that? Chiron looks back calmly. This isn't swordsmanship, he corrects him simply. It's thunderstrike. Rian just shouts back, what? Chiron explains matter-of-factly that his father cut trees in the mountains, and he learned alongside him. Since he wasn't physically strong, he learned this special technique to compensate. It's called thunderstrike among the lumberjacks, Chiron finishes. Rian's mind screams in confusion. Lumberjacks? What is this guy talking about? Rian can't believe it. He mastered a technique cutting trees? Rian's trained with a sword for 15 years, pushed by masters, and this commoner learned something similar chopping firewood? It feels impossible, insulting. There's no way. Quick flash, Chiron splitting wood perfectly with the thunderstrike. Quick flash, a young girl, likely Rian's sister Rai, watching in amazement. She even mistook it for a high-level Ojent sword technique back then, calling it sword slaughter. Another memory surfaces, a younger Chiron sitting defeated amidst broken wooden swords. His talented sister Rai is being praised by their instructor for mastering a secret Ojent technique at only 12. Chiron wasn't part of that celebration. The memory continues. Rai plays with a much younger Rian, while their proud father laughs, boasting about Rai inheriting his genius. Little Rian looks small, overshadowed by his siblings' talent even then. Back in the present, Rian suddenly bursts into loud, almost crazed laughter. Ha ha dash. Then, just as abruptly, the laughter cuts off. His expression turns dark, eyes narrowing dangerously. Chiron starts to ask if he offended him, confused by the sudden change, but Rian snaps, "Shut up." An intense pressure radiates from him. Rian calmly picks up a real, gleaming sword from the rack. He grips it tightly, his knuckles white. The playful anger is gone, replaced by something cold and serious. He points the sharp blade directly at Chiron. "Take this." Chiron instinctively raises his broken wood defensively, startled. The mood just shifted drastically. This isn't a game anymore. Rian stands ready, real steel in hand. He declares that since both their weapons are broken, though only Chiron's is, the match isn't over. Since Chiron apparently mastered sword slaughter, still mistaking the technique, Rian says he'll treat him as a real opponent. He points right at Chiron, radiating killing intent. 1 month from now, he declares, we fight again. Right here. With real swords. Chiron looks down, tears welling up, completely overwhelmed. He looks terrified by the sudden, deadly turn of events. His hands tremble holding the real sword Rian just tossed him. Real swords? He whispers, the crushing weight of the situation hitting him full force. Pure panic floods him. His thoughts scream, I might actually die. He pleads desperately, hands clasped, eyes wide with fear, telling Rian he's never learned swordsmanship in his life. Rian stares down, unmoved. That's why I'm giving you time, he says coldly. He seems convinced Chiron is faking ignorance, reasoning that if he could master a technique by cutting trees, he can figure this out too. Rian turns to leave, adding one last, chilling order, don't even think about running away. Chiron is left alone, holding the heavy sword, pale with fear. He's completely trapped. But then, a spark ignites in his eyes. A fierce, determined thought cuts through the fear. I will surpass you. Later, Chiron sits alone, head in his hands, feeling overwhelmed. The huge Ojent estate outside the window feels like a cage. He sighs, finally understanding the dangerous family dynamics he's stumbled into. Info panel, Ojent family traits mentioned briefly. Info panels introduce the Ojent family, Patriarch Bischoff, the talented eldest son and daughter, and the genius second son, Rai, the girl from the flashback. Rian is surrounded by exceptional siblings. Chiron recalls what the other butlers said. Rian, unlike his siblings, is considered untalented, struggling despite having a dedicated teacher. Everyone knows it. Chiron groans, frustrated with himself. I should have just let him hit me. He realizes he didn't just anger Rian by revealing his hiding spot. He deeply wounded the pride of a kid constantly compared to his genius siblings. His thoughts turn bitter. Nobles. Always thinking they're better than everyone else. He looks up, fear returning. I thought the worst danger here was getting caught reading the wrong book, he thinks despairingly. This duel feels much more immediate, much more deadly. He slumps back. If he dies, what happens to his parents? The promise he made to protect them, the risk they took for him, it all hangs on surviving this duel. Suddenly, he sits bolt upright, grabbing a book. No time for this, he tells himself firmly. Resolve hardens his face. Think, I'm going to become a mage. That goal is his anchor. He tries to find any advantage. I grew up in the mountains. I have good stamina, he reasons. He gathers books on swordsmanship, beginner guides, textbooks. Maybe if he can just learn to defend himself, he can survive this. He dives into the books, studying intensely, sweat dripping as he tries to absorb everything he can. Clutching the books, he steels himself. I have to do everything possible. Survival comes first. Meanwhile, Rian Ojent lets out a primal scream somewhere else on the estate. He's a blur of motion, swinging a practice sword with frantic, desperate energy. He collapses after a grueling run, completely spent. His sword master stands over him, announcing he finished the 100 laps. The sword master looks surprised, noting Rian beat his record. But he's suspicious. This sudden, intense dedication isn't like Rian at all. Rian pushes himself up, gasping, furious. Damn it! What kind of training is this? The sword master leans down, equally annoyed. What did you say? Rian glares back defiantly. I'm still standing, aren't I? Don't you have anything harder? He's demanding more, pushing himself past his limits, driven by a new fire. The sword master eyes him curiously. What happened to you? Rian looks away, panting, nothing. The sword master wonders if this is about Rian's genius sister, Rai, again, assuming it's sibling rivalry motivating him. Rian looks up, golden eyes burning with fierce determination. The sword master recalls Rai's known abilities, like unlocking schema, comparing Rian's struggles to her achievements. Seeing Rian's resolve, the sword master shouts across the training ground. All right, don't blame me if you die. He accepts the challenge for tougher training. Rian yells back without hesitation, bring it on. Info panel explains schema, a swordsman's technique involving extreme physical self-awareness and control, visualizing the body. Text, mages have spirit zone, swordsmen have schema. Text, everyone has a basic sense of their body. Visual, glowing body outlines. Text, schema takes this awareness to an extreme level. Visual, detailed red energy body. A master can perfectly control every cell. It's ultimate physical mastery. Back with Chiron, holding a blue book, he realizes schema is the opposite of spirit zone, intense self-focus versus self-erasure. He wonders briefly, should I try it? He recalls the first step for schema, feel myself. Chiron closes his eyes, concentrating, a faint aura appearing as he tries to focus inward. He visualizes his body as a glowing silhouette. Easy enough, just like starting Spirit Zone. But where Spirit Zone erases the self, schema requires digging deeper into his own existence, peeling back layers. However, Chiron opens his eyes, troubled. It would be counterproductive, he realizes, to pursue schema when his goal is Spirit Zone magic. He remembers Rai's skill. Was she a schema user? Incredible if so. But it's not his path. He picks up a real sword again, deciding it's better to learn basic defense using his spirit zone as a foundation. He starts with the fundamental slashing directions. He raises the sword high, yelling, "Echi!" bringing it down hard on a practice dummy. An off-panel voice yells, "Chiron, stop it already." Seems like someone is trying to moderate his practice. Cut back to Rian, furiously bashing a training post with a heavy wooden pole, muscles straining. His sword master warns him off-panel he'll tear his muscles, but Rian roars back, "They haven't burst yet, have they?" Pow, pow. Rian keeps pounding relentlessly, arms wrapped in bloody bandages. Damn it. Why aren't my muscles bursting? He screams, frustrated, maybe thinking extreme pain will trigger something. Why aren't my arms breaking? The sword master watches, sweating, disturbed by Rian's self-destructive fury. Tears stream down Rian's face as he finally falters, the impact's weakening. Why can't I learn schema? He cries out, revealing the core of his desperation, his inability to match his genius sibling. The sword master steps in gently, placing a hand on the pole to stop him. Rian, enough, he says firmly. Let's stop for today. Rian finally gives in, exhausted and defeated. Teacher, he whispers, dropping the pole. He walks away, shoulders slumped in failure. Later, the sword master carefully applies a compress to Rian's battered shoulder. Rian sits quietly, staring out at the sunset. What are you thinking about? The sword master asks softly. Rian just replies flatly, that my arms hurt like hell. The sword master continues tending to him. Rian, you know, I've never called you talented in my reports. Rian flinches, muttering defensively that that's why he's working so damn hard. The sword master smiles slightly. But I think you did great today. He asks if Rian knows what he did well. Rian admits he only focuses on his failures. The sword master sighs. That's why you're not a genius. Rian snaps, turning away angrily, yelling for him to stop saying that, deeply hurt by the constant reminder of his shortcomings compared to his siblings. The sword master looks thoughtfully at the sunset. He explains that geniuses know their geniuses. They recognize their strengths and act confidently. He glances towards where Chiron is shown studying outside. The thing geniuses really fear. He turns back to Rian, serious now. Is relentless hard work aiming for the impossible? A burning will that challenges limitations. He looks Rian in the eye. That's the natural enemy of genius. Rian looks down, the words sinking in. The natural enemy of genius? A tiny smile touches his lips. Of all the comforting words I've heard, he murmurs, I like that the best. He clenches his fists tight, determination hardening his gaze. Okay, he thinks fiercely, if talent isn't something I was born with, I'll just grit my teeth and earn it. He looks up, a fierce, determined grin spreading across his face, eyes blazing with renewed fire despite the sweat and bruises. I'll win for sure, he declares silently, his resolve absolute. Elsewhere, Chiron looks up from his books, maybe sensing Rian's intense declaration, or just feeling the pressure of the approaching duel. His expression is worried, yes, but there's resolve there too. The challenge is set. 1 month to prepare. The swordmaster's words hang in the air, hard work, the enemy of genius. Rian clenches his fists, remembering. Talent wasn't given to him, not like his siblings. Yes, he thinks, fire reigniting in his eyes. If it's talent I don't have, I just have to endure and work until I do. Sweat drips down his face, but his grin is sharp, fierce. He's found his motivation, pure, relentless effort. His inner voice roars with the same intensity as before, I will win, and no matter what. Meanwhile, Chiron stands alone on the training grounds under the night sky. He thinks about swordsmanship, not just moves, but the mechanics of fighting, the psychology of life and death. He closes his eyes, entering his focused state. Time to prepare mentally, imagine an opponent. He knows Rian might try complex tricks, but Chiron focuses on the basics. No matter the feints, an attack can only come from 8 basic directions. His spirit zone glows blue as he visualizes blocking multiple angles. So, for the past month, he practiced just 2 things. Slashing in 8 directions, and blocking from 8 directions. Simple, fundamental, relying on his heightened senses to react correctly. He executes a clean upward slash with his wooden practice sword, the movement precise, tinged with blue energy. 1 attack, 1 block perfected. He flows through the motions, visualizing blue energy opponents, meeting each imagined strike with the corresponding block or slash. Swoosh, clang. Practice makes perfect. Bright blue flashes represent the imagined clashes, sharp and clean. A powerful arc of blue energy shows a perfected slash. His eye glows blue, intensely focused, sweat beading on his temple. He's pouring all his energy into mastering these fundamentals through pure perception. He stands at the center of swirling blue energy lines, representing his complete command over the 8 directions within his spirit zone. He lowers the sword, standing alone in the moonlight. A small, almost sad laugh escapes him. Ha! So this is the path of a swordsman, he thinks. A path of conflict he never chose but now has to walk. He looks up at the vast, starry sky. The way of the sword, he realizes, is as deep and complex in its own way as the magic he truly seeks. Holding the wooden sword, his thoughts turn to his parents. What? I'm sorry, he thinks sadly. I don't know if I'll make it back. But standing there under the moon, he feels resolute. Still, I have no regrets. He chose this path. He gazes at the stars again. Even facing death, he thinks he's seen wonders. The library, the hint of magic, the potential within himself. It was worth the risk. The scene shifts. The Ogent family's large, empty arena, lit only by 4 torches flickering in the night. The stage is set for the duel. Rian walks confidently into the torchlight, carrying his real sword, footsteps echoing slightly. He takes his position, waiting. More footsteps approach. Chiron enters, holding his own real sword, facing Rian across the arena floor. Rian gives a slight smirk, holding his sword casually. Let's begin, he says. Rian looks Chiron over, noticing his calm posture. Impressive, he thinks, for just 1 month of preparation. He even sees a faint aura around Chiron, like skilled warriors sometimes have. Interesting. Rian remembers Chiron's awkwardness with the wooden sword, his denial of any training. It clicks. Maybe he really hadn't learned swordsmanship before. His form was terrible. But then, Rian looks again at Chiron's current calm, holding a real, deadly weapon. A disturbing thought hits him. What if this kid is like Rai? What if he possesses that same hidden, natural talent? The possibility sparks fear, hardening his resolve. Rian stomps his foot. I must, he thinks fiercely. He has to know for sure. I have to defeat him, now more than ever. Rian charges, sword raised high, yelling, "Here I go." Chiron watches him come, mind calm, analyzing. Impressive swordsmanship, he admits objectively. Chiron's eyes glow faintly blue. Rian is clearly on a different level physically. Blue energy floods Chiron's senses. But I can feel it. His spirit zone is fully active, tracking Rian's every move. His eyes widen slightly, focus intensifying as the spirit zone feeds him information beyond normal sight. He considers the fear of death. Comes from thinking about the future, he reasons. But the future isn't real yet. If you don't imagine what comes next. Visual, footsteps off a cliff edge. Anyone could leap off a cliff. By focusing only on this moment, the fear disappears. He sees the look on Rian's face, pure determination. But it's not fearlessness born from focus, it's the desperate need to win. Chiron stands unnaturally still, sword ready, eyes closed, fully immersed in the spirit zone, blocking out everything but pure perception. Rian closes in, bellowing that he doesn't fear death either, swinging his sword in a powerful arc. Chiron suddenly moves, blocking precisely. On the right. Clang. The swords meet violently. Chiron stumbles back slightly but holds the block perfectly. Blue energy flares at the impact. Rian's eyes widen slightly in surprise at the solid defense. Still, he thinks Chiron is just struggling. Rian presses the attack, pouring strength into his blade. Chiron feels the immense force. Rian thinks cheap tricks won't work against real power. Chiron grits his teeth. Rian's blade is heavy, but fast too. He holds his ground. Rian pulls back, enraged, preparing another strike. Chiron stays focused, but notes, it's getting harder to sense his attacks. The speed and power are pushing the limits of his synesthesia. He ducks and weaves, dodging Rian's relentless slashes by inches, panting hard, purely reacting to what his senses tell him. His foot skids as he barely avoids another blow. The pressure is intense. Chiron starts to question Rian's all-out assault. Something seems off. Rian smirks, seeing Chiron only defending. He thinks Chiron is overwhelmed, finally realizing the gap between them. Rian presses harder, thinking about the powerful Ojent style, designed for heavy swords. No way this untrained kid can withstand it for long. Chiron clutches his chest where a near miss sliced his shirt. He pants, realizing just how dangerous each blow is, enough force to break bones. Rian roars again, raising his sword high. I'll crush you with pure strength. Here I go. He brings the sword down in a massive overhead chop. Chiron meets it with an upward block, the impact sending out a shockwave of blue energy. Chiron holds the block, but his spirit zone senses something odd. That's strange, he thinks. His mind instantly analyzes the previous exchange. If Rian had followed that near miss to his chest with an upward slash, the fight would be over. Why, Chiron wonders, is he only using these big, powerful, but predictable movements? As Rian prepares another heavy strike, Chiron understands. I see. Rian's understanding of sword fighting is shallower than it appears. He's relying on raw power and the flashy Ojent-style moves, but not thinking tactically. Chiron realizes Rian knows how to perform skills, but lacks the insight to apply them effectively in a real fight. He doesn't adapt. Chiron's eyes gleam blue. If that's the case, an opportunity. He mentally lowers his assessment of Rian's actual combat ability. Their swords clash again, locked momentarily, sparks flying. Chiron meets Rian's glare, his own eyes now sharp, calculating. Change of plans, he thinks. No more pure defense. Time to exploit those openings. Chiron pushes back hard against Rian's blade. I will attack, he decides, seizing the initiative. A bright flash erupts as he counters. Rian is stunned by the sudden offensive push. What? He analyzes Chiron's attack as just brute strength, basic slashes. He can't believe Chiron is attacking him. Why is it so hard to stop these simple moves? Chiron lands a solid hit against Rian's guard, forcing him back a step. KK. Rian grunts. Chiron presses his advantage, sensing Rian tiring. Rian's inefficient power moves are draining his stamina. Chiron focuses on maintaining his own rhythm, conserving strength. Rian pants heavily, sweat pouring, clearly winded now. His mind reels in disbelief. No way. No way. This can't be happening. How is this commoner, this butler, pushing him back? Memories flood Rian's mind. His father beaming at Rai, the banquet celebrating her genius, him sitting small and forgotten. He remembers always struggling while Rai excelled effortlessly. His father's proud hand on her shoulder, never his. The laughter feels like mockery now. He sees Rai's calm, confident face. Her slight, knowing smile, the smile of effortless talent he could never match. These memories fuel his rage and desperate denial. Rian glares at Chiron, face twisted with fury. Don't make me laugh, he screams. He swings wildly, abandoning all form, attacking with pure, desperate force. I will become the greatest swordsman, he roars. Chiron meets the blow, shocked by the raw power. Their swords lock, energy crackling fiercely. Rian pushes with everything he has, face strained. Chiron wonders if Rian has just given up on technique entirely. Is he even thinking? Chiron stares, bewildered by this sudden shift back to raw, thoughtless power. He senses Rian's attacks devolve into something completely unpredictable, driven purely by emotion. Dark, chaotic energy surrounds Rian's form in Chiron's perception. His sword path, it's gone. Chiron thinks, alarmed. It's totally unpredictable. Rian's desperation has made him dangerous in a completely new way. Rian lets out a final, furious roar, "Gah!" throwing everything into one last reckless charge. Chiron braces himself, blue energy flaring, ready to read this chaos, ready to adapt again. Chiron's eye is wide but intensely focused, the blue spirit zone aura swirling. He has to anticipate the unpredictable. The duel enters its most dangerous phase yet. Chironi faces Rian's final, chaotic attack. The wild swings are almost impossible to track, pure emotion driving the blade. Rian screams, putting everything into it, fueled by years of feeling second best. But Chironi finds the opening. His blue eyes lock onto Rian's sword arm, spotting the flaw in the chaos. He prepares his counter. His eye flares blue, he sees the weakness, the moment to strike within Rian's reckless attack. Visual, a single sword hangs in darkness, representing the simple, core principle Chironi uses. And just like that, it's over. Rian's sword is stuck deep in the dirt floor, far from Chironi. Rian stands there, disarmed, defeated. Chironi lowers his own sword slightly. Silence falls heavy in the torchlit arena. Chironi pants hard, the adrenaline leaving him shaky and exhausted. A cut bleeds on his chest, his clothes are torn. Hyuk! Hyuk! He stares, eyes wide with shock. Rian catches his breath too, looking down at his empty hands, then at his sword embedded in the ground. Disbelief and exhaustion wash over him. Hyuk! Hyuk! Just the sound of heavy breathing fills the arena. Chironi stares at Rian, still trying to process it. Rian looks just as stunned. Did that really just happen? That last moment? Chironi replays it. He remembers parrying Rian's final, desperate downward slash. And in that split second, shifting his own grip on the sword hilt. He remembers twisting his body, angling his blade just right, and striking upwards, using Rian's own momentum to deflect the blow and send his sword flying out of his hand. Precision over power. Chironi lowers his sword fully, still gasping for air, looking completely bewildered. What kind of guy is he? He mutters, amazed at Rian's recklessness, and maybe even more amazed that he actually won. His eyes are wide, sweat dripping. It sinks in. I didn't think I'd actually win, he thinks, stunned. Fgayak. The adrenaline is gone now, leaving just bone-deep exhaustion and the big question, but what now? He won the duel, sure, but is still just a commoner butler who beat the noble's son. What happens next? He looks at Rian, trying to guess his reaction. Nobles don't take defeat well. His pride is hurt. How's he going to retaliate? He braces himself. Quick flash, crude drawing of a smiling face. Rian finally breaks the silence, his voice quiet, without anger. He takes a breath. I lost. Shironi just stares, completely caught off guard by the simple admission. Quick flash, crude drawing with sharp teeth. Rian runs a hand through his messy hair, looking more frustrated with himself than anything. Damn it, I lost? I lost again, he yells, punching his own fist. He looks straight at Shironi, surprisingly calm. You won. He accepts it. I lost. I have nothing to say, even if you kill me. He sounds resigned, like he expects punishment for losing a duel he started. Shironi just keeps staring, panting slightly, totally thrown by this reaction. Gayak! Gayak! A weak, disbelieving smile touches Shironi's lips. Are you joking? He asks, still wary. Rian looks genuinely confused. Which what? Shironi blurts out the obvious. Young master, if I killed you, do you think I'd survive? Pointing out that a commoner killing a noble is a death sentence anyway. Rian snaps back, what kind of nonsense is that? Rian grins slightly, maybe amused. Well, we both risked our lives, and I admitted defeat. Shironi immediately argues, only you did, young master. I fought to live. They glare at each other, the absurdity of the situation suddenly hitting them. Rian yells about how the duel didn't even make sense, blaming Shironi for getting him caught in the first place. Shironi yells right back about loyalty and Rian's actions, asking for trouble. Shironi completely loses it for a second, shouting, loyalty my ass. What did you say, you bastard? Rian shrinks back a bit, drawn like a funny little cartoon. Rian splutters, trying to justify himself, talking about the pressure he's under, saying Shironi shouldn't have pressured him. Shironi just thinks silently that Rian wouldn't dare talk back to the swordmaster like this. Split image, Rian's bluster versus Shironi's perception of his fear. Shironi thinks, baffled, is that really how he sees it? Rian ignores Shironi's inner turmoil and asks abruptly, hey, you. What's your name? Shironi, kneeling on the ground trying to catch his breath, looks up, surprised. He answers, Arian Shironi. Rian stares at him, looking bewildered again. He thinks, what is this? Don't people usually compliment each other after a good fight? He's confused by the argument after the life or death intensity. Shironi is just as confused, wiping his mouth. What happened to the cold warrior from a minute ago, he wonders. Shironi looks at Rian, thinking, maybe Rian isn't just arrogant. Maybe there's something else underneath. He remembers Rai's mocking laughter in the flashback. Rian isn't like that, Shironi realizes. He didn't laugh or dismiss him. Instead, he fought with everything he had, desperately. Shironi looks down, then meets Rian's gaze again. Rian cuts him off, standing tall again, though clearly tired. I'm Agent Rian, he states formally. Shironi just looks up, confused. Question mark. Rian grabs Shironi's collar, pulling him closer. Shironi thinks, startled, his full name all of a sudden. Rian leans in, holding out a hand to Shironi, who's still sitting on the ground. Let's be friends, he asks, a surprisingly hopeful, almost boyish look on his face. How about it? Time jumps forward. Autumn leaves drift past the windows of the Grand Library. Inside, butlers move stacks of books. Temuran watches them, then notes Shironi's progress, over 7,000 books sorted out of about 10,500. Temuran observes Shironi working diligently nearby. He murmurs thoughtfully. Good progress in a year. Shironi looks up briefly. Thank you. Shironi reflects silently. A whole year has passed since he started this job. He watches the butlers work. As the number of books decreased, the sorting got much faster, more efficient. He glances around the vast library. His own secret goal is also progressing, only 200 history books left out of the 850 he targeted. He can read over 3 books a day now. Soon, that backbone of knowledge he dreamed of will be complete. He allows himself a small, satisfied smile. His plan is working. But more important than anything else, Rian is lounging nearby, surprisingly focused on reading a book. Shironi thinks about how having a friend here has been the most unexpected benefit of this dangerous job. He remembers Rian excitedly pointing out books, mentioning how his father and brother, Rai, used the library often. Shironi had scoffed internally at the privilege back then. Shironi watches Rian now. Getting to know him, he realizes Rian, despite his noble status, can be caring and pretty playful underneath the bluster. He finds Rian totally engrossed in a book among the shelves. Rian exclaims how many books there are to read. Yeah, Shironi thinks Rian really is the typical energetic, easily distracted youngest son. Shironi approaches Rian, carefully holding out a book. "Don't damage this, or I'll die," Shironi jokes, referencing the strict rules. Rian looks up, startled, "EK." Rian gives a big thumbs up and a grin. "Keek! Don't worry. No book is worth a life," he declares grandly. "Even if you burned down the whole library, I'd protect you." Shironi facepalms, smiling despite himself. Rian means well, even if he's clueless about the real danger Shironi is in. He asks Rian why he's hiding in the library again instead of training. Rian sprawls dramatically on the floor, complaining he only had basic training today and wanted to study instead. Shironi sighs, pulling Rian's arm. "Then you should actually study. What are you doing?" Rian throws a mini tantrum among the books. "I'm bored. So bored." Shironi looks down, exasperated but clearly fond of his unlikely friend. Shironi sighs again. It's not that Rian's lazy, he knows. Rian is like fire, intense, easily ignited, burning brightly when triggered, but needing direction. Transition, 10 minutes later. Now they are both sitting at a table, actually reading. Shironi tells Rian sternly to focus if he's here to study. Rian looks up, asking Shironi about his goal to become a mage. Does he really need to read so many books? He glances at Shironi's stack. 800 seems impossible. Shironi replies calmly that yes, he needs to catch up since he never had a chance to study before. Rian flips through his own history book, boasting slightly that after reading 600 history books himself, he pretty much knows it all now. Shironi looks surprised and maybe a little skeptical. But Rian seems genuinely fascinated by the book he's reading now. "Wow, this is amazing," he says, totally absorbed. Shironi watches him, impressed by his reading speed and focus when he's actually interested. He's really getting sucked in. Shironi reflects that when Rian applies himself like this, he seems surprisingly mature for his age. Rian suddenly looks up, clearing his throat. He's found something. "Oh Tilda, this book looks interesting." He reads aloud the classic question, if a swordsman and a mage fight, who wins? He looks at Shironi expectantly. Shironi thinks back on his own journey, seeking answers about magic, facing dangers, the metaphorical predatory trees of the unknown. He remembers his harsh training, the near-death experiences, learning about fear through facing swordsmanship. It all strengthened his spirit zone. He found comfort and progress in books. The start was rough, but he kept going, and now the finish line feels closer. Rian interrupts his thoughts, complaining the book is boring, no pictures, nothing about swordsmanship. Shironi leans over, snapping back, asking how he can judge after one page. Rian just demands, "So who wins?" Rian looks annoyed, thinking privately why a mage and swordsman would even fight. Suddenly, a calm, new voice speaks from behind them. Of course, the swordsman would win. They both turn, surprised. Standing there is Ojent Rai, Rian's older sibling, the acknowledged genius, with dark hair and piercing eyes. Shironi greets him formally, bowing slightly. Rian looks shocked. "What? How do you know my brother?" Confirming Rai is male. Rai places a hand gently on a book Shironi holds, referencing a specific, earlier conversation. Then, that conversation. Rai begins. Shironi looks down quickly, flustered, avoiding Rai's direct gaze. Shironi's mind races in panic. Did he hear? Rian looks closely at his brother, maybe seeing something suspicious in his calm demeanor. Rai waits patiently, holding a red book, expression unreadable. Shironi panics internally. He knows getting caught having a casual, potentially sensitive conversation with a noble could have serious consequences for a butler. Rian tries to deflect, teasing Rai, "Ha ha. How can you be so sure? Siding with swordsmen just because you are one? He tries to steer the topic away from whatever Rai overheard. Rai smoothly dismisses Rian's question about bias, saying the answer is obvious if you consider strategy and positioning. Rian grins, still teasing, "We're talking about a fight, why does location matter? Don't tell me you're going to talk about battlefield ranks." Rai completely ignores Rian, turning directly to Shironi. "Hey, you," Rai addresses him. Rian looks annoyed at being brushed off. Rai asks Shironi for his opinion on the mage versus swordsman question, likely referencing the overheard conversation. Shironi looks totally lost. "Hey?" Rai studies Shironi intently, wondering if there's a hidden meaning behind his words, thinking Shironi is hard to read. Rai narrows his eyes slightly, considering. This situation makes Shironi even harder to figure out. He decides he needs a proper answer. Shironi thinks about the question carefully. If they are at similar skill levels, he starts thoughtfully. Once the swordsman gets inside the mage's range, he clarifies mentally, spirit zone range, it would be hard for the swordsman to win. Rai listens, then calmly counters, suggesting a swordsman's superior speed could strike before magic takes effect. Shironi immediately realizes his mistake. "No, wrong." Rai smiles faintly, a knowing look in his eyes. "The mage loses," he states simply, confirming his original point. Shironi looks surprised by his certainty. Shironi looks flustered, clearly outmatched by Rai's sharp logic and confidence. Rian leans closer to Shironi, whispering with maybe a hint of awe or intimidation, "So that's Ogent Rai for you." Rai's expression remains unreadable. He recalls a memory, someone describing his cruel streak, enjoying crushing what others hold precious. A dark silhouette shows Rai looming over a crying younger Rian. Rai thinks, remembering taunting Rian about history and mentioning the legendary 5 godly generals' army. Rai turns his intense gaze fully on Shironi. The artifact that disrupts a mage spirit zone. He directly references a topic Shironi must have discussed earlier, confirming Shironi's fear. Rai did overhear him talking about sensitive, possibly forbidden things. Rian looks on, confused by the sudden shift. Shironi freezes, realizing Rai knows much more than he let on. The atmosphere chills. Rai seems to be testing him, probing his knowledge about powerful artifacts, hinting at dangerous secrets and perhaps judging Shironi's intentions. Rai continues his probing conversation, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He looks right at Chiron. "Seems like you enjoy history? Ever heard of the 5 godly generals' armor set?" Chiron sits frozen, Rian looking clueless beside him. Rai just mentioned the exact topic Chiron was secretly researching, artifacts that mess with a mage's spirit zone. Rai definitely overheard him earlier. Chiron keeps his face carefully neutral, though his mind is racing. He simply confirms, "It's anti-magic." Rai nods, referencing the core concept, a mage's unique power, the spirit zone. He describes how mages seem untouchable within that zone, controlling everything around them. Fighting a mage there, Rai explains, is like trying to fight sharks swirling around you in deep water. You're completely outmatched. But, he continues, what if you could disrupt that water, confuse the shark's senses? Visual, armored footsteps onto rippling water. That's what anti-magic does. It cancels out the mage's biggest advantage, leaving them vulnerable. No spirit zone means no magic. Wear armor with anti-magic, Rai explains, and theoretically, no mage can touch you, though there are limits. He reveals its origin, an ancient technique using magic from a dragon's heart. And it has the nature of waves, meaning its power can't just be bought or easily increased. Even a legendary master named Yakra could only get the original armor set to 65% efficiency. Its potential is inherently limited. Because of that, the price? Rian gasps as Rai casually mentions just one piece costs about the entire kingdom's budget for a year. Rian blurts out, "So swordsmen are stronger then?" missing the point. Rai turns slightly, a sly look in his eyes. "Here's the twist," he says. "The ones who made anti-magic were mages themselves." Rian looks totally confused. Chiron stays quiet, absorbing the irony. Rai explains it's obvious. There are plenty of situations where controlling magic is useful, so mages created the demand for their own countermeasure. It's good business. Rai smiles condescendingly, suggesting modern mages profit by controlling access to anti-magic solutions, so you don't need those expensive ancient artifacts anyway. He finishes dismissively, calling mages pathetic for selling out their own kind's weaknesses. Rian glares, maybe insulted for Chiron, yelling, "Isn't that too harsh?" But falters, unsure how to argue. Chiron finally speaks, a faint, polite smile on his face. "That's what a mage is," he agrees calmly, seeming to accept the cynical reality Rai described. Rian looks surprised at Chiron's agreement. Rai also looks slightly taken aback. "What?" Chiron just repeats Rai's own point back to him. Anti-magic was made by mages. Rai clarifies anti-magic has other uses too, restricting magic in courts, or as a training tool. It's both a weapon against mages and a useful tool created by mages. Rai gives a small chuckle. So, he concludes, you can't really say swordsmen are superior just because anti-magic exists. He subtly reinforces the idea that mages still hold the cards. Rian covers his mouth, maybe hiding a groan at his brother's intellectual games. Rai just looks coolly satisfied. Rai turns back to Chiron, suddenly dismissive again. Idealism and reality are different. He scoffs, maybe at Chiron's quiet ambition. Doesn't matter. A mage still can't win against a swordsman. He flips his own conclusion, maybe just to mess with Chiron. Rai finally leaves. Rian lets out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, Chiron looks thoughtful, processing that strange, unsettling conversation. Chiron smiles wryly at Rian, winking. "I thought I was going to die," he jokes, glad the tension is finally broken. Rian bursts out laughing, grabbing Chiron in a friendly headlock. "Rahaha. You're the best, Chiron. First time I've seen Rai look like that." He's thrilled Chiron held his own. "Your tongue's as sharp as a sword." Chiron feels relieved, the mood lightening. But he still thinks about Rai's words. Maybe idealism and reality are different. Still, he has to admire Rai's sharp mind, even if it feels dangerous, that willingness to dissect weaknesses, even his own kind's. Doesn't that kind of cold intellect shape the world? He wonders. For better or worse. Snow falls outside, dusting a stone crest. Time passes. 6 months later. Temurin, the associate butler, reviews the library transfer report. He looks pleased with the progress. All right. He sips his tea, watching Chiron work nearby. Temurin remarks to the head butler, the one with the monocle, that the job finished much faster than expected, thanks to Chiron. The head butler agrees it's great the transfer is 6 months ahead of schedule, acknowledging sorting 20 years of neglected books was tough. He looks at Chiron, saying it's a shame to let such a useful worker go. Temurin considers finding an excuse to extend the contract, recognizing Chiron's value. Temurin approaches Chiron. Chiron notes Temurin seems almost appreciative, which is unlike him. Temurin quickly clears his throat, returning to his usual formal self. Temurin sips his tea, thinking. He addresses Chiron formally, "Chiron Aryan." Chiron diligently flips through a book, making final notes. He reflects on the past year and a half. Reading one book is easy, but processing thousands of pages required incredible focus and stamina. He closes the last history book, a look of quiet accomplishment on his face, bathed in golden light. It feels like a dream. Finally, he's done it. He built his foundation of knowledge. Just then, Rian bursts through the library doors, searching. "Chiron," he calls out. "Are you done? You haven't left yet, right?" Chiron looks up, surprised. Rian looks immensely relieved to find him still there. "You." Rian leans in, beaming excitedly. "Don't tell me, you finished it all?" He knows Chiron has completed the massive sorting project. Chiron nods, smiling back. "Yeah, nothing left to read here, anyway." Meaning the job and his history goal are complete. Rian throws his arms around Chiron in a hug, absolutely thrilled for him. "Really? You're amazing." Chiron gets slightly crushed. "Kiuk." Rian pulls back, still beaming. "Congrats. That's incredible." Rian says. Chiron smiles genuinely, then asks, "Rian, before I go, can I come see your room?" Rian looks totally shocked, then absolutely thrilled. "What? Really?" Chiron thinks, is it really that surprising? Rian pumps his fist, explaining dramatically how Chiron always kept their friendship low-key because of the class difference, so this sudden request feels huge. Chiron looks a bit flustered. Really? Chiron smiles, thinking he actually regretted having to be so careful about their friendship too. He remembers how they always met secretly in the library. Rian would peek in, they'd whisper plans while other butlers were around, always stealing moments to hang out. They lived like that for a year. Chiron thinks, before he leaves for good, he wants to see how his friend really lives. Rian, meanwhile, is ecstatic. Okay, let's go. Everyone's out right now. Rian excitedly pulls Chiron away. Chiron thinks, surprised, right now? Chiron, bundled in a coat and scarf against the falling snow, stands outside Rian's personal building. Wow. He murmurs, impressed. Okay, he thinks, let's see Rian's place. They approach a large, fancy building flying the Ojent flag. Chiron feels a little nervous. Rian, can we really just walk in the front door? Rian waves off his concern. Don't worry. No one will be back till evening. They walk through grand, empty hallways. It's so quiet, Chiron observes. And huge. Rian nods. Yeah, just servants around. They reach massive double doors. Chiron thinks, is that really just one room? It looks bigger than my whole house back home. Rian beams proudly. Chiron muses that Rian really is a rich young master, even if he often acts like anything but. Rian gestures grandly. Here. This is my room. Chiron steps inside, looking around, astonished. Title card, Rian's room. It's big and well-furnished, but surprisingly simple, more like a comfortable training lodge than a fancy noble's room. There's a card table, practice dummies. Chiron remembers it was the room at the end of the hall. He asks teasingly if it's a training room. Rian welcomes him proudly. Chiron realizes the room reflects Rian, focused on training, maybe a bit separate from the main family's opulence. Rian's sword lies casually on the floor near some nice furniture. So this is where Rian lived, Chiron thinks. Simple, dedicated. Visual, Rian's hands near a notebook on a sunlit desk. Rian looks slightly awkward, maybe embarrassed showing his space. Chiron smiles slightly, taking it all in. Later, Rian groans dramatically after losing at cards. Cook. He throws his cards down. I quit. Lost again. Chiron sits opposite, looking smug amidst poker chips. Another round? Rian points accusingly. You're using that spirit zone thing to cheat, aren't you? Chiron looks indignant. What? Who do you think I am? Chiron easily explains Rian's tells, how he holds his cards differently with an ace, how his betting speed changes with a pair. It's so obvious, Rian gapes. W? Rian asks how Chiron noticed all that. Chiron smiles mischievously, saying intense observation pays off. It's not just about tiny details, but sensing the opponent's overall intention. His analytical skills work even here. Rian looks conflicted, covering his face. Don't obsess over details, look at the whole picture. He seems to connect Chiron's card game advice to bigger lessons. Rian slumps onto the table, frustrated. Then, would using schema help? He wonders, still stuck on the swordsman technique. Chiron teases, maybe. Helps when I use the spirit zone. Rian looks totally lost. I think I know, but I don't. Chiron turns away slightly, finding Rian's confusion amusing. Oh, this is fun. Chiron spots a green book on a shelf. Rian, can I borrow this? He asks, holding it up. I've only read history, haven't read a novel in ages. Rian just collapses back onto the table, maybe exhausted by Chiron winning or just being generally dramatic. Chiron looks on amused. Chiron holds the borrowed book and checks his pocket watch. Rian said his family would be back in the evening. Suddenly, Chiron freezes. Huh. He hears something faint, piano music? He listens closely. Musical notes drift down the hallway. There's only one person here, who plays the piano. Down the corridor, light spills from a room with a grand piano. Chiron realizes who it must be, Rian's older sister, the court pianist. A beautiful young woman with long, flowing blue hair sits playing gracefully, her back to the doorway. Her name appears, Reina Ogent. Reina finishes the piece, turning slightly. How was it? She asks someone unseen. She turns fully, revealing elegant features and striking golden eyes, noticing Chiron peeking around the doorframe. My piano sonata, she finishes. Chiron freezes. I got caught. Chiron stammers nervously from behind the door. It was really great. He panics internally. What do I do? Reina stands up gracefully. First time I've seen you. Are you new? She asks calmly. Chiron explains he was hired to categorize the books, and it's been a year now. Reina gestures towards the piano. So you're that child? She smiles faintly. Sorting those books requires intelligence. Have you ever played? She pats the piano bench beside her. Then I'll teach you. Want to sit here? Chiron looks down at the offered seat, then back at Reina, completely stunned. Pardon? He thinks incredulously. She wants me to sit there? Reina waits patiently. Chiron feels completely out of his depth, remembering Rai's unsettling behavior. He assumes Reina, like Rai, is highly skilled, maybe using schema even to play piano. He remembers Rian warning him that his older sister was the most awful person in the estate. Chiron remains frozen, trapped between politeness, fear, and the unnerving complexities of the Ogent siblings, unsure how to respond to Reina's unexpected invitation. Chiron stands frozen by the piano, Reina Ogent's unexpected invitation echoing in the room. He tells himself firmly, don't let your guard down. He looks at Reina, his mind racing. She's powerful, maybe even uses schema while playing. He tries to politely refuse, thinking of Rian's warning, that his older sister has the nastiest personality in the family. This elegant woman could be trouble. But Reina just smiles warmly, seemingly unaware of his panic. I'll teach you then, she offers again, patting the bench. Sit right here. Chiron stares at the spot beside the high noble pianist, completely bewildered. Sit there? As a commoner butler? Reina smiles reassuringly. It's okay. No one will punish you. I allowed it. Her permission overrides the rules, but not Chiron's anxiety. He feels trapped. She's being so nice, how can he possibly refuse without causing offense? That might be even worse. Reluctantly, Chiron sits down beside her on the long bench, feeling incredibly out of place. Well, he thinks, trying to find a silver lining, when will he ever get to sit at a grand piano again? Reina starts the lesson, pointing out basic keys and notes on the sheet music. She gently guides his hand. Press these 3 keys together. Faint orange light seems to glow around them. Chiron presses the keys. A simple chord rings out. He looks down, concentrating, slightly flushed. It sounds great, he thinks, surprised by the simple beauty. Reina smiles faintly. Oh, pretty good, she compliments politely. Chiron quickly pulls his hand back, feeling awkward again. Sorry, he murmurs. Then curiosity sparks. But, can I try playing it once? He asks hesitantly. Reina looks slightly surprised but agrees easily. Chiron looks at the keys, warning Reina it might not sound good. Reina smiles kindly, saying that's normal for a first-timer, though she thinks privately, didn't he just learn those chords? Chiron places his hands hesitantly on the keys. He closes his eyes, takes a breath, centering himself. Reina watches, covering her mouth, initially amused. His posture, his hand position, it's all completely wrong technique-wise. But as he starts playing, she pauses, intrigued. He's not just hitting random notes, he seems to be feeling his way through the music she just played. Reina listens, her amusement fading into surprise. How strange, she thinks. Technically it's a mess, but somehow it's perfectly the same. Reina stares, shocked. Despite the terrible technique, the feeling, the essence of her piece, it's there in his playing. She's astonished. What is this? It's not really a performance, she analyzes, but he somehow saw through to the core of the music, replicating the emotion he heard. Chiron finishes, looking a bit sheepish. Reina just stares at him, completely reassessing him. Why is someone like this working as a butler? He even looks elegant. Chiron, flustered by her intense gaze, starts to apologize. He jumps up, bowing low, internally panicking and cursing himself, thinking Reina must hate his terrible playing. Just then, Rian bursts into the room, breaking the silence. "You should just go to sleep when you get home instead of acting crazy," he yells, clearly talking to Reina. Reina turns calmly towards Rian. Rian stops short when he sees Chiron standing there too. Chiron, why are you here?" Chiron points frantically between them, panicking. I can explain this." Reina looks between them, mildly surprised. You two know each other?" Chiron shakes his head violently, denying it. But Rian casually throws an arm around Chiron's shoulder, pulling him close. Chiron looks horrified. His friendship with Rian is about to be exposed. Rian just grins. "Ah, Chiron?" "He's my friend," Rian tells Reina proudly, like it's the most normal thing in the world. Reina just smiles faintly. Chiron is still panicking, but Rian whispers reassuringly, "Don't worry, that devilish old granny might have a nasty personality, but she doesn't care about stuff like this." Chiron stares at Rian, aghast. "Don't be ridiculous." Just then, Reina gently grabs Chiron's chin, turning his face towards her. "Your name is Chiron, huh?" She leans in slightly, studying his face intently. Ignoring Rian completely, Reina asks Chiron, "What were you thinking while playing just now? I'm really curious." Chiron is surrounded by question marks, totally flustered. Rian pipes up, "What? Chiron played? I thought you were just acting crazy." Chiron feels his assumptions crumbling. She doesn't care that Rian is friends with a commoner? He looks from Reina to Rian, then tells Rian off. "More importantly, why did you lie? Your sister is actually really nice." Rian glares, grabbing Chiron's collar. "What? Don't fall for it, Chiron," he whispers urgently. "She's a witch. She'll devour you for reasons you don't even understand." Chiron just looks confused. Reina ignores them, smiling warmly at Chiron. She keeps smiling kindly, then raises an eyebrow, asking Rian teasingly, "Oh? You're close enough to hand your sister over to him?" She pinches Rian's cheek, gushing over how cute Chiron is. "Why not just live with him? Make him part of the family." Rian looks horrified at the suggestion. Then Reina suddenly yanks Rian down by his hair, her sweet demeanor vanishing. "You dare get cocky just because I was nice?" Rian yelps in pain. Chiron watches, thinking, "I really don't get nobles at all." Rian scrambles away from Reina, terrified again. He asks why she's even home. Reina calmly explains their brother Rai is taking the official swordsman exam, and she's here to fetch him. They leave tomorrow. Rian looks completely bewildered by the news. Chiron is surprised too. The official swordsman qualification exam. Things have progressed that quickly? He recalls what he read about it, the official qualification certificate, recognized across the whole continent. It's incredibly prestigious. Held once a year, thousands try, but only about 30 actually pass and get certified. Sure, there are unofficial ways to get ranks, like graduating from approved schools like Alpia's Magic Academy, or earning points through guilds. But everyone knows real money and fame follow the official titles. So even with other options, countless people still chase that official certification every year. Rian mutters enviously about Rai. "Wow, geniuses have it easy. All that family support." Taking the exam at only 18. Reina pats Rian's head gently. "Cheer up," she says softly, then mentions needing to prepare dinner using special seafood from the palace. She walks away. She pauses at the door, turning back to Chiron with a warm smile. "Nice meeting you, Chiron. Let's greet each other properly next time." Rian watches her go. Chiron bows politely. "Yes, see you again?" Though he doubts it will happen. He thinks about his own future. He'll be going home, leaving the mansion tomorrow. His contract is up. Reina overhears Rian muttering about her nasty personality, and she turns back, smiling sweetly at Chiron but addressing Rian, saying Rian is immature but she's glad he has a good friend like Chiron. Chiron thanks her gratefully. As Reina finally leaves, Chiron looks thoughtful, then asks Rian curiously, "Hey Rian, your sister, does she have a boyfriend?" Rian stops dead, turning slowly, expression blank. Then he grins mischievously, dismissing the question, telling Chiron to ignore it. Reina, walking away with her maids, overhears Chiron's question and stops, visibly annoyed. "A boyfriend? she mutters, then laughs it off loudly for her maids, saying they're just kids fooling around. But in the background, Rian goes flying, clearly having been thrown by Reina for his earlier comments. A butler watches Reina leave, discussing the seafood preparation. Meanwhile, the head butler, Louis, speaks with another butler, Hannes, asking if Rian's friend came by today. Hannes confirms no appointment was made. They spot Chiron and Rian goofing off on a balcony. Louis calls out, "Chiron?" Louis adjusts his glasses, looking sternly at Chiron. "I wondered why that name sounded familiar," he says thoughtfully. "Now I remember." Chiron looks nervous. What does the head butler remember? Cutscene, Rian training intensely in the snowy mountains. He stops for a break, gasping for breath. His swordmaster watches, noting Rian's intense focus has returned, just like after the duel a year ago. But this time feels different. The swordmaster considers Rai leaving for the palace, and Rian's ongoing struggle to learn schema. That's still his biggest obstacle. Suddenly, a messenger runs up, yelling urgently for Rian. Rian looks up, annoyed. The messenger relays a summons from Reina. Rian dismisses it, thinking it's about Rai. That's not it. The messenger looks panicked. He delivers the shocking news. The contract butler, Chiron, he's in danger. He might die. Rian spits out his water in shock. Rian confronts the head butler, demanding answers. Chiron is supposed to go home today. Louis explains cautiously that he reported something about Chiron to the Patriarch, and it's somehow related to Rian. Rian grabs the swordmaster frantically, needing to see his father immediately, explaining Chiron is his friend and he thinks his father found out. Rian sprints towards the mansion, terrified, thinking he can explain everything and save Chiron. Louis shouts after him, "You can't go." Rian turns, bewildered. Louis is blocking his path. And the swordmaster stands ominously behind Louis, sword drawn slightly. "Teacher?" Rian realizes he's being physically stopped. Shot of the imposing Ogent mansion under a cold sky. Inside a grand hall, Chiron kneels alone on the floor before the seated Ogent Patriarch, Bischoff, with Rai and Reina beside him. Butlers line the walls silently. The atmosphere is heavy, formal, and terrifying. Chiron kneels, head bowed, waiting. The Patriarch stares down, expressionless. Aryan Chiron, the name hangs in the air. The Patriarch, Bischoff Ogent, speaks, his voice cold, absolute. "You will be executed." The words hit like a physical blow, stark red text against black. Chiron's fate appears sealed. Execution. The word hangs in the air. Chironi, the contract butler, is in deadly danger. Far away, Rian desperately questions the messenger butler. "Why? He's supposed to go home today." The butler nervously explains the head butler reported Chironi to the Patriarch, something about his relationship with Rian. Rian stands stunned. He turns frantically to his swordmaster. "Master, I have to see my father." The swordmaster asks calmly what's wrong. Rian spills it out. His friend Chironi is in trouble, and he thinks his father found out about their friendship. "If I just talk to him, he'll forgive him." Rian pleads, sure he can fix this. "We can train later." But the swordmaster cuts him off with a single, firm word, "No." Rian stares, bewildered. "Here?" The nervous butler watches from behind. The swordmaster stands like a wall, blocking Rian's path, his face stern. "Master?" Rian questions, disbelief sinking in. Back in the grand hall, Chironi kneels silently on the cold floor, awaiting his fate. Aryan Chironi. The Patriarch, Bischoff Ogent, sits flanked by Rai and Reina, holding the official report. His voice echoes coldly, "You are sentenced to death." The words blaze white against a blood-red screen. Final. Absolute. Chironi looks up slightly, his eyes reflecting the cold, grand hall. How did it come to this? Nearby maids whisper, shocked but keeping their distance. A commoner and a noble. Temuran, the associate butler, watches with a troubled look. Even if the boy is naive, he thinks, this seems excessively harsh. Rai remains impassive. Bischoff holds the report. Reina looks genuinely distressed. Reina stands suddenly, appealing to her father, "Father, please, just a moment." But Bischoff dismisses her instantly, "What more is there to say?" He unrolls the head butler's report, likely filled with twisted accounts. According to this document, the listening butlers look nervous. Bischoff reads from the likely false statements, there are countless records here of how badly this child treated Rian. Bischoff looks down at Shironi coldly. He knew the contract terms. He has no grounds for complaint. Anything else to say? Shironi is silent for a beat, then looks up slightly. There's one thing I want to ask. He asks calmly, if Rian and I were friends, what would happen to him? The watching butlers gasp and mutter furiously. Does this kid not realize he's about to die? He should be begging. Rai and Reina look slightly surprised by the question. Even now, Rai thinks he's worried about Rian? Bischoff snaps, how dare you ask questions? He glares down with contempt. As stupid as expected from a commoner. You think anything will happen to a noble's son for associating with someone like you? Shironi just lets out a faint puff of breath, almost a smile. He looks up, meeting the patriarch's gaze directly, surprisingly calm, almost relieved. It's true. Rian and I are friends. We built that friendship over a year, he states plainly. The butlers gasp again. Shironi continues firmly, and we will continue to be. The patriarch is enraged by his defiance. You don't understand how scary the world is, boy, he bellows. He sneers, fine. I see the Ogent name means nothing to you. Shironi calls out clearly, head butler. Bischoff slams his fist down. Deal with him. Quickly. And make sure not a word of this gets out. Two guards move towards Shironi. Reina cries out, Father. Wait. Rai cuts her off, didn't you hear father? The order is given. The head butler, Louis, steps forward, addressing Shironi formally but coldly. The order has been made. It will not be revoked. Louis continues, I shall guide you. You may think this is harsh now, but... Two guards begin escorting Shironi down a long, empty corridor toward a bright light at the end. Louis adds quietly, almost to himself, you will be thankful later. Implying Shironi's death protects the family somehow. Suddenly, a furious roar echoes down the hall from behind them. Says who? It's Rian, standing there panting, sword drawn, having finally broken free. Shironi stops, turning slightly as the guards hold him. Reina beams, pure relief flooding her face. Rian. Rai watches with detached interest. Shironi manages a small, tired smile. His friend came. Rian storms forward, radiating fury. Who declared my friend would be killed without my permission? He bellows directly at his father. Bischoff stands, emanating cold authority. It was I. Rian stands defiantly before his family. Why? He did nothing wrong. He just became my friend. Bischoff replies icily, death isn't always deserved. Nobility is complicated, boy. Bischoff dismisses Rian's feelings. You only enjoy your status because this family handles these difficult affairs. Rian shouts back passionately, what good is status if I have to throw away my friend? Bischoff glares intensely. You childish fool. Why must he die, you ask? He leans closer, voice low and cutting. To nobles, friends must offer something tangible, something shared. Implying a commoner brings nothing of value. He questions Rian's judgment. Do you really think that commoner sees you as a friend? Where's your proof? He sneers, this world is full of parasites trying to leech off nobles. The guards hold Shironi firmly. Rian yells back, Shironi isn't like that. So what? Bischoff presses relentlessly. How can you trust him? Prove it. Give me proof that you and Shironi are truly friends. Rian looks flustered, caught. Proof? Reina looks worried. Rian thinks frantically, he totally trapped me. Bischoff waits, demanding an answer. Rian suddenly remembers Shironi during their card game, how calm he was, how he read people. If I were Shironi, Rian thinks, I'd have a killer answer right now. If I were Shironi? Rian's eyes narrow, searching for Shironi's way of thinking. Shironi watches, remembering Rian's surprising focus during their duel. That look in his eyes, it sucked everything in. He saw Rian's hidden potential then. Shironi's eye glows faintly blue, recalling his own thoughts on observation. Rian struggles, caught in his father's logic. Then, it clicks. Rian. He remembers Shironi's card game advice, don't obsess over little things, sometimes the result is better. He recalls Shironi explaining, it's not just the details, observe them as a whole. Rian repeats it, understanding dawning, observe as a whole? Then, you can. Rian realizes the answer isn't about listing facts. He remembers Shironi holding the ace, proof of his observation. Rian looks at his father, then at Shironi. Glimpse their intentions, Shironi had said. See the whole person. Rian sees his father not just as father, but as the patriarch, the knight, the head of the family. He sees all the titles, the pressures, the responsibilities. Rian gets it now. That's right. This isn't just a family argument. He understands the immense weight his father carries. This is the real deal. This is about the Ogent name, status, future. Flashback, Rian and Shironi playing cards earlier. Flashback, Rian confronting his swordmaster again. Master! Rian pleads, are you saying I can't go? My friend could die. The swordmaster confirms calmly he knows about the library worker. However, he is a commoner. The swordmaster states the harsh reality. Rian looks devastated. Master, you too, he asks, disappointed. You said it yourself. Rian shouts passionately, if people can talk with swords, anyone can be friends. He uses his teacher's own words against him. Rian. The swordmaster asks gravely, do you know what matters most in nobility? It's wiping out any threat to the family's status. He looks sharply at Rian. When you befriended a commoner worth less than a fly, did you consider the danger you put him in? With such little thought, you made him your friend. He forces Rian to see the consequences. Don't think complaining will solve anything, the swordmaster tells him sternly. Rian clenches his fist, understanding now. But still, how can I do nothing? He thinks, I was the one who asked Shironi to be friends first. Rian declares fiercely, I don't want to be a coward. The swordmaster looks closely, seeing the genuine resolve in Rian's eyes. I like that look, he thinks. He knows Rian is enthusiastic, honest, pure, not typical traits for a great swordsman, but it makes you root for him. He sees Rian's true character shining through. The swordmaster holds out his own sword. Take this. Rian understands the gesture. The swordmaster warns him, take this sword and go, but only if you are fully committed. Otherwise, stay here. Rian looks at his teacher, deeply grateful. Master, I'll never forget this debt. The swordmaster adds one final, crucial lesson. Remember this. Throwing away a friend is like throwing away yourself. This is the real deal, Rian thinks again, back in the present, now fully understanding the stakes and his own conviction. He knows where his loyalty lies. Where I put my life on the line. Rian suddenly bursts into loud, unexpected laughter. Ha ha ha. Bischoff, Rai, and Reina are startled. Rian grins wildly, holding the swordmaster's blade. You really got me, father. I almost fell for your logic trap. He shouts, pointing at his father, full of fearless conviction. Proof of friendship? I believe in it. I believe I am Shironi's friend. Bischoff glares, furious. Nonsense. This isn't just about us. Other nobles in the hall murmur loudly about family prestige collapsing, saying they disown their own son for this. Reina cries out, Father, trying again. But Rian stands firm, unwavering. If protecting his friend means losing his status, then I will gladly leave. Rian bows formally to his father, shocking everyone with the formal declaration. Bischoff roars in fury, You bastard! Draw your sword. If you truly believe he's your friend, prove it with your life, right here, right now. He challenges Rian to fight him. Rian draws the swordmaster's sword, its polished blade gleaming in the hall light. He holds it ready, facing his father. Bischoff mocks him, You don't even fit in with nobles your own age. How could he be your friend? You're not equals. You just keep that commoner around to make yourself feel better. Bischoff continues his verbal attack. Rian looks up sharply. This time, you are wrong, father. He holds the sword steadily, point aimed towards his father but not aggressively. Shironi is above my level, he states clearly. I just want to help him reach higher. Bischoff sneers, are you truly this deluded? Believing a noble and commoner can be true friends. Rian declares firmly, I did not persuade him. He turns slightly towards Shironi. Shironi, stay quiet. I will definitely protect you, he implies. Shironi watches Rian, stunned and deeply moved by his friend's unwavering defense. Rian looks absolutely resolute. Shironi speaks quietly, it's okay, Rian. You don't have to carry this alone. Rian glances back. Shironi adds, I'll take responsibility for my part. Shironi remembers Rian offering friendship after their duel. He thinks, I knew this might happen when you asked to be friends, that I might have to choose between you and my life. Shironi smiles genuinely at Rian, his voice clear. Even if I die, I don't regret being friends with you. Rian looks back, tears welling in his golden eyes. That's right, he whispers, his own conviction soaring. He shouts, tears streaming freely now, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Bischoff looks utterly disgusted, furious at this emotional display. Even if I'm kicked out of the family, we're friends. Rian declares, choosing Shironi over his status. Reina watches, a complex mix of emotions on her face, maybe admiration, maybe worry. She thinks, logic might rule noble affairs, but in the end, we're still human, driven by emotion. Text, an honest friend who won't turn their back. The butlers lining the hall are visibly moved, tears in their eyes. They remember wanting, or having, such a friend themselves. Only the head butler Louis scoffs quietly, unimpressed. Suddenly, a loud, hearty laugh booms through the tense hall. Ha ha ha! What a masterpiece! An old man with a long white beard and regal clothes appears at the top of the stairs. Rian looks up, shocked. Grandfather! The old man, clearly a powerful elder of the family, beams down at the scene. Didn't expect such drama in my later years, he exclaims cheerfully. Youth truly is wonderful. His sudden arrival throws everything into chaos once more. Rian just threw away his entire future for Shironi, ready to fight his own father. But Shironi looks him right in the eye, telling him softly, you don't have to carry this alone. And Shironi, with a small, determined smile despite everything, says it plainly, even if this costs me my life, I'll never regret being your friend. That just breaks something in Rian. Tears stream down his face as he shouts back, raw emotion pouring out, that's exactly what I wanted to say. He drives the point home, voice ringing through the hall, even if they kick me out, we're still friends. Nothing changes that. Total commitment, defying everyone. Across the room, Rian's father, the patriarch, looks utterly stunned, maybe even disgusted by this display, by his son choosing a commoner over family status. But suddenly, Reina calls out, Grandfather! Rian is still holding his sword, facing down his family, when his grandfather walks in, actually laughing loudly, Puaha! What a masterpiece! We see the grandfather grinning, clearly enjoying the drama. Didn't expect such a show in my final years, he booms. Youth is the best. He seems to find this life-or-death standoff wildly entertaining. Reina looks relieved, whispering nice. Maybe she called him here? Rai steps forward calmly, greeting his grandfather, noting he arrived earlier than expected. The grandfather waves it off, settling onto a couch like he owns the place, which he probably used to. He jokes his friend ditched him for a young wife, a flimsy excuse given the timing. Shironi watches, processing, and then it clicks. His eyes widen. This old man. He's the legendary general, a Class 3 swordsman. Rian's grandfather. Suddenly, his casual entrance feels much heavier. This is a man of immense power. The grandfather, Ogent Clump, ignores the tension, beaming about how lively things are. Then he looks around, his tone shifting slightly, acknowledging the family honor is questioned. He says, seems like you all have opinions about this boy. He gestures around the room, turning this execution into an impromptu hearing. Why don't we hear everyone out before deciding? He suggests, taking charge. He calls on Reina first. She steps forward, composed, stating clearly that Shironi seems intelligent and talented, completed his contract perfectly, and was supposed to leave today. She concludes firmly that Shironi meant no harm to Rian and brought no dishonor to the family. The grandfather strokes his chin thoughtfully. I see. Next, the grandfather turns to Rai, the genius older brother, asking for his opinion as the prospective next patriarch. But Rai looks distinctly annoyed by the whole thing, clearly wanting no part in it. He starts agreeably, then pulls a fast one, smirking, but it's got nothing to do with me. The patriarch splutters, what? Rai elaborates coolly that while he might not personally like Shironi, it doesn't matter who Rian chooses as friends. It's irrelevant to him. He just wants this over with so he can leave for his swordsman exam. Reina looks completely exasperated by his selfishness. The grandfather just chuckles, amused by Rai's bluntness. Lastly, he says, getting serious again, let's hear from the one who observed Shironi the longest. The associate butler. He calls on Temuran. Temuran steps forward, adjusting his posture, ready to speak formally. The grandfather acknowledges him. But the patriarch tries to intimidate Temuran, reminding him sharply that butlers serve, they don't have opinions. Temuran, unfazed, begins respectfully, Shironi. He states clearly that Shironi completed every task perfectly, 6 months ahead of schedule. High praise for his competence. Shironi listens intently. The patriarch glares, trying to trap him, were you aware they were friends? Temuran answers carefully, distinguishing between friendly terms and friends. He then defends Shironi logically, someone capable of sorting 10,000 books meticulously wouldn't act rashly or foolishly. Shironi murmurs the butler's name, appreciating the unexpected, logical defense. Reina smirks slightly. The tide is turning. The testimonies paint Shironi positively. It's clear now, only the patriarch still insists on punishment. He clears his throat, uncomfortable, losing control. The grandfather cuts through it all with a sharp, "No." He stares intently, joviality gone, replaced by stern authority. I cannot accept this. Whose side is he on? He acknowledges the friendship. No. I understand these two are friends. But, he continues firmly, laying down the noble law, this is where it ends. He explains the danger, rumors, enemies using this against the family. It's about reputation. He lists their responsibilities, Rai's exam, the family status, the people they support. He appeals to Shironi's intelligence, framing it as a necessary sacrifice for the family's good. Reina starts to protest, but stops, seeing Rian trembling, a dark aura gathering around him. He's not backing down. The grandfather notices Rian's building power, commenting on it almost proudly, but reminds him of duty, of the lives they are responsible for. He turns back to Shironi, offering a compromise, his life spared, valuing the friendship's positive effect on Rian. But, can you let Rian go now? He asks Shironi to end the friendship voluntarily. Shironi is silent, then answers quietly but firmly, I cannot do that. Shock ripples through the room. The family stares, stunned. Rian clenches his fist, tense, thinking, shit. Shironi looks at Rian, explaining he'd step away if he were a threat to Rian. But I won't accept ending our friendship just because of outside pressure. Because Rian and I are friends. He stands on principle. He looks down, conflicted, ready to accept punishment but not on these terms. Gripping the sword Rian dropped, he whispers, I feel ashamed, maybe that his friendship caused this, or that he almost considered betraying it. Rian watches, understanding dawning. He'd been relieved Shironi might live, realizing now how selfish that thought was. Shironi already knew what it meant. To desert a friend. The swordmaster's lesson echoes. Shironi looks up, meeting Rian's eyes, finishing the thought, is to forsake yourself. He won't let Rian do that. Seeing Shironi ready to die for their bond, Rian snaps. Enno, he roars, grabbing the sword from Shironi, this was never negotiable. He raises the sword high, energy crackling. I hereby swear. The grandfather and Reina gasp, realizing what he's doing. This is huge. Reina screams desperately, don't do it. Power flares around Rian. Too late. He slams the sword point down into the floor, kneeling before Shironi in the ancient stance of the Knight's Oath. His voice rings out, declaring to everyone, I, Ogent Rian, the third son of Ogent. Swear to become the sword of Shironi, starting now. He binds himself to Shironi as his master, an unbreakable vow. The patriarch completely loses it, face contorted in disbelief and fury. What? Why, you? He finally erupts, screaming, dignity gone, fucking crazy bastard. The camera pulls back, showing the grand Ogent mansion, rocked by this tradition-shattering act. Narrator explains the Knight's Oath origin briefly, born in chaotic times. Constant battles for territory. King Adolf uniting lands, establishing Thormia. Allowing defeated rulers territory in exchange for loyalty. Leading to the formation of the Knight's Oath, loyalty for noble status. This oath became the foundation of nobility. Making such an unconventional oath is seen as undermining the entire noble structure. Rian looks up from kneeling, grinning triumphantly at his stunned family. How about now? Can't revoke this, right? He knows he's won this round. He turns to Shironi, bowing his head respectfully. Master, caused some trouble, he says cheerfully. Swordmaster's thought bubble, this isn't why I gave you that sword. Shironi is horrified, grabbing Rian's shoulders. Rian! What have you done? He understands the gravity of this oath. But the grandfather's sharp voice cuts in, Rian. He stares down intensely. If you want to be his sword, he must be worthy, right? He puts Shironi on the spot. Answer me. He challenges the oath's foundation. Is this boy remarkable? Or are you just stupid? Merit, or foolishness? Rian slowly looks up, giddy energy replaced by quiet confidence. A knowing smirk appears. He gets it. He stands tall, hand over heart, declaring firmly, a sword does not judge. It only protects. His loyalty isn't conditional, it's absolute commitment. Shironi looks stunned by the profound answer. The others are shocked into silence. The grandfather throws his head back, roaring with laughter, completely won over. K ha ha ha. Yes. If you're going to be childish, be this childish. He sees the value in Rian's fierce loyalty. He gets up, clapping Rian on the shoulder. You sure know how to talk, he praises, then teases, feel sorry for your friend, getting stuck with a dull sword like you. Rian looks up respectfully, grandfather. The grandfather waves dismissively. Fine, fine. Wrap it up. He looks at Shironi consideringly, giving his final acceptance. Shironi, though unsharpened, won't betray his master. A grudging compliment. He then asks Shironi, almost formally, please take good care of my grandson. Shironi bows his head slightly, relief washing over him, a genuine smile finally appearing. Thank you for your permission. The immediate danger is finally over. The grandfather points to the patriarch, laying out the new reality. Since they are bound by oath, Shironi can't just leave. He orders the butler, bring Shironi's parents here with the carriage meant for his return trip. The butler bows hastily, trying to keep up, Weiss, great master. He walks away, completely baffled, thinking, seriously? I cannot figure these nobles out. Execution to family reunion in minutes. Later, the crisis averted, Rian collapses onto the floor, rolling with laughter, finally letting go of all the tension. K ha ha. That was so refreshing. Did you see their faces? It was great, he yells, ecstatic. Shironi kneels beside him, still overwhelmed. Rian, a knight's oath. You didn't have to go that far. Rian sits up, looking serious. Shironi, it wasn't just because we're friends. He explains Shironi is different from his family, possessing a power to draw people in. I simply decided to put my life in the hands of that person. It was a choice based on Shironi's character. Shironi flushes bright red, totally flustered. What? What an embarrassing thing to say. He puffs his chest slightly, trying a playful comeback. You'll have to try harder to protect me then. Rian clutches his chest dramatically, collapsing again. No, you hit me where it hurts most. Just two friends bantering again. Raina peeks around the door, interrupting. Rian, is it true you lost to Shironi, with swords? She brings up that sore spot again. Rian snaps instantly, yelling bluntly, get out. That defeat still bothers him. Shironi quickly defends Raina, what are you saying? Your sister helped us. He welcomes her in, grateful for her support. Reina beams, stepping inside proudly, mentioning she brought classified info, though details unclear. A confused Chibi Rian wonders what his father and grandfather are planning now. Reina explains things are savage outside the room. Rian's oath forced the family to replan everything. She reveals the latest plan. Father wants to enroll both of them in the prestigious Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. She beams at Shironi, still thinking he's a hidden sword prodigy. Shironi looks shocked. All that? Reina nods enthusiastically, saying his family now, and they'll invest in his talent. As long as it benefits Rian's future. Shironi is now officially an asset. Rian, meanwhile, protests, "Why school? I can finally hang out with Shironi." Reina immediately puts her foot down, literally, on Rian. "You little brat. After the mess you made?" Rian just yells ACK. Rian struggles, finally shouting the crucial truth Reina missed. And Shironi isn't going to Swordsmanship Academy. He's an aspiring mage. He has his spirit zone. Reina freezes, eyes wide with shock. "What? Spirit zone?" she gasps, looking down at a suddenly mortified Shironi. Shironi did. The pieces click instantly for the talented pianist. She slowly connects everything. The piano playing, Rian's defeat, the spirit zone. A sly, amused, slightly wicked smile spreads across her face. "Wait, that means..." She looks down at her brother pinned under her foot, tone dripping with delighted mockery. "You lost to an aspiring mage, in SWRZNG?" The full hilarious absurdity hits her. Rian explodes again, trying to justify himself while just being utterly embarrassed. What knight is less skilled than their master? He yells defensively, devolving into insults. "Get out, you freaking witch!" The chapter ends with Rian getting totally owned by his sister. The library scene is still fresh, Rian's oath, Reina's teasing. She's just figured out Chiron's trick, synesthesia. His spirit zone let him perceive things differently, letting him read Rian's moves in their first duel, even without real sword skill. Reina nods, impressed. "That's a great idea," she says, seeing his raw talent. High enough spirit zone density made it viable. Rian hides his face, mortified, while Chiron looks a bit embarrassed. Reina marvels, "Incredible! School taught us the spirit zone gets harder the more concentrated you are. To maintain that while holding a blade. It shows how unique Chiron's feat was." Chiron blushes under her praise. Reina sighs dramatically, looking from Rian's sulk to Chiron's shyness, thinking with amusement, "He's so shy, he won't be able to date." Reina then shifts to business. "I'll talk to grandfather about Chiron's future," she declares. Then, to Rian, "Of course, you'll probably have to go to swordsmanship school too, Rian." Rian suddenly looks concerned about something else. "What? But what about our instructor?" Reina explains calmly, "Instructor Kite already knows. He finished his contract yesterday." Rian is shocked. "He said his goodbyes this morning." Rian bolts up, shouting, "What?" He grabs a nearby pickaxe, genuinely distressed. The strict teacher he always griped about clearly meant something. "Instructor?" he thinks, worried. Flashback, the swordmaster walking away into the misty mountains. He's already gone. Just then, a different butler appears. "Young Master Chiron, your family is in the reception room." He adds, "The family head said you could meet them first if you wish." Reina smiles warmly at Chiron. "What will you do?" Chiron's face lights up with pure joy. Seeing his parents again pushes everything else aside. "I'll go," he beams. He practically flies down the grand staircase, the butlers hurrying after him. "Watch out for the young master," they call, flustered. Chiron, trying to look calm, tells them, "You can speak to me normally. I'm not a noble." The butlers exchange panicked looks, whispering, "Oh, of course not. Don't say that. Our necks will be hung." They're terrified of breaking protocol. Chibi Chiron mentally assures them, "Don't worry. I won't tell." Chibi butlers still look terrified. "Still, we would never." They arrive at a large door, reception room. Chiron pushes it open, pausing, heart pounding. Inside, Vincent and Olina stand, looking small and lost in the opulent room. They turn. "Chiron," they cry. He calls back, overwhelmed, "Mother! Father!" He rushes towards them. And then he's in their arms, a tight, tearful embrace after 2 long, uncertain years. Holding them, he notices how thin they've become. Guilt stabs him. They must have been so worried, barely eating. The danger he faced, the toll it took on them, hits hard. They pull back, trying to be brave, though their eyes are wet. "We're fine, eating well," Olina says, patting his cheek. Vincent nods, still worried. "But why call us? Why not just come home if you were done?" Vincent looks around the luxurious room, suspicion growing. "They're not holding you captive, are they?" Chiron quickly reassures him, "Of course not. I just got a good opportunity." "Action?" Vincent repeats slowly, unconvinced. Olina looks just as worried. Chiron starts to explain. He tries to put a positive spin on the completely unbelievable events. Pause as Chiron attempts to explain the noble friendship, death sentence, and knight's oath situation. Vincent and Olina listen, confusion turning to disbelief. Vincent's face hardens. He doesn't buy it. It sounds too fantastical. "So," he repeats, sarcasm in his voice, "you befriended a noble young master, he took a knight's oath to you, and asked to be friends?" Chiron nods earnestly. Vincent leans in. "Chiron, be honest." Suddenly, Vincent grabs Chiron's shoulders, fear and frustration making his voice rise. "A smart kid like you wouldn't believe that. Someone forced you, right?" He can't accept it. Chiron insists, "No, it's true." Olina pulls Vincent back, her own fear taking over. "Oh my, that's what they say about noble houses," she cries. "He won't come back the same." She seems more inclined to believe the unbelievable, remembering old warnings. Chiron is caught between them. Just then, the butler reappears. "Young master." The family head is here. The situation is about to escalate. The patriarch, Ogent Bischoff, enters with Rian and Reyna. "Welcome," he says formally. "I am Bischoff Ogent." Rian steps forward proudly. "Hello, Chiron's father. I am Rian, Chiron's blade." Reyna smiles. "I am Reyna. I've heard a lot about you." Vincent and Olina are thunderstruck. The patriarch, the knight, the pianist, they just gape. Utterly intimidated. Chiron looks mortified. Vincent stammers a greeting, looking around the opulent room, overwhelmed. "How can such prominent people be here?" Reyna smiles. "Haven't you heard the news from Chiron?" Vincent looks from Chiron to the nobles, the fantastical story suddenly terrifyingly real. That delusion was true?" he shouts, grabbing his head. Olina looks equally shocked. "No way." The reality of their son tangled with one of the kingdom's most powerful families crashes down. Later, they're seated at an incredibly lavish dining table, food piled high. The contrast is stark. Vincent stares blankly at all the forks. Olina whispers nervously, "Honey, so many forks." Vincent is lost. After the confusing meal, tea is served. Vincent and Olina look dazed. Chiron politely thanks a servant. Vincent thinks, what just happened? The nobles, patriarch, grandfather, Reyna, Rian, sit opposite, waiting. The air is thick. Vincent clutches his teacup, hands trembling. A knight's oath, they wouldn't be this welcoming to a poor family for nothing. He knows there's a catch. He takes a deep breath and addresses the patriarch. "I have to be sure. I'm thankful you like our son, but we're honestly worried." The patriarch sips his tea. He acknowledges the situation is unusual, even for him. An urgent oath to Chiron. It's hard to believe. "Yes, honestly, I feel discomfort too." He explains that for the Ogent family, warriors and oaths are absolute. Rian's act is binding. If I express discomfort over class difference, I'd shame Rian's pride. He frames it as respecting his son. He clarifies Chiron will now be treated with honorifics. "And our family will not hesitate to support your son." Chiron thinks, such a great decision, faith and pride fit him. Vincent seems to relax. Chibi Rai whispers, "Shush, father," hinting it's partly a show. Reyna smiles. Rian beams, missing the nuances, thinking it's all sorted. The patriarch gets to the point. "Your son is a spirit zone user. That's not effort, it's pure talent." Chiron wants to be a mage. To get the unofficial qualification fastest, Alpia's Magic Academy, one of the kingdom's Great Five, would be fitting. He names the top magic school. He adds that while school isn't required, not going is for the underprivileged. Alpia's fits the Ogent level. Grandfather thinks, no consideration for commoners. Vincent looks startled. The patriarch states it plainly, when your son graduates, he will become a mage. Vincent repeats, stunned, our son, a mage? Magic Academy. It's a world away. Oh my, like a dream. Our son. The possibility is overwhelming. But the patriarch isn't done. But the biggest problem is class. Vincent flinches. Reality bites. Magic Academy doesn't allow commoners. He pauses. So, there is a way. Suddenly, the grandfather cuts in decisively, I would like to adopt Chiron. The patriarch had been about to suggest a paper adoption under a distant, childless relative, just for the documents. But the grandfather's offer is far more significant. Vincent reels. What? This is the noble's final decision. This means Chiron would truly become a noble. The grandfather's intense gaze is on Vincent. Vincent is overwhelmed. Chiron, a noble. An unimaginable chance, a way out of their life. But then the awful downside, isn't this like getting your child taken away? He'd lose Chiron. He turns to Chiron torn. Chiron, what should your father do? He puts the impossible choice on him. Chiron looks at his anguished father, then the grandfather. He thinks, then. He makes his choice. He firmly takes his father's hand. Vincent gasps, surprised. Chiron speaks clearly, of course not. I am my father's son. I will not be adopted by someone else. His loyalty is absolute. Vincent looks stunned. Reina tries to smooth it over. Chiron. It's just for documents. We'd still consider them your true parents. The grandfather adds, you'll achieve your dream. Become a noble. It's a rare fortune. But Chiron cuts them off. If I must change fathers, I'd rather live as a commoner. His identity is fixed. Commoners can't get into a magic academy, the grandfather argues. Chiron, then I won't go. Patriarch, then you can't be a mage. Rian looks worried. Olina heartbroken. Chiron calmly, then I won't become a mage. He'll sacrifice his dream. The grandfather slams the table. Chiron, why so stubborn? The world isn't fair. He shouts, you must give things up for success. Was your dream just a waste? Chiron looks back, unyielding. Maybe so, he says quietly. The grandfather stares, speechless. Rian whispers, what? Tears fill Vincent's eyes. He understands the sacrifice. Chiron explains, my dreams came from my parents. If they are the roots, I am the fruit nourished by them. Flashbacks, mother teaching him, father giving him opportunities, their love. This one chance is nothing compared to the infinite chances they gave me. Telling me to give up my roots is like telling me to dry to death. His identity, dreams, all tied to them. He bows. Thank you, but my only parents are these two. His decision is final. Silence. The nobles watch, processing his loyalty. The grandfather stares, anger replaced by thought. Not guilt or ethics, this child's love and loyalty. Vincent and Olina look at each other, tears streaming. Then Vincent gets up, falls to his knees before the grandfather. Olina joins him. Please, adopt Chiron. I beg you. Chiron is shocked. Father? He tries to protest, but Vincent cuts him off. Vincent ignores him, pleading desperately. Chiron calls out again, confused by their actions. Vincent looks up, pained but determined, and delivers the final, stunning truth, voice trembling. Chiron isn't my biological son. The chapter ends, leaving everyone reeling from this bombshell. The air is still thick with emotion. Vincent just dropped the bombshell, and Chironi's earlier defiant words, if I need to change fathers, I won't become a mage. Hang there, now twisted by this new, painful truth. The grandfather looks at Chironi, replaying the boy's passionate defense of his roots, his family. He sees now that Chironi's loyalty isn't just duty, it's something much deeper. Vincent and Olina are still on their knees, begging the grandfather, "Please, accept Shironi as your foster son. Please." They're desperate for him to have this chance, no matter the cost to themselves. Shironi stares at his father, utterly bewildered. "Father?" He tries to reason, "I understand what you're thinking, but what Shironi wants is important too." He's pleading for them to hear his choice. But his words seem lost in the turmoil. "Shironi!" The name echoes with unspoken pain. Vincent looks up, face contorted in anguish, repeating the words that shattered Shironi's world. "Shironi isn't my real son." Olina cries out his name, "Vincent," maybe trying to stop him, but it's too late. Vincent continues, voice heavy with years of secrets. He confesses, head bowed, "The two of us, we can't conceive children." He explains how Shironi came into their lives by chance, and how he always suspected, "You'd know, being nobles, he's definitely a noble's child." His looks, his talent, it all pointed to a different world. Vincent finishes brokenly, "I don't deserve a son like him." He truly believes he's holding Shironi back. Reina covers her mouth, shocked. The grandfather looks grimly unsurprised, stating quietly, "If he becomes a noble's foster son, he'd be going where he truly belongs." A harsh, class-based truth. Rian immediately jumps in, defending Shironi's feelings, he's not rejecting his roots. The patriarch watches coolly, "Is that really the case?" questioning if Shironi's loyalty will stand now. Then the patriarch reveals, almost casually, "Truth is, most of us here kind of guessed it." He elaborates, looking at Shironi and Olina, "Shironi looks nothing like his parents." The physical difference was always an unspoken question. Shironi flinches. Olina covers her mouth, perhaps ashamed. The patriarch considers Shironi's earlier passionate defense of Vincent and Olina. And then, despite Shironi's words, he asks Vincent, "That means you're giving up your son, right?" He sees Vincent's desperation. Shironi reacts instantly, pulling Vincent up. "Dad! What are you doing right now?" Vincent flinches away, unable to meet his eyes, muttering about needing to tell him eventually. Shironi asks, pained, "Do you really think I had no idea? Did Shironi always suspect?" Shironi looks away, tears welling, voice a whisper. "The reason I never asked, even though I knew, was because, like everyone else, I just wanted one set of parents." He clung to that simple wish. Vincent's eyes widen, horrified. He seems to misunderstand Shironi's pain, thinking Shironi is giving up his dream because of him. "Who said I'm giving up my dream?" he says, "Another opportunity wouldn't come." Shironi breaks down, sobbing. "Did you think about how I'd feel, being abandoned by my parents a second time?" The raw pain pours out, fear of losing the only family he's known, piled on this earth-shattering revelation. Vincent finally understands. He pulls Shironi into a fierce hug, realizing the immense hurt is caused. "What have I done?" He holds Shironi tight, voice choked with tears. "I was wrong, Shironi. I wasn't trying to abandon you." He pulls back slightly, tears streaming. "Please forgive this lousy father. You're my everything." The Ogent family watches this raw display, perhaps a genuine human moment piercing their noble composure. The grandfather observes, thoughtful. Sometimes, he murmurs, what's done for a child hurts them the most. Being a parent is tough. He glances at the patriarch. "You also struggled raising your siblings alone, didn't you?" The patriarch rubs his temples wearily. Rian watches, tears silently tracing his cheeks, moved by it all. Close up on Rian's tear-streaked face. The patriarch, seeing Shironi's unwavering loyalty, shifts back to pragmatism. He nudges the grandfather. "There's a special screening at Alpia's. Father, try to do something." The grandfather feigns helplessness. "What power do I have against that stubborn old bull Alpias?" He glances at Shironi, then adds cryptically, "I heard there's a long-standing debt though." Hinting at leverage over the headmaster. The grandfather smiles faintly. He thinks, going up against someone so principled like Shironi, sometimes reckless strategies are best. He appreciates Shironi's character, even as he plans to bend the rules. The patriarch watches his father, understanding. He smiles faintly, "All right." He'll leave the reckless strategizing to his father. Chibi grandfather thinks, it's all for Rian's sake, after all. Shot of the Ogent estate at twilight. 3 days later, before Rian leaves for Swordsmanship Academy, Shironi narrates, "My family stayed at the Ogent estate thanks to the patriarch. Vincent, Olina, and Shironi spend quiet time together. My father still feels sorry," Shironi continues. Vincent looks withdrawn. "I'm worried he won't let this go for years. Rian and I were able to spend some free time together." They share a room, finally relaxed. Rian sleeps, but Shironi lies awake, a small, thoughtful smile on his face. He laughs softly, replaying the crazy recent events. And 3 days later, departure time. Shironi stands before the imposing Ogent mansion, ready for whatever comes next. Outside, Rian is about to board a carriage for the Swordsmanship Academy. Shironi sees him off, looking a bit sad. Rian tries to stifle coughs. Shironi pats Rian's back. Rian bursts into tears. "Don't cry, Tilda," Shironi says. Rian sobs, "How can I not? Once I go, we'll be completely separated. Can't I just go next year like you?" Rian asks. Shironi reminds him gently, "I don't even know if I'll pass the special screening yet. Let's meet during breaks. And write every day." Shironi calls Rian's name, offering a final encouragement. Rian looks at Shironi, fiercely determined through his tears. "Make sure you become a mage," he declares. He grips Shironi's shoulders. "I'll become the strongest knight and be the sword that protects you." Reina appears, playfully bopping Rian. "I'll keep you safe," she teases, then adds seriously, "Just graduate first. You're the most worrying one." Rian glares. Reina turns to Shironi. "Don't worry, enjoy time with your family. Grandfather will get you into the academy." Shironi nods, "All right," and he bows deeply to Reina. "Thank you so much for your help." Reina watches him thoughtfully. "Such a unique child. I thought he was just a cute younger brother at first." She smiles softly. "But he's very thoughtful. And has a strong mind, never breaking his beliefs even when scared." She adjusts her hat, ready to leave. "Shironi, if you graduate." She pauses, leaving the thought unfinished. As the carriages pull away, Reina reflects, "What was I thinking?" She shakes her head. He's heading to a new world, magic school. Their paths diverge. Reina pats Shironi's shoulder. "It's nothing. Let's work hard. You'll be a mage." Then adds, "Please look after Rian." Rian leans out the carriage window, waving tearfully. Reina playfully pushes his head back in. Shironi waves until the carriage is gone. Vincent and Olina stand behind him. The carriage disappears. Shironi turns, adjusting his scarf, determined. "Shironi!" Rian's voice echoes. Rian leans out again, yelling, "Once you join magic school, crush everyone." Classic Rian. Title card, Ogent Rian. Shironi smiles faintly, touched by Rian's aggressive encouragement. Title card, and Arian Shironi. Blank panel for visual pacing. The meeting of these two passionate young men would become known as the start of an event that breaks the very frame of the world. Heavy foreshadowing. Ogent carriages traveling away. White bird tending its nest. Bird takes flight. Soaring into the sky. New beginnings. Cut to Alpia's magic school. Inside a lavish office, Grandfather Clump sips tea. He clears his throat. Business time. Across from him sits the elderly headmaster of Alpia's. Clump starts, "You needing 30 minutes to think means a positive reply, right?" The headmaster replies coolly, "Can't help you. Even for a friend of 50 years. Clump feigns outrage. "What, Tilda? Do you know how much I suffered because of you?" The headmaster chuckles, "Ho ho ho. You must be in a rush, saying things like that." He sees through it. The headmaster explains policy. Special screening isn't a free pass for nobles. There are requirements. Clump mutters, "Darn mischievous old man." He realizes the headmaster was just stalling. The headmaster laughs, "But it'll probably be different this time." Clump looks intrigued. The headmaster observes, "Him? You have something here? That expression." He knows Clump has a plan. Clump leans forward, smiling. "I'm not asking you to take in trash. The opposite." He reveals his reason. My youngest grandson has an extraordinary friend. When I saw him, you know what I thought? His eyes gleam. It felt like I was looking at your younger self. A powerful comparison between them. The headmaster pauses, sipping tea. If he's that talented, why not the official way? No reason he couldn't. Clump's smile fades slightly. One huge problem, though. He reveals the critical obstacle: he's not a noble. The headmaster looks up sharply. You're not. He clarifies, talking about the boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, are you? He seems to remember Shironi from years ago. The connection is made. Back in the headmaster's office, Grandfather Clump is thinking about Chiron's fierce loyalty. He remembers Chiron saying, even if I lose my life, I won't regret being friends with you. Clump recalls Chiron standing strong beside Rian, that unwavering conviction. Clump muses, he really talks well. He admits to Headmaster Alpiaz, at first I thought he was just a smart kid, good at manipulating adults. A typical noble assumption. But when I offered adoption, he remembers Chiron's passionate refusal. To reject my origins now is to tell me to go and die. Clump laughs, still finding it incredible. Does that make sense? Rejecting becoming a noble. It defied all logic, turning down power, status, all for loyalty to commoner parents, parents who weren't even his by blood. Headmaster Alpiaz strokes his long beard thoughtfully. He understands cause and effect. Clump nods. Yes. No cause, no effect. He sees Chiron's logic. But not many understand that and lose their way. They'd grab the chance, forgetting their roots. The headmaster adds philosophically, a new opportunity can come anytime, but the moment they deny their own foundations. Visual, figure on a crumbling pillar. They end up losing everything. The headmaster finishes, highlighting the danger of such rigid principles, and they never compromise on what they think is right. He looks sharply at Clump. Doesn't it remind you of when you were young? Clump looks down, a flicker of old memories, maybe regret. The headmaster continues, not compromising means everyone can accept what they think, but also judge them. Unyielding principles invite scrutiny. Clump clicks his tongue. That's what I think is dangerous. He sees the potential for self-destruction in Chiron's inflexibility. The headmaster looks at Clump knowingly. You still haven't forgiven yourself, have you? The words hang heavy with unspoken history between them. The headmaster smiles faintly, perhaps sadly. You did what you could. Taught so many. Isn't it time to forgive yourself? Clump scoffs. Forgive myself? That's arrogant, my friend. He turns it back on the headmaster. How can you say that about me, though? Clump looks away, serious now. You are a genius, Alpiaz. A once-in-100 years genius. The headmaster's face darkens as Clump alludes to a painful past. You, the light of the Milch family, went down the wrong path once, nearly ended everything. Clump reminds him. But in the end you came back. Clump leans back, tone mocking. Who knew you'd end up headmaster of some rural academy? Heavens helped you. He contrasts Alpiaz's potential with his current role, then jabs at himself. The fool with no talent became a Class 3 swordsman. Worries me for Thormia's future. Old rivalry, maybe some real concern. The headmaster just laughs heartily, ha, unfazed. Clump stands, facing the window. He repeats Chiron's core principle, perhaps seeing its truth now. No cause, no effect. He smiles slightly, turning back. Isn't this fate? Ooh, acquainted with him? The boy chased away 4 years ago, now he's back. Referring to Chiron's first, failed inquiry. The headmaster chuckles. I don't believe in fate. However, the talent kept distant by status. Visual, young Chiron, small and alone outside the academy walls years ago. Took a 4-year detour and now stands before me. The headmaster wonders, despite himself, is this really fate? He looks at Clump, decision made. A faint light seems to emanate from him as he declares, I will admit Chiron. Time skips forward. Spring, 3 months later. Chiron is leaving his village, the carriage waiting on the road out of the mountains. He runs up to his house one last time. Mom, Dad. He stands tall, older now, 17. The caption says, ready for his journey. Olina hugs him tight, beaming with pride and sadness. My lovely son, I'll miss you. Chiron hugs her back. I'll write often. Chiron's thought bubble, is my hair okay? It feels awkward. Olina's mental reassurance. Reina said short hair is trendy for nobles. Act natural. He's already trying to fit in. Vincent watches, clearing his throat gruffly. Forgetting something? Chiron pulls back, flustered as Vincent leans in. Dad, I'm 17. A kiss is... Vincent ignores him. Hey, if you don't, I will. Chiron wails comically. Chibi version covers its eyes. Vincent gently kisses Chiron's forehead, a simple, loving gesture. He pulls back, voice thick with emotion. Chiron, I'm proud of you. Chiron smiles, touched, leaning into his father's embrace. Chiron asks about the Ojans offering a house in the city. Vincent shakes his head firmly. Your dad's a hunter. Roots are in the mountains. Chiron looks surprised. Vincent explains they keep getting living expenses from the Ojans despite his protests. Chiron narrates that his father kept his academy entrance quiet in the village. Chiron understands his father's deeper reason for refusing the city house: to protect Chiron from being used against him. Butler Temurin stands by the Ojan carriage. Please board. We'll escort you. Chiron turns, ready to go, calling back brightly, I'll be back. And that's how my first day at the Magic Academy started. Carriage travels through countryside. Vincent and Olina watch it go. Inside the carriage, the ride with Temurin is silent, a bit stiff. Awkward. Temurin addresses him formally, young master. Temurin opens the carriage door. We have arrived at Alpia's wizard school. Chiron steps out, looking up at the Grand Academy archway. Temurin explains the fees are covered. Young master, you just need to study well. Chiron thanks him. Temurin thinks, I'm only doing my job. Chiron looks at Temurin gratefully. I haven't properly thanked you. I'm here because you thought highly of me. He adds sincerely, I won't forget your kindness. Temurin seems slightly taken aback. Nearby students mutter disdainfully about commoners. Chiron looks down, the sting of classism immediate. Temurin notices Chiron's reaction, expression unreadable. He offers parting advice. Not everyone gets this chance. Many nobles will look down on you. He encourages Chiron, a faint smile. But persevere. If you endure, the end will come. Stern, practical encouragement. Chiron nods, resolute. Thank you. I will definitely become a mage. Temurin nods. Ready? We need to register you. Chiron gazes at the massive building, Alpia's wizard school. In this cradle of geniuses, what will I learn? He looks around, anticipation mixed with apprehension. And who will I meet? Uniformed staff bow deeply, shouting in unison, we will do our best to serve you. They bow again, bow. Intense formality. High expectations. Inside the grand hall, Temurin prepares to leave. Contact me if you need anything. Chiron thanks him again. Chiron stands alone, nervous. Who will get me? Should I look around? He spots an info board. Alpia's has a 10-class system. Beginner, highest ranking, graduating. 420 students, 30 in graduating class. Panel missing or integrated. He reads about graduation rates. Only 10 a year? Shocked by the low number. Rigorous. So you're Chiron, a voice calls. Chiron jumps, startled. Ah. He turns to see Headmaster Alpia's smiling warmly. Chiron bows quickly. Hello, Headmaster. The Headmaster chuckles. Ha, we've met. Remember? Referring to 4 years ago. Chiron bows again, grateful. Thank you for back then. The Headmaster pats his shoulder. All right, let's walk and talk. As they walk past evaluation rooms, the Headmaster explains, you'll need to take an entrance test. Chiron panics slightly. A test? I don't know anything. The Headmaster waves it off. Don't worry. Just a simple evaluation for class placement. He stops, asking the key question. Can you enter the spirit zone? Chiron confirms, yes, I can. The Headmaster beams, oh ho. Incredible. The headmaster marvels internally. Who knew he could open the spirit zone himself? Regrets not recognizing his potential sooner. Would have been great if I taught him when he was young. I missed a gem. Aloud, he says, though late, I need to teach you basics. The entrance test hall has 10-year-olds. Going early would be awkward. Want to look around? Walking down a magnificent hall, Chiron spots something. A small student in robes, books floating beside them, hurries downstairs. Chiron watches, thinking, huh? Strange. He asks, Headmaster. He's never seen casual levitation. The headmaster gestures to a large classroom. Beginner class here. Classes 10 to 8. Chiron looks into a massive atrium. Young students float, practice spells, energy bubbles drift. Wow! Students casually float down banisters, using magic for everyday things. Close-ups, student levitating dice, another with a magical pet. Chiron exclaims, everyone's using magic. The headmaster smiles. That's right, but where we need to go is a little different. He leads Chiron to high-rank class, class 7-4. They walk along an upper balcony, overlooking more serious-looking students. Chiron overhears two older students debating complex magic. Atmosphere's different. What are they talking about? Energy to freeze air? Condensing refrigerant is better? Chiron is lost. First student, downside, reverse reaction accelerates. Excitedly, how about redirecting the time scale instead of energy? What? Chiron is utterly baffled. He thinks frantically, same language, but I don't understand. Suddenly, a bright flash and heat erupt from the student's experiment. The red-haired student coughs in the smoke, waving. Cough, cough. Hello, headmaster. Headmaster calmly, yes, seems like a problem. Student cheerfully, unfazed, yes. Amplifying sound, but an output error. Chiron stares, they don't even care? Headmaster offers a quick fix, input-output balance wrong. Check electricity uniformity. Red-haired student beams, thumbs up. Thanks, headmaster. I'll try again. Chiron thinks incredulously, he's not stopping him. He's trying it again. Chiron feels completely out of his depth. It's as if he looks at the floating students, explosions, high-level talk. I'm in another world. They continue walking past the red-haired student, still focused on her experiment. Close up on the striking red-haired student, confident, embodying the advanced, chaotic magic of Alpias. Chironi is still taking in the sights of Alpias, students floating, using magic casually. He's amazed, they're all using magic. Headmaster Alpias chuckles, yes, but where we're going now is a different place. He's leading Chironi away from the beginners. They pass older students deep in magical debate. Chironi listens, trying to keep up. Different vibe here, he thinks. One student talks about freezing air, another about condensing refrigerants. It's all way over Chironi's head. The first student excitedly suggests reversing energy direction while flipping the time axis. Chironi just stares, baffled, thinking, what? He's completely lost. Same language, but I don't understand a word. Just then, their experiment apparently blows up, a bright orange explosion nearby. Smoke billows out. The red-haired student involved just waves it away, coughing, and casually greets the headmaster, totally unfazed. Chironi is stunned by their nonchalance. Looking around at the grand buildings, the powerful students, the everyday magic, it finally hits him. He thinks, overwhelmed, it really feels like I'm in a different world. The headmaster leads him to a large pillar with notices. This is a notice board. Chironi asks. He leans in, reading the top-ranking, advanced class grade leaderboard. Number 1, Miss Amy. Chironi recognizes the name, thinking, first place, Carmiss. A first-class noble. He looks up, awestruck. Amazing! Everyone here has talent like me, he thinks, meaning spirit zone potential. But someone is first out of all of them. A fire ignites in him. Determination flashes in his eyes. I want to try that too. I want to go against them. This place isn't just intimidating, it's inspiring. Here, I'll study from scratch. His eyes burn with a desire to compete. I want to challenge them. Just then, a voice calls out, "Hey! Amy! Wait up!" Shironi freezes. That name. Amy, Miss Amy? He turns and sees her, the red-haired girl from the explosion, the one from the leaderboard. He realizes with a jolt, the first placer in the advanced class. Suddenly, a memory hits him. Years ago, a dark alley, a younger Amy Kamis watching him use magic against thugs, her disdainful look burning clear. Another angle, Amy looking down on him, judging. Her unspoken thought from back then, how can a lowly commoner? Back in the present, Amy walks past, seemingly not noticing him. Another flashback, Amy confronting him, "Where did you learn magic?" Close up on Amy's eyes now. Does she feel a flicker of recognition? Another girl with orange blonde hair runs past, chasing Amy. "Amy! Wait up, you bastard!" she yells playfully. Shironi quickly turns away, heart pounding, hoping she didn't see him. "Please say you didn't recognize me," he thinks frantically. The shame from their first encounter still stings. The two girls walk off arm in arm. Amy's friend glances back at Shironi, asking Amy, "Did you see that? That boy we just passed." The friend blushes, "He's so hot." "A new student? Looks a bit old, though." Amy turns slightly, thoughtful. "A transfer student," she confirms, then frowns. "Weird. I think I've seen him somewhere before." The memory is vague. Her friend teases, "What? Interested? You never showed interest in boys before." Amy denies it, annoyed. "No. I genuinely think I've seen him." The friend doesn't believe her. They disappear down the hall, Shironi unnoticed for now. Nearby students gossip about Amy, Miss Amy, first place in the advanced class. They whisper admiringly, "Most popular, top student, blocks out all admirers." She's clearly an untouchable figure here. Text overlay, the only person that knows about her dark past. Was trying to join the academy. Confirming Shironi knows something about Amy. The headmaster asks if Shironi is cold. Shironi quickly denies it. They arrive at a large building, Magic Academy, third testing area. Inside, very young children wait nervously. Shironi thinks, slightly awkward, "Eek, not over yet." He's about to be tested with 10-year-olds. The headmaster nods towards a child. Watch what that kid does carefully. A young boy, Kimi, walks confidently to a large magic circle on the floor. Stern examiners sit opposite, ready to evaluate. The headmaster explains, "In the spirit zone, the floor letters feel different. Based on that, we analyze your zone's size, strength, flexibility, and type. Answer honestly," the headmaster advises. Shironi nods, "Yes." Intrigued, an examiner asks Kimi, "Can you use magic?" Kimi replies eagerly, "Yes." He puffs his chest proudly. "I can make objects float." The examiner chuckles, "Cute. Okay, go into the spirit zone." Kimi nods. Kimi closes his eyes, concentrates, then announces, "I'm in it." A faint aura might be visible. An examiner asks, "Furthest number you see?" Testing range. Kimi, 6. Examiner, "Aho, 6. Headmaster whispers to Shironi, "Number 6 means a 6-meter diameter zone." Shironi, I see." Another examiner, "Color you feel most clearly?" Testing affinity. Kimi, "Red. Like a world of red." Examiner notes, "Divergent, good with particle movement like light, fire." Thinks, "Divergent, here?" Explains why his zone is big for his age. She asks, "Can you see the big tower?" Testing spatial awareness. Kimi, "It's on the left." Examiner notes, "Brain structure, left hemisphere." Another asks about temperature. Kimi, "Hot. Sweating." Examiner notes, "Density, 24.8%, flexibility, variable." The blonde examiner smiles, "Good work, Kimi." Test over. Examiners murmur. New students this year are incredible. Right. Mike's zone was 12 meters. Better every year tilde. Kimi's evaluation, good application, lacks stamina. Typical for a talented but undeveloped young mage. Examiner calls, next is Arian Shironi. Shironi takes a deep breath. Headmaster squeezes his shoulder. Don't be nervous, show your skills. Shironi, yes. I'll do my best. Examiners review Shironi's file. Special type the principal mentioned. Interesting resume. Old 2. Borrowed agent name, family not famous. Talents develop late type. Intrigued but skeptical. Purple-haired examiner thinks dismissively, even if special outside, he'd get buried here. Asks formally, Aryan Shironi, can you use magic? Shironi answers honestly, no. I haven't learned it yet. Examiners exchange surprised looks. They expect some innate ability. Headmaster Alpiers watches, thinking, that's true. Magic is externalizing knowledge. Nobles learn young and use magic naturally, but this child has no formal knowledge. He instructs, all right, go into the spirit zone in that circle. Blonde examiner, surprised, can you go into the spirit zone? Shironi just nods, focused, I'll do my best. Examiners watch, expecting little. Purple-haired one thinks, thankfully, doesn't seem like a total dud. Assumes basic ability, nothing special. Shironi closes his eyes, concentrates. The air around him shimmers faintly blue. Suddenly, the shimmer explodes into blinding turquoise radiance. Raw power crackles, a massive energy pillar reaching the ceiling. Runes ignite, a swirling vortex of light. It dwarfs the previous child's display. Shironi opens his eyes in the energy storm, slightly startled himself. So, this was it. He feels his own overwhelming spirit zone. The blonde examiner, recovering, asks shakily, now, Shironi. Furthest number you see. Shironi stands silently, focusing. Examiner prompts, Shironi. Silence as Shironi concentrates. Brown-haired examiner whispers nervously, haha, he seems embarrassed. Misunderstanding his intense focus. Headmaster encourages, Shironi, just be honest. It's for an education plan. Shironi finally speaks, confused, I do see a number, but it's so long I can't read it. Examiner is puzzled. Can't read it? Eyesight doesn't matter. Synesthesia should let you. Shironi clarifies, panicked, no. I see it, but it's too long. It keeps getting longer. The number isn't static. Examiner sighs, baffled. Ha! For real. Tries again, just roughly say the number. Shironi focuses, trying to grasp the start. HM. Inside his perception, endless digits flow like a light river. He manages the very beginning, 3.14159. Shironi calls out, 3.14. Examiners erupt, what? Shironi, there's no 3.14. Are you sure? They think he's mistaken. Shironi looks down, troubled but certain. Really? That's what I see. Purple-haired examiner leans forward, skepticism replaced by intense curiosity. Really? She mutters that unexpected results happen. Exceeds measurement limits? Over 30 meters? Unheard of. Next question, color you see most clearly? Shironi is bathed in cool, vast blue spirit zone light. Blue. It's blue everywhere. Examiners gasp. Elderly one whispers, blue is convergent. Convergent means strong stamina, usually smaller zones. But his zone is that big. Paradoxical. Immense, controlled power. Headmaster Alpiers looks grimly satisfied. Clump, I see why you vouched. Then, alarm. Hold on. His mind races, huge zone, convergent, strange number, sweat beads. This isn't normal talent. Examiner notes flexibility, convergent. Then, another shocker, brain structure, both hemispheres. Exceptionally rare. Massive processing power. Elderly examiner asks, voice trembling, how many balls are around you? Testing density and control. Shironi sees swirling blue orbs. These things? No need to count. His spirit zone knows. I can feel it. Standing calmly, he declares clearly, 867. Old examiner gasps, dropping her pen, speechless. She shakily records, 867. Density, 86.7%. Incredibly high for such a vast zone. Headmaster Alpia stares, no longer amused. Grave. He thinks, recognizing the volatile potential, this is a bit dangerous. Shironi isn't just talented, he's an anomaly, potentially powerful beyond comprehension and totally untrained. Instructor Alifer Sienna, the purple-haired examiner, adjusts her glasses, a bead of sweat on her temple. These results are defying everything they know. She asks a final question, voice carefully neutral despite her shock. Chiron. How cold is it right now? Chiron, still in his cool blue convergent zone, answers simply, it's quite cold. I can feel it. Alifer nods slowly. Chiron lets out a silent breath, the intensity of the zone clear. Alifer writes her assessment, convergent type, defensive form and exceptional endurance. Then the crucial paradoxical note, but spirit zone is still abnormally large. This combination shouldn't exist. The elderly examiner concludes, perhaps understatedly, great job. She smiles kindly. We need to discuss your classes. Everyone, please wait outside. Chiron and the headmaster leave. Chiron walks back across the magic circle, drained but relieved. He waits in the hall with the other tested children. The doors close. Inside, the examiners discuss Chiron, still reeling. Unique student. How can a 17-year-old have a 30-meter zone? Bigger zone should mean thinner density, yet his is 86.7%. The elderly examiner is baffled. And that's pure mental power, no buffs. Maybe a mountain monk? Trying to make sense of it. Alifer wonders, maybe he lied? The others look skeptical. Instructor Thad voices the doubt. 90% density, 30-meter zone? For a 17-year-old who doesn't know magic? Impossible. Maybe he just made up bigger numbers. Alifer cuts him off sharply. Thad, you forgot. Students have no reason to lie. Even if they get into a high class, they can't keep up. Why lie when you're here to learn? Sound logic. More importantly, she adds, not even we remember the error code produces pi. 3.14. She glares at Thad. That's not something a student fakes for attention. Thad grunts, annoyed but cornered. Ugh. The headmaster steps in. So then, where should we assign Chiron? Alifer Sienna, a 6th class spirit zone specialist, recommends, Class 6 teaches theory, 5 is proper magic. His zone is almost complete. So, I recommend Class 5. Thad slams his hand down, I object. Alifer thinks, so annoying. Thad, also 6th class, argues, he's 17, knows no magic. High class might make him arrogant, cause trouble. Teach him basics first. Alifer dismisses him. Not all students are like you, Thad. He bristles, what did you say? It escalates. Alifer, ice flaring, be honest. You just want him in your class, fueled. Thad, flames erupting, problem? Instructors teach talented students. They bicker. The brown-haired instructor mediates. Basics only might bore him with younger classmates. Postpone permanent assignment, observe for now. Elderly examiner murmurs, they're quarreling. How about Class 10, slowly? The elderly instructor proposes a compromise. Class 7. Advanced but still teaches spirit zone basics. If he's more talented, he can move up. A challenge with a safety net. The headmaster considers. I think you're right. He decides, Chiron will be assigned to Class 7. Text overlay. Academy has 10 classes. Divided based on evaluation. Categorized into 3 larger groups. Visual. Classes 10 to 8 basic spirit zone. 7 to 4 advanced spirit zone use and magic. 3 to 1 graduating harsh training hours of Alpia's wizard school. Chiron in academy uniform, Class 7 insignia. Chiron begins his life at Alpia's, observing other students. He navigates the sprawling campus. An instructor announces his first advanced class. New student joining Class 7 today. Class 7 students murmur. Advanced class when new? Looks old. But he's handsome, one girl whispers. Chiron stands before them with instructor Thad, smiling nervously. I'm Aryan Chiron. I'll be in your care. The class erupts. W. Chiron thinks, overwhelmed but thrilled, I'm finally in wizard school. Thad looks less than pleased. Alpia's wizard school crest. Chiron narrates, Alpia's uses 75 kilometers of mountains. 33 plus buildings, 40 training grounds. Can't go out except weekends, but most amenities are here. Aerial view. Classes end at 5 p.m., free time after, but students are in the 24-hour library or in research meetings, endless passion for learning. Students studying late. This atmosphere makes a school reputable. Chiron studies diligently. Classes are difficult, deep. Many subjects, high knowledge level. His old self-study notes were nothing like this. However, I'll catch up. Somehow. He relies on his secret weapon, the backbone of knowledge. The history engraved in me helped slowly accumulate world knowledge. Visual, books flooding into him. Morning classes end. Instructor dismisses them. Chiron checks his schedule, confused. Afternoon practicals for Spirit Zone. Location isn't written. He wonders who to ask. Spots the timid girl with pink braids. Someone my age. He asks hesitantly, Yahello? A practical class training ground. Girl looks up, startled. Oh, me? Chiron thinks, relieved, she's timid like me. I feel at ease. Girl nervously checks her papers. She explains, 2 combined advanced class training sessions weekly. Today's 1, plus orientation. Chiron, combined training? A horrified realization dawns. Combined, advanced, that means IT can't be. He arrives at the second combined training ground. Students from various advanced classes gather. He hears someone shouting, hello. Students fawn over someone arriving, a popular senior. And then he sees her, walking confidently. Students call, hello, Amy. She replies coolly, hello. It's Carmiss Amy. Crowd buzzes. Chiron watches, thinking grimly, so popular, wanted to avoid her. He thinks, combined training twice a week, and she's top student, probably graduating soon. He notes the strict hierarchy. He sighs, feeling the pressure. Possible to stay out of her sight. Chibi Chiron looks worried. Instructor Romy Itella calls class to order. Greetings, advanced students. Students, W's. Caption, Advanced Spirit Zone Instructor, Romy Itella, 6th class. I'm Itella, your Spirit Zone instructor again this year. Instructor Itella, new semester, promotions, some repeaters, someone mutters, so mean. But today, a new face in advanced classes. All eyes on Chiron. Whispers, rumor true? Who's he? Chiron sweats, dangerous development. Itella smiles. Chiron, introduce yourself? Chiron flinches, spotlight on him. He stands stiffly, heart pounding, sweating. Across the room, Amy's friend nudges her, pointing. Amy looks over, bored. Chiron forces a smile. Hello. I'm Arian Chiron. Class 7. I'll be in your care. A wave of intense scrutiny hits him. Students stare, surprised. Chiron feels overwhelmed. His soul comically flies out. I give up. Amy's friend recognizes him. Amy, boy from yesterday? She whispers. Name's Chiron. Amy looks, vague familiarity. Amy thinks, never heard that name. Who's he? Looks familiar, but I remember most faces. Friend gossips, heard instructors are paying a lot of attention to him. Amy, oh really? Friend continues, test results were surprising. Sighs dreamily, liking him more, wonder which family? Test results, seeing his face clearly, it triggers something in Amy. Eyes widen, hair flares. Flashback, dark alley, thugs, Chiron crying but surrounded by raw magic. Her angry words, where did you learn magic? How did a lowly commoner learn magic? The face matches. Memory solid. Present, Chiron stands nervously, unaware. Amy glares across at Chiron, cold fury replacing confusion. Grits teeth, mutters a sharp curse. Fuck. That commoner. Ever wonder what makes some people seem destined for greatness? Meet the Karmas family. They're a big deal, a famous bloodline known for producing geniuses. They have a unique power called red eyes, passed down only through their family. Visual, hand expertly knocking an arrow, hinting at incredible precision. This red eyes ability isn't just for show. It lets them perfectly read another person's condition, see right through them. The arrow flies true, hitting dead center. Fweck. Another shot, then another, splitting the previous arrows with impossible accuracy. This is extraordinary skill. With talent like this, the text says, tedious studying almost seems pointless. And the one demonstrating this is a young woman with striking red hair, Amy Karmas. An older man, maybe a butler or family elder, claps enthusiastically, incredible, young miss. This is Amy, the youngest daughter, and even in a family of geniuses, she's considered the most talented of them all. Her father's proud thought bubble appears. Of course, my daughter. She inherited the Karmas genius. Meanwhile, young Amy effortlessly wins a complex board game, another display of her natural gifts. But despite the praise, Amy sits at the game table looking completely bored. The older man notices. Young miss? What's wrong, Amy? She looks up flatly. It's boring. Underneath that skilled exterior, the narration tells us, she hated everything about this expected, perfect life. She walks away from fawning admirers, thinking resentfully, family ability, what has it done for me? I can do this without the family name. So, she rebelled. We see her unleashing her power in the streets, sending men flying. But her thought, I can do whatever I want. She floats, surrounded by the guys she just took down, still looking bored, detached. Another thought, how boring. But this rebellious phase didn't last. Someone eventually stopped her and sent her back home. She walks down a street littered with unconscious bodies she likely put there, stopping before one person still standing. And the one who managed that? A boy of low class. A young, blonde-haired boy stands before her, scared but resolute, maybe even with a faint aura of his own. Flash forward to the present, Alpia's academy. Chiron has just introduced himself, getting polite applause. Across the room, Amy Karmas stares. Recognition dawns, then disbelief, then sheer fury builds on her face. Internally, she curses. F***ck. Her sharp gasp or muttered word startles the girls beside her. Amy? Amy snaps back, flustered. Huh? I'm in shoes. My shoes are uncomfortable. A quick save as shoes, and her curse sounds similar in Korean. Internally, she's reeling. I knew it. My red eyes memory couldn't be wrong. She forces a nervous laugh. So what were we talking about? But her mind races. The problem is I found him among nobles. Who knew he was that low-class boy? But how is he here, in this magic academy? The pieces click, and she hates the picture. Despite trying to look calm, Amy is utterly mortified by this link to her past. She clutches her head, panicking. I want to die. I cleaned up my past. Don't tell me he remembers me. She looks physically ill. From Chiron's view, he just sees her intense stare, looking over curiously. He thinks, Senior Amy? She's not who everyone thinks she is. His mind flashes back 5 years, to that alley encounter. He recalls the details, her asking if he was a slave, telling him to strip. Amy, remembering the same mortifying moment, covers her mouth in horror. Chiron pieces things together, contrasting her past with her current ice princess reputation. Amy, fearing the worst interpretation, grits her teeth. No, absolutely not. I can't allow that misunderstanding. Chiron, catching her vibe, suddenly feels a chill. Their internal drama is cut short as Professor Romy Itella begins the lecture. Now everyone, what is a spirit zone? She smiles. A mage's mentality. She introduces herself as the Advanced Spirit Zone Professor, a 6th class mage. She continues, before a large magic circle on the floor. That's right. Embodiment of mentality. First form, a circle. That's focus. Her eyes glow. However, in combat, the circle form isn't always efficient. I'll show you in an image zone. A shimmering blue energy field expands around her. Magical symbols and energy lines fill the projected space. Chiron watches, captivated, his unique senses probably tingling. I can see it. The spirit zone with my eyes. Text box, image zone, 10 m diameter. Professor Atella explains, this is the basic circle form, rarely used in combat. She smiles, ready to show why. A simple example. A glowing magical target appears down the hall. Alright, I'll shoot magic at that target. She clarifies, my zone is 10 meters, target is 20. Clearly outside her current zone. I'll use a 10th circle fireball. A basic spell. Chiron leans forward, eyes wide, practically vibrating. Finally, I can see her use magic. Professor Atella gathers mana, a small fireball igniting. A small fire. Let's see if I hit, she says, aiming. She launches it, but it only reaches the edge of her 10-meter zone and fizzles out. Students look confused. Professor explains, fireball disappeared. Most magic can't leave the spirit zone, because mages only control magic within the zone. Thus, if I extend, Professor Atella says calmly, determined. Her spirit zone reshapes dramatically, stretching forward like a focused blue beam, reaching the distant target. The spirit zone until it reaches the target. She casts again. This time, the fireball travels the pathway and hits perfectly. Sizzle. We can reach it. Students erupt in cheers. Wow. Girls near Chiron giggle. Hee. Look at the class 7 guys. So cute. Chiron claps, impressed. Didn't know that. You can change your mentality's shape, he thinks. But Professor Atella quickly sobers them. However, there's a fatal problem with this. A student asks, what was wrong? The professor materializes an unstable-looking blue energy cube. Changing form consumes much concentration. Inefficient to change form every match. That's why the spirit zone has 4 patterns, she continues, projecting a diagram: defense, hexagon, attack, star, cross, cross, detached, 2 circles. The 4 forms. First, defense form, a basic deltahedron. Image zone shifts. A large, complex, crystalline blue energy structure envelopes her like a multifaceted shield. Zone is maintained unbroken. More faces, higher defense. Next, star shape, attack form. Her zone expands into a radiating star. Easy to locate target, good against many enemies. Then, cross form, zone changes to a large cross, extending far out. Extends zone in 4 distant directions. However, not good for fast targets. Far from center, hard to change direction. Main idea is to increase zone rotation speed. Chiron and a classmate watch, overwhelmed. She's using those techniques without blinking. Classmate murmurs. Chiron wonders, does she want us to do that? Professor adds you can use it in battle even with a 10 m diameter. Last form, detached form, Professor Atella announces significantly. Difficult even for class 5 mages. First, a demonstration. Classmates whisper excitedly. Oh, if she succeeds, promotion? Her zone was full marks in class 8. Suddenly, a collective gasp. F. Students stare at the floor, shocked. Chiron looks startled, eyes wide, focusing on the professor. Her spirit zone. Professor's feet lift slightly off the glowing circle beneath her. The glowing blue orb of her zone remains on the floor, while she floats just above it, separate. Left her body, students exclaim. Chiron is confused. I don't get it. The spirit zone is a mage's mentality. What is at the center of that spirit zone? He wonders, staring at the empty, glowing circle. Possible to detach thoughts from body. Professor Atella explains, detached form is difficult for specialized mages. Zone can't move as mage isn't the center, but you can move zone to target, activate instantly, infinite scope. Note, instant activation means bypassing aiming. Students are blown away. Wow! How can she do that so easily? Just using Spirit Zone makes me breathless. Different level. Official Class 6 Mage. Chiron watches, thinking, despite her looks, she's very skilled. Professor Atella lands gracefully, adjusting her glasses, smiling. Huh. If we don't demo in first class, you'll be upset, right? She announces, the student first in speed for the cross form. Classroom erupts. Wow! Student Amy Karmis from Class 4 will demonstrate. Professor Itella calls. Amy's friends explode with excitement. So cool! Head of class. Amy again this year. All male students will fall for her. They turn to Amy, beaming, right? But Amy is frozen, eyes wide with panic, sweating. Her face is pale, horrified. Internally, she's screaming, I don't want attention right now. Being called up, especially with Chiron watching, is her worst nightmare. She continues, now, the student who got first place in speed for the cross form. Excitement ripples through the class. Wow! They know who holds that title. Student Amy Karmis from Class 4 will demonstrate. Professor Itella calls. Amy's friends beside her are ecstatic. So cool! Head of class. Amy again this year. All the guys will fall for her. They turn to Amy, expecting her usual cool confidence. Right? Hey, Amy? But Amy looks like she's seen a ghost, frozen, eyes wide with panic, sweat dripping. Close up, her horrified eye. Her internal scream, I don't want attention right now. Being on display, especially with him watching, is her worst nightmare. As Amy reluctantly heads down, the narration reminds us, the cross form is one of the 4 spirit zone directional forms. Its main advantage, long range. Diagram, cross shape, multiple targets. Shortcoming, hard against fast or multiple targets, as the whole cross must rotate. However, if the zone spins rapidly. Diagram, cross spins, intercepting targets. Its shortcoming vanishes. It becomes a long-range interception fortress. Amy stands, hand extended, energy beams lashing out, hitting multiple targets instantly. Shironi watches, genuinely impressed. Amy is really amazing. A student whispers, heard Amy always got number 1 just using cross form, even when others switch between forms. Shironi thinks, will I ever be a mage like her? Even I can see that technique is incredible. Amy's technique, spinning the zone, leaving nothing in its path. Relentless, perfect hits. 100% accuracy. Zap, zap, zap. Shironi thinks, despite that, she looks so relaxed. And her movements are elegant. Amy finishes, standing gracefully. A male student sighs, so beautiful. If only I could date her. Shironi overhears, thinking pragmatically, dream on. She ignores everyone. First-class noble, perfect in every way. He's impressed. Amazing person. But then, the memory of her thuggish past clashes. Why would she hang out with thugs? Test ends, 10 targets, 20 seconds. Applause. Whoa ho tilde. Walking back, Amy looks down, hair shadowing her face, a flicker of unease. Suddenly, she glances up, eyes meeting Shironi's. He looks startled. Hey! A student notices. WH what? Amy. Just looked at the new student, right? Do they know each other? No way. He just joined. Shironi feels the stare, thinks determinedly, I'm certain. His thought continues, and with this, I'm certain. Amy is having an internal meltdown. Gar tilde damn it. I looked subconsciously, she screams in her mind. He bothers me so much. Split panel, intense stares. Their thoughts, he remembers. She remembers. Recognition is mutual. Amy quickly turns away, mind racing. Can't have him spreading rumors? Do I need to shut him up? Chilling. She forces calm. No, calm down. I'm the academy's best, a model student. No one would believe a new student. Moving rashly might cause misunderstandings. Caution for now. Her friend grabs her arm, concerned. Amy, what happened? Your face is red. Amy yelps, and nothing. Scene shifts. Practical lessons for individual classes. Empty lecture hall, now set with practice areas. Professor Itella addresses Class 7. You'll practice defensive form first. Always practice this. Students attempt zones. Shironi concentrates, feeling his zone. Focus even in chaos. Squeeze mind, compress zone, build structure. Diagram, forming a stable hexagonal frame, pushing inwards. Shironi opens his eyes, surprised. Oh? I think I just succeeded. Faint structure forming. But can't see it physically, can't confirm. He stands still, focusing. Easier if my zone was in the image zone. He asks Itella hesitantly, instructor, can I try the image zone? She turns, surprised. Him? Image zone? Him, normally advanced students use it first. She murmurs. Shironi thinks, no need to care about others when learning. Itella smiles, allowing it. Opportunities to improve don't always come. No one's using it. Was number one's demo too much? Aloud, alright, no harm experiencing it sooner. As Shironi heads to the main floor, Amy's friends notice. Whoa, new student. Courageous. So cute, Tilda. Oh, Amy, look. The new student is going into the image zone. Amy spits out her drink in shock. PFH. Wait, what the hell is he doing? She splutters furiously. What can he do, Class 7? Friend, Amy, why so strange? Scary. Large lecture hall, emphasizing practice area scale. Shironi steps onto the central magic circle. Blue energy swirls. Sign above, image zone diameter 0m. Shironi breathes, centering. He looks up, determined. I'm finally meeting my spirit zone. Blue energy explodes outwards. Students gasp, what's with that size? Sign climbs, 1m, 10m. Shironi, slightly smug, alright. I'll freely reach my zone's ultimate state. Energy expands violently. How big will it get? Shironi raises hands, slight panic. Stew. Stop, Tilda, he mentally commands, sweating as it grows. Sign flashes, image zone diameter 20m. Expansion halts. Students dumbfounded. Really, Class 7? Isn't 13m average for Class 7? Even Class 5 students look shocked. Made it big on purpose. Density would decrease, look like droplets though, another reasons, seeing the solid field. Students stare in awe at the massive, stable blue dome. Whoa! Shironi sighs internally, wiping sweat. Barely stopped. Good. Slightly embarrassed. Like I was trying to attract attention. Refocuses. Now, defensive form. Eyes snap open in alarm. Hey? What's wrong? The structure flickers, destabilizes. Frame isn't forming, collapsing. He panics, energy surging chaotically. He struggles. Worked when practicing, though? Confused. Amy and Class 4 watch skeptically. No way he'd do well first lesson. Shironi tries to understand. Scared due to image? No, won't cause concentration to drop. Closes eyes, concentrating. Difference now and outside image zone. Sweat rolls. Something's causing it. Dark space, internal thoughts. Line of light, insight. I see. Visualizes Itella's easy demo. Instructor made it look easy, so I was mistaken. Changing zone form consumes mental power. Insight solidifies, means intentionally maintaining zone smaller. Recalls Itella's calm 20m image zone. Also consumes mental power. Forcing his zone smaller drained focus needed for shaping. Dark space, problem identified. If making my zone small is the problem, he concludes. Sweat drips. Eyes snap open, new determination. I'll just revert to usual size. The 20m zone explodes outwards again. Boom. Students yell, what? Getting even bigger? Blue light surges. Shironi stands calm, focused. Sign flashes, image zone diameter 21m. Stops. Within it, Shironi effortlessly forms perfect defensive structure. Class 7 stares, mouths agape. Whoa! New student, succeeded first day. Amy and friend watch, stunned. Amy chokes, what? Friend speechless. Shironi stands confidently in his perfect, jewel-like defense. Wow! Touches the barrier. Like I'm within a jewel, marveling at the stability. Professor Itella watches thoughtfully. Convergent type, better at defensive form, still amazing for first A. Heard he surprised instructors during admission test. Amy's friend turns, buzzing. True instructors are paying attention. What do you think, Amy? Amy forces a strained, creepy smile. Ha ha. Dark shadow. Internally, venomous, why did I forget? He's the culprit who humiliated me. Resentment palpable. Joined academy, someone's helping him, she analyzes coldly. Glances at Shironi, still examining his form. He'll catch up, influence will grow, she predicts, seeing him as a threat. Change of plans. Expression hardens, grim determination. Need to approach him stealthily, she decides, plotting against the unsuspecting Shironi. Chiron stands tall in his massive, perfectly formed defensive shield, a 41-meter spirit zone filling the image zone around him. The students below are stunned, murmuring about the new kid. Succeeded in the 4 forms on the first day, one exclaims. The sign confirms. Image zone diameter 41m/shield form 10m. Amy's friend turns to her, still buzzing. True, the instructors are paying attention to him. What do you think, Amy? Amy forces a strained, unsettling smile. Ha! She says weakly, eyes cold, shadowed by calculation. Internally, she's grim. As expected, it's dangerous to leave it like this. I need to approach him stealthily. Her initial plan forms, hostility hidden. Close-up, Amy watching Chiron, radiating menace. Professor Itella observes Chiron thoughtfully. New omnipotence was outstanding, recognizing his raw power. Like someone trained in mountains his whole life. Chiron calls out, Professor, the size decreased a lot. Itella smiles. Yes. Size decreases, density increases. Explaining his convergent zone. High physical density, most physical shocks won't break it. Resistance to psychic attacks too. Very good. Remove your zone now, she instructs. The shield dissolves. Ah, thank you. Chiron replies, relieved. As Chiron steps off, Class 7 students rush up, beaming. Good job, newcomer. Congrats. Chiron is taken aback, flushing slightly. Why is everyone looking at me? He manages an awkward bow, thank you, then quickly walks away, unused to such praise. Professor Itella watches him leave. Acknowledge his insight made the shield successful, she thinks. But his abnormally large convergent zone helped. Her expression turns serious. I need to keep an eye on him. Immense, unpredictable potential. Chiron walks down the corridor, still slightly flushed. Narration. Many people are watching Chiron now. Some with admiration. Incredible talent. Won't he advance quickly? It breeds competition. Some amazed. Amazing! On the first day. Others with clear jealousy. Tiske. Jealousy and envy ripple. And among the crowd. A chilling glare. Amy Carmus, eyes fixed on Chiron's back, radiating pure, unadulterated hatred. Alpia's Magic Academy exterior. The next day begins. Another particular gaze fell on Chiron. Back of a woman with pink hair, instructor's cloak. She confidently pushes open a lecture hall door. Students inside erupt. Wow. Professor Sienna. Professor, tell us about your first love. Chiron looks up, startled, recognizing her. Ah, that person is... the scary person from the entrance exam. Professor Sienna Alifer at the podium. Nameplate confirms. Text box, she's Class 5's instructor. Students whisper, wow. Professor Sienna's class in Class 7. But she purposely found time to teach Class 7 for a reason. Sienna glances at Chiron, determined. Flashback bubble, her talking to Thad. Talent like his will catch up in Class 5. The reason was to teach Chiron. She adjusts her glasses, thinking fiercely, I will promote you quickly, student Chiron. Chiron shifts uncomfortably under her intense stare. Is it just me, or is she looking over here? He wonders. Students try to break tension. First lesson? Fun story? Another cheekily asks, True you're dating Professor Thad? Hee hee. Sienna's eye twitches, disgusted. Air crackles with annoyance. Ignoring it, she begins with a power display. Freezing energy forms sharp blue ice crystals. Crystals hover and spin, radiating cold. Anyone explain this magic's principle? She asks, sharp and commanding. Frost creeps across windows. Chiron intrigued. Sienna, what is ice? And cooling? Temperature plummets. Students shiver. Professor, it's cold. Sienna, unimpressed. Cold means lacking energy. Amidst swirling frost, cold energy doesn't exist. Temperature can infinitely increase, not decrease. White energy flash, zero energy state. State of zero energy, absolute zero. More ice forms. Take energy from room temp, ice forms. But break it to particles, turn to current. Small ice crystals hover menacingly over students. You can create lethal cold, like I just did, Sienna states calmly. Students terrified, almost die just now. Sienna turns, ice dissipating. How can a mage absorb energy? She gestures. Without tools, how trigger magic? Chiron absorbed. Diagram, stick figure in spirit zone circle. Mage controls world inside spirit zone. Small area, but like a god. Activate space sense, touch light, see smells, smell with touch. Mage's special senses. Hands shaping a world in a sphere. Becomes ability to rule the present. What if they don't know what to do? She points to the stick figure. Even with godlike ability? To trigger magic, two conditions God possesses. Rights, omniscience, omnipotence. Almighty, knowing and doing everything, God's ability. Through omniscience and omnipotence, mage triggers magic. Omnipotent but no knowledge, no magic. Chiron's eyes widen. Realization. Reason mages need scholar-like understanding, despite superior senses. That's it. That's why I couldn't use magic. Flashback. Young Chiron training physically, relying on raw effort, innate sense. Trained to be omnipotent without knowing omniscience. Sienna, you'll learn various things. Spirit zone is only half the start. She smiles, challenging. No hard study, no amazing mage. Now, lesson on basic chemistry. Students groan, then shout enthusiastically, please take care of us. Chiron looks forward, new fire in his eyes, understanding, purpose. I can do it. Close up, his determined eye, light of possibility. I can become a mage. Path clear. Academy grounds, late afternoon. Students chat. Library today? Yeah, exams too. Others discuss research. Research topic? What to develop first? Text, after class, library or study groups. Chiron walks alone, carrying books, heading away. I hole up in library every day. Even then, barely keeping up with Noble's lessons. Body exhausted, lack of sleep. But mind is light, making dream come true. Gentle smile despite fatigue. Walks, lost in thought. No magic to erase sleep need. Suddenly, stops. Body feels lighter. Looks down, feet lift. No, wait, gasps. I'm flying. Shadowy figure with glowing eyes grabs his cloak. What's going on? Chiron panics. Yanked upwards, academy rooftops recede. A person, flung through air towards woods. Crashes hard. Ah. Thump. Books scatter. Pushes up, groaning, ow. Sees cloaked figure nearby. Figure slowly pulls back hood. Question mark. Chiron wary. Eyes widen in shock. Fiery red hair. Ha. It's Amy Carmis. Looks down coldly. As expected, you recognize me. Chiron stammers. Eh? Recognition floods him. Amy Carmis? Knew we'd meet again, but not like this. Amy stares. Is she really child from 5 years ago? That expression confirms he remembers. Her posture shifts, resolve hardening. Amy raises hand, massive fire explosion erupts. Fush. Orange light. Chiron flinches, terrified. Amy glares, red eyes glowing, terrifying malicious grin. That's right. She snarls, heat intensifying. I will get rid of you here. Then, a flashback. The alley, 5 years ago. Young Shironi, terrified, crying, stop it, stop it. Young Amy watches, thugs beside her. One warns, you're gonna kill the kid. Present Amy's thought, at first, I was going to let him go. Flashback, young Shironi's tear-streaked, pitiful face. Present Amy, but when I saw him crying. Young Amy in flashback, looking contemplative at the crying boy. Him. Present Amy's disturbing thought finishes, should I say I wanted to see him cry more? A flicker of cruelty beneath her noble facade. The fire in her hand flares, snapping her to the present. But now. She thinks, resolve hardening. She looks at present Shironi, surprisingly calm, just a bead of sweat. Her eyes widen. Did this guy? Is he the same guy from 5 years ago? Amy wonders, thrown by his composure. Shironi speaks calmly, leaves in his hair. Of course I remember. He continues, recalling the most humiliating detail for her. You ordered the gangsters to forcibly take my clothes off. Flashback bubble, young Amy demanding confirmation about stripping him. Present Amy flinches, mortified. Stop. I remember. She throws her hands up, flustered. Wait, that's not it. I was wrong. Big misunderstanding. Shironi blinks, feigning confusion. Pardon? Amy splutters, so? I'm not a lewd girl, she blurts, fists clenched, face red. Shironi raises an eyebrow, genuinely perplexed. Here. Amy continues frantically, I was never interested in men. Shironi, unimpressed, no way. You kidnapped me to talk about this. Amy freezes, realizing how ridiculous she sounds. Here? Of course not. Why am I making excuses? Shironi observes, deducing quickly, seems she's worried I'll spread rumors. We're both uncomfortable. He stands, brushing himself off. You can just say sorry, he suggests simply. Amy stares, taken aback. What? Shironi continues reasonably, I get it's a memory you want to forget. You're top student, popular. But we can't change the past. Instead of excuses, isn't it better to apologize and end this? I think that's the right thing. Amy looks stunned. Apologize? Her eyes narrow, panic replaced by anger. Wait, get it together Tilda, she thinks furiously. This guy really has a way with words. She sees it as manipulation. Saying right things to embarrass me, put himself above me. It's not. Chessboard visual, Shironi tall, her small. How dare he pick a fight? What does he take me for? But at times like this, a plan forms. She laughs coldly. Haha, apologize? Tilts head, looking down at him. Look here, Sir Commoner. What do you gain from my apology? She asks dismissively. Shironi, surprised, what did you say? Amy presses. So Tilda, let's say I apologized. Arms crossed. Do I trust you won't betray me after? She thinks, if I apologize, I admit it was me. More disadvantageous. Confirms his deduction, she fears admitting guilt. Shironi, exasperated, need to gain something from apologizing? It's basic courtesy. Amy's mocking laughter cuts him off. Ha ha ha. You really don't know the world, she laughs, finding his principles naive. Shironi flinches, thinking, his attacking by saying what's right Tilda, Amy feels cornered by his morality. She changes tactics, expression sly. I'll turn the tables. No effort if I don't gain. So foolish. She leans in, voice threatening. Hard for you to survive here even if I left you alone. Shironi wary. Amy thinks, my gosh. Nasty personality isn't going anywhere. Amy continues, oh Tilda speechless. Should I add more? Clears throat. Most frightening thing here. Shironi, ? It's the seniors, Amy says ominously. Shironi? She leans closer, whispering menacingly, do wrong to a senior, not just them, but underclassmen become enemies. Shironi's eyes widen. Bam. And if commoner status gets out? You'll drop out. Shironi glares, understanding. So you'll make me shut up because you're scared? Amy pulls back, feigning lightness. Tilda not right now Tilda I'll watch, see how trustworthy you are. Hee hee. Shironi, what does that mean? Amy smiles sweetly, eyes sharp. Bring me coffee every morning. Be my shuttle, then I'll see. Shironi thinks, what? Why should I? Amy circles him. Now I think about it, you're a special case. Commoner here, pulled strings. Sad to drop out, right Tilda? Chess queen knocks over pawn Shironi. KO power imbalance clear. Shironi looks down, weighing options. Grits teeth, looks up, reluctant resolve. Fine. If being your shuttle means you'll trust me, I'll do it, he states formally, accepting. Amy beams, fake delight. Good. Warns, conduct yourself well, future's on the line. Expression darkens, eyes intense, leans close, whispering fiercely, tell the professor, I'll kill myself. Final manipulative threat. She walks away, leaving Shironi stunned. Whoosh. Shironi slumps, picking up his bag, defeated for a moment. Yeah, better than dropping out. Glances after Amy. Her schemer's skill hasn't changed. Referring to manipulation. Angry I let her do what she wanted. Covers face, sighing in frustration. But it's a wreck from the get-go. Academy life complicated. The next day. First library entrance, grand, domed. Students mill about. Girls notice someone. Hey, look. Shironi walks towards library, holding coffee. Girls gasp, oh my. Freshman? Stops before a waiting figure, holds out coffee politely. Senior. Here. Amy stands with Siriel, arms crossed, imperious. Shironi, your coffee. Siriel covers mouth, shocked. Wow. Siriel whispers. Amy, what's going on? Amy smiles smugly. Amy gracefully takes coffee, fingers brushing Shironi's. Eyes flash red. Deliberately tilts cup, spills hot coffee on Shironi's hand. Gosh, you spilt so much, innocently, eyes satisfied. Eh? Leaving? Siriel asks as Amy turns. Need to study. No time Tilda. Amy replies dismissively. Shironi watches them go, hands stinging, face flushed, anger controlled. Students whisper. What's this Tilda? Confess to Amy. Why she leave? Oh no. Rumors start. Siriel catches up. Isn't he interested in you? Amy sips coffee. No. Disciplining junior, lies smoothly. Adds under breath, not like his only one. He. Amy thinks, savoring it. Takes another sip, eyes closed, exaggerated pleasure. Feels so good. Ecstatic. How's it feel to be humiliated? Become the stereotypical junior with unrequited love. Back in plaza, Shironi sighs, overhearing. Sarcastically, Amy Kamis is a pervert and gangster. TSK. Just taking revenge cause you got dumped. Amy gloats internally, no one will believe you now. Amy walks with Siriel, smug. Better revenge than this Tilda? Triumphant. Siriel, great mood. Amy feels weight lift. Congestion of 5 years finally going. Shironi stands alone, clenching fists. Tilda I feel great, heavy sarcasm. This is bullying. What did I do? Deep breath, regain control. Losing end if swept by negative feelings. No trust, recalls her manipulative words. Looks up, steely determination. If I need to, I'll do it perfectly. Everything determined by my mindset. Won't let her break him. From then on. 10 days later. Female students wait excitedly. He's here. Again. Kia Tilda. Shironi walks steadily, holding coffee, ignoring stares. Academy's romanticist. Confessing 10 days straight. Amy and Siriel watch, Amy smiling smugly. Oh Tilda audience bigger Tilda enjoys the spectacle. Large crowd. Siriel whispers, everyone knows. Let's end. But when except Shironi Tilda? Amy snaps, what? What are you talking about? Accept? Forgotten who I am? Amy hisses. Siriel presses, rumors spread. You never looked at guys, took his coffee every day. Amy glares, annoyed, as Shironi arrives. Needs charade to continue. Shironi holds out coffee, expression neutral, serene. Here's your coffee. Amy stunned, what? Where tilde? Crowd chants, accept it. Accept it. Amy stares, trapped. Senior. Shironi waits. Shironi polite smile. Didn't spill, right? Internally, hope she takes it quick. Need to go to library. Amy grits teeth, cornered, irritated by his perfect performance. Eek, seethes internally, blushing furiously. Are you ripping me? Feels outplayed at her own game. Shironi keeps his polite smile, but internally, he's just thinking, why isn't she taking it? I need to get to the library. This daily humiliation is just another step on his path. Amy stares at the coffee, then at Shironi's calm face. She's bright red, trembling with barely suppressed rage. Ek. She snaps. With a furious cry, she slaps the coffee cup from Shironi's hand. Smack! Coffee spills everywhere. Amy glares at the mess, then at Shironi, voice trembling. Do you think I'll fall for you if you give me these things? Playing the victim for the crowd. Pointing accusingly, she yells, you're a student, not even studying. Chasing a female student around. Don't bring me these anymore. Shironi stands, surprised, internally thinking, sorry, I'll apologize. Siriel calls hesitantly, hey, Amy. Amy clutches her head, screeching, so annoying. Thwack. She shoves past Shironi. Crowd gasps, KYA. Siriel, shocked, Amy. Students boo Amy's harshness. Siriel rushes after Amy, what's wrong tilde? What if strange rumors go around? Amy storms off, who cares? These people have nothing else to do. If I advance to graduating class, this all ends, she declares, determined to escape. Back in the plaza, Shironi calmly picks up the cup. Crowd murmurs sympathetically. Poor Shironi. Thought she was ice princess, so mean. Report her for wasting coffee. Shironi looks at the cup, then where Amy left. A single tear seems to fall, but his internal thought is pure relief. Really? I don't need to do this now. Crowd misinterprets. Oh no, he looks hurt. But Shironi's internal reaction, why tilde? He clenches his fists silently. I'm free. That night, in the vast, quiet first library, Amy sits alone, head in arms, frustrated. Damn it. I did this to stop him spreading weird rumors. She bites her pen, vexed, angry tick on her forehead. But I'm the one starting rumors instead. Her plan backfired spectacularly. Fine, ended it before rumors got too big, she tries to reassure herself. But that's not what's important. Something else bothers her more. Her eyes glow red, activating her family's red eyes ability. Blink. Text box, Karmissa's red eyes. Academic title, Self-Imaged Memories. It lets her replay memories perfectly. She sees Shironi politely offering coffee, day after day, same expression. Amy memorized Shironi's actions. His reaction was same as day one. But, she closes her eyes, considering conflicting possibilities. He was completely sincere. Was his politeness genuine? Was he really trying to earn her trust? The thought deeply disturbs her. Tap. Siriel approaches. Oh, Amy, going already? Amy packs. Yeah, tired today. Siriel, going? Let's go together. Amy quickly, no, don't need to. I'll go myself. Siriel, concerned, feel guilty about not accepting Shironi's coffee. Amy snaps, flustered, I said I don't. Siriel persists gently, if you want to talk, let me know, okay? Amy manages a small, grateful smile. Okay, thanks. Amy walks alone through dark library halls. Tired. Sighs. Things not going as planned, mind's a mess. Reaching a door, a voice stops her. Finished early, Amy? She turns. Jake Ardius leans against the wall, holding a mug. Jake Ardius. Annoying suitor. He continues, thought I'd wait till midnight. Amy sighs, annoyed. Why wait for me? Bored? Jake smirks, don't be mean. Tilda heard rumor. Sloppy guy Shironi clinging to you. Amy massages temples. Gosh, my head. Came to make fun of me? Jake offers a fancy mug. Of course not. Here. Best Western coffee, can't get in academy. Great. Amy treated suitably. Amy stares blankly. What are you doing? Jake smiles, leaning in. As you see, trying to win your heart. Instead of him, I, next Royal Financial Marshal, much better fit. Amy, disgusted. Ha! Not in mood for disgusting joke, coldly, turning away. Disgusting? Jake, offended. Amy, don't think we're close enough for this talk. Jake's face hardens. Think I don't know your association tries to take me down? Revealing political tensions. Grabs her arm. Wait. Misunderstanding. Amy pulls away. Where you're talking a little much. Jake looms. Attitude to me is attitude to my family. Can't forgive tarnishing family honor. Sneers, famous Karmis family, you know that too, right? Whispers contemptuously, pathetic bastard. Amy shocked. What? Jake continues, just cause pretty at school, lost yourself? Nothing without family support. Amy's expression shifts, dangerous, mocking smile. For loser who made weird association, bullies secretly, what is on a tilde? Jake flinches, baring teeth. Hardash. Amy leans in, eyes sharp. That's right. These are bad guy eyes. Compares him to Shironi, unlike Shironi, your eyes like rotten fish eyeballs. Jake recoils, insulted. What? Worse than that sloppy guy? Amy gathers magic. Wrong order. Before stopping rumors, should have removed idiots like you first. Red energy flares. I can make sure you never hold pen in a day. I'll show how great I. Whoosh. Blast of force sends Jake staggering. Coffee mug shatters against Jake's barrier. Crash. This. Jake glares, furious. Arrogant bitch. Limit to how much I overlook cause you're pretty. His eyes widen in shock and fear. Amy stands calmly, swirling aura of power, menacing shadow behind her. What, she asks coldly, are you going to do? Jake terrified. Jake stammers, use 4 forms this quickly? Crazy. Don't know it's against rules to use magic here? Amy laughs mockingly. Pooh ha ha ha. What can mere pretty guy do? She taunts, walking towards him. At least Shironi doesn't act out relying on family. Her eyes glow red. He takes responsibility. Bet you won't catch up after half a year? Air pressure intensifies, pushing Jake against wall. This girl seriously, he gasps, choking. Filled area with air. Considers options. Enter spirit zone, will she set it on fire? Can't win against advanced class first placer. But grits teeth, stands tall despite pressure. I'll humiliate you back, furiously. TCH. You won't get away with this. Jake yells, fleeing upstairs. Amy watches, pressure receding. Amy sighs, adrenaline fading, leans against wall. Ha! Been a while since I got this excited. Touches face, still flushed. Why did I do that? Intimidated by him? Because he'll find out my secret, questioning her violent reaction. Recalls Shironi's words, if I can gain your trust by doing errands, I'll do it. Looks thoughtful, confused by his actions. Glances at spilled coffee, clicks tongue. Ah, I guess he won't come tomorrow. Looks at starry sky. But thanks to him, head's all clear. Confrontation broke her mental block. A few days later, students walk across grounds, bright sun. The little ripple Amy caused. Siriel runs to Shironi, holding crumpled paper, terrified. So, Shironi asks. She shoves note at him. Senior Amy, went to save me. Note, I have Shironi. 14th Training Hall, 6 p.m. Tell fake teacher, torture you. Tell Shironi he humiliated me. Black magician dash. Shironi, came back as a wave. Close up, ominous signature, Black Magician dash, new threat, targeting Shironi via Amy. Chiron walks among them, books in hand. It's been a few days since Amy's dramatic rejection on the library steps. He overhears students, hee, that's him. The guy hitting on senior Amy. Fun, but what a shame. Hee. The rumors haven't quite died. Chiron lets out a quiet sigh, seemingly unbothered. After that incident, flashback, Amy slapping the coffee away 4 days ago. No. Chiron thinks back with mixed relief and awkwardness, imagining his chibi self wailing, how can I walk around now? He clears his throat. Well, that ended pretty fast, he muses. Thought they'd make fun of me more. Suspicions about me probably gone, right? Glad the shuttle duty is over. His thoughts are cut short. He spots someone near some benches, looking agitated. That person is... Senior Sariel? Amy's friend. Chibi Sariel cheering Amy, then apologizing for spilled coffee. Don't hate her, he concludes. She was always with Senior Amy. Something happen? He wonders, seeing her distress. Sariel paces nervously, wringing her hands. Chiron approaches cautiously. Senior Sariel? She jumps, startled, eyes wide with panic. Kayawak? She shrieks, grabbing his collar frantically. Uea! Why are you here? What about Amy? She yells hysterically. Chiron, bewildered. What are you talking about? Sariel shoves a crumpled note at him. Does nothing happen to you? Chiron, confused. What's this? He reads the menacing words. I have Chiron. 14th Training Hall, 6 p.m., or I castrate him. Tell teachers regret it. Black Magician dash. His eyes widen. I was kidnapped? And the ominous signature, Black Magician dash. Chiron looks up, piecing it together. Who is this? Sariel looks terrified. Black Magician? Chiron murmurs, recognizing the name. Sariel explains. 30 minutes ago, Jake Ardius approached them. Hey, Senior, still well? Amy snapped. Told you to get lost. Jake smirked, holding out the note. Stop acting arrogant. The boss wants to see you. Sariel tried to intervene. Ignore him. That's why he's class 5. Jake continued smoothly, said if I relate it like this, you'd listen. Say yes if you don't want your man destroyed. Jake threatened, meaning Chiron. Sariel recoiled. Gross. Disgusting. Let's go. But Amy snatched the note from Jake. Amy read it, expression hardening. Chiron kidnapped? She thought, immediately connecting it to Jake. Jake? That bastard. She crumpled the note. Whatever. Nothing to do with him, she declared, turning away. Jake shrugged. Just the messenger. Sariel picked up the note, eyes widening in fear. Black Magician? Aren't they bullies who pick on good students? Why kidnap Chiron? How does it relate to you? Sariel asked Amy. Amy flinched, thinking, because I retaliated that night. Let's tell the professor, Sariel urged. Not just Chiron, you'll be in danger. Amy considered. Professor? Right thing, but not simple. If professors interfere, finding truth, Chiron and I explain our relationship. My past revealed. If it comes to that, they'll find out. He's a commoner. Flashback, her threatening Chiron about his status, his shuttle agreement. And her own past actions, demanding thugs strip him, watching him cry. I didn't do anything, she muttered unconvincingly. Recalls the alley, 5 years ago. Chiron helpless on the ground. Please. Amy shook her head, decision made by self-preservation. Sariel. I'll go alone. If I'm not back by 7, tell the professor, Amy instructed, handing Sariel her bag. Sariel shocked. What? Why? What will you do alone? Don't know how many there'll be, Sariel argued. Amy turned away resolutely. Sorry, reasons. Don't worry. She glanced back, confident smirk. Even 10 Jakes are nothing on me. Present. Chiron hears Sariel's account, staring at the note. So, Senior Amy went to save me? Stunned. Then disbelief. No way. Wicked person like her? Sariel confirms frantically, saying she went alone, right? But what are we doing? Amy said she had reasons, couldn't ignore. First time she asked for a favor. Chiron processes. Amy told Seriel to wait till 7. Unavoidable situation. Hour buffer for assurance. Checks watch. Reason she didn't tell Professor is to keep our secrets. His mind races. Our secrets intertwined. In the end, she went by herself to keep my secrets safe? Realization hits. Grabs bag decisively. I also have to go. Seriel panics, dropping bag. Senior, wait till promise time. W8. Chiron ignores her, sprints off. 14th training hall towards mountain, running hard. Make it on time? Huh. Suddenly lifted off feet. Seriel beside him, grabbing arm, determined. Just run when get there? Better I come with you. We'll photonize. Hold tight. Seriel shouts, activating magic. Chiron yells, startled. What's that? Chiron feels strange sensation. His hands glow golden. Blinding flash, powerful whoosh. They shoot forward like light, teleporting. Students below look up, startled. Uea. What's using magic? Chiron screams, disoriented by high-speed teleport. Light fades, Seriel supports him midair. Wow. Dangerous to hit something teleporting, fly from here. Switching to flight. Aya. Sudden shift, aerial movement too much. Chiron doubles over, nauseous. Blah. Seriel flies them towards woods, Chiron green. Yua. No time to prepare mentally. Chiron still sick. Seriel lands them near training hall. Amy, where are you? Sign, 14th training hall. Deserted. No one here. Seriel pants. Strange? 10 minutes early. Chiron, grim, changed location. Location revealed, probably accounted for teachers. Chiron catches breath. Then what about Amy? Seriel worried. He looks serious. Plan quite meticulous. Word, secret, flashes ominously. Then, past, and commoner. Chiron thinks, not time to worry about identity exposed. Word, expelled, peers. Might be, much more danger than thought. Turns to Seriel urgently. Senior, go back, tell Professor everything. Faster alone. Seriel protests, but Amy said wait till 7. Chiron insists, reason is because of me. If I help, nothing will happen. Go quickly. Seriel, confused, what? Important reason was you? Yells, clutching head. Relationship? Rumor true? What's truth I don't know? Chiron urges, there's no time. More time passes, more dangerous. Seriel relents, I got it. Dangerous for you, wait here. She runs for help. Chiron watches, breathes. Phew. Turns towards mountains. Mountains, I'm used to. Closes eyes, spirit zone, synesthesia. World transforms, swirling energy. Whoosh. Might find trace. Senses scan forest floor, glowing footprints. Found it. Footprints. Follows tracks. 2 people not long ago. However, tracks vanish mid-step. Stops halfway. Did they fly? Crouches, examining ground, notices faint disturbance, sound only he perceives. Disjointed sound? Don't tell me. Something happened? Stands abruptly, looks towards deeper woods. Distance, above tree-line, thin plume of smoke. Trouble. Info panel, teleportation. Light magic photon type. Passive. Foundations of photonization. Teleport within 10 m. Omniscience simple, foundational magic. Collision causes death, be aware. Info panel, fly, flight. Air magic combination passive/blow type. Passive type. Equal 2 magic types. Air magic omniscience easier, more mages use. Previously, Amy walked into Jake Audius's trap, with Shironi used as bait. Shironi sent Seriel for help and raced towards the smoke alone. Now, deep in the woods, the showdown begins. Fire explodes near Amy. One of Jake's cronies smirks, gosh, hand slipped. Claims it was just flashy fireworks for her grand entrance. A clear taunt. Amy stands unfazed by the smoldering ground. The guy continues his weak excuse. She just stares, refusing to show fear. Tension is thick around their campfire. Surrounded, Amy doesn't flinch. 4 swirling orbs of sharp wind magic appear around her, pushing back as the boys close in. Power hums in the air. One student seems surprised she actually came. Wow, tilde, Miss Amy really here? Another sneers, boss caught a big fish. They see her as a prize, underestimating her. Jake steps forward with his 2 main lackeys. Guys, he signals, their twisted plan starting. Fake smile, Jake drips sarcasm. Be courteous to our precious guest. His friends share nasty grins. Near the campfire, one taunts Amy. Came alone? Treasure that guy enough to come obediently? Trying to use Shironi against her. Amy scoffs, arms crossed, unimpressed. No need to burn a house to catch a few people, she retorts coolly, dismissing their drama. The boys look slightly taken aback. Jake leans closer, smirking. Confident, here? But too many people here, can't do what you want. Thinks numbers give him control, that she won't act out with witnesses. Jake's face hardens, eyes narrowing. Didn't come without a plan either. Radiating confidence, sure he's got this. Amy turns, dismissing him. Ice cold. Not interested in your plans. Her focus, where's Shironi? Even trapped, she needs to know if the threat to him was real. Jake and his buddies erupt in cruel laughter. Pooh ha ha ha. Jake sneers, probably reading in the library. No idea what his girl's going through. They find it hysterical. Jake taunts, love your smile, boss. Ha 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 ha. Who knows where that guy is? We all have a bone to pick with you. Other students step forward menacingly. All waiting to pay back what you did. Jake's face twists, furious, likely recalling his library humiliation. Did something bad to me last night too. I'll pay you back. Look forward to it. Deeply personal threat. Amy sighs softly, phew. Then, a slow, unsettling smile. Since Shironi's not here, voice turning dangerous, this will be simple. Close up, Amy's predatory grin, sharp canines. Like you said, troublesome with people watching. Implying witnesses are only a problem if conscious. Amy's eyes flare chilling blue-green. Air crackles. Just need to get rid of them, right? Voice dripping menace. Jake and friends stare, jaws dropping. What? Finally realize she's not playing. Blinding speed, Amy attacks. Wind cutter. Massive wave of razor wind explodes. Swoosh. Rips through the clearing. Jake and cronies caught by surprise, bracing against the ferocious assault. One cries out. Another, bewildered, it. Didn't expect this overwhelming force from the ice princesses. Ack. Another sent tumbling, engulfed in energy. Boom. Amy poised, arm extended, channeling powerful turquoise energy. The fierce warrior is out. Directs the vortex, sending lackeys spinning. Whoosh. Chaos. System panel, wind cutter. Air magic, blow type, active. Sharp, blade-like. Simple, effective, devastating. Another blast hits Jake. Each. Friends recoil. That hurts. How is she this crazy? She really did it. Panic. Jake shouts orders, cross formation weak. Move, protect location. Recognizes her technique. Student blown away again. ACKK. Disbelief. Wait. Cross formation. How switch so quickly? Amy adapts instantly. Jake barely deflects. ACKK. Struggles. What's this? Different from practice hall. Amy held back her true combat skill. Clearing echoes with impacts, cries. ACKK. Thought bubble, actual fighting experience. It's hot. Realizing she's not just a prodigy, she's fought like this, a glimpse of her hidden, violent past. Jake takes another hit, ACKK. Coughs blood, glaring. This damned bitch. Nearby, student barely holds shield. Koke. Kiuk. Amy overwhelms them. Jake regains footing, analyzes her moves. No matter technique, always a weakness, spots Amy hovering. Forms wind barrier. Horizontal to 4-directional cross. looking for an opening. Amy dives. Jake tracks her. Definitely perpendicular attack. Vulnerability. Braces, vortex of energy at his feet. Jake unleashes his counter. Chaotic field of crackling, dark purple-black energy erupts, enveloping Amy. This is animagic, grimly. Shouts, go crazy if you don't lift Spirit Zone. Forbidden technique. Glare, rage. Crazy bastard. Dares use forbidden magic like coward. Justifying his own use by accusing her. I got you, flashes, Jake's triumphant thought. Trap sprung. Amy trapped, suspended in violent, pulsating anti-magic. Looks painful, designed to rip apart magic. Jake watches, cruel satisfaction. No. No way. Jake mutters, surprised it worked, or anticipating failure. Blast sends cronies flying, collateral damage. Amy caught, neutralized. Jake gathers fire. Fire strike, he incants. Lackey curses, hey, damn it. Antimagic's chaos might affect them too. Trapped but defiant, Amy grits teeth. Blonde students taunt flashes, fireworks for grand entrance, almost hit you. Memory fuels her anger. Amy glares down. Because you waste time doing stupid things, contemptuously, personalities twisted. Attacks his ego. Jake snaps. Cuke. Green energy flares. Lunges upward, stop looking down on ME. Roars, losing composure. Her words hit. Amy, disdainful. What are you doing? No point struggling. Think I'm easy. Turns his taunts. Jake's eyes blaze blue, pure hatred. Reaches, voice dripping venom. Checkmate, you bitch. Convinced his broken her. Amy trapped, straining against crushing anti-magic. Dark energy pulses. Jake frowns, concentrating. Panic flickers. Shit. Can't restore with my red eyes. So Jake does have red eyes. Trying to use it, stabilize anti-magic, control Amy, heal, but failing. Blue energy crackles uselessly. Shocking move, Amy thrusts hand from inside anti-magic. Focused wind blast erupts, pushing against forbidden spell. Whoosh. Wind disrupts anti-magic. Jake dumbfounded, how? Amy, strained, smirks defiantly. Called schemer, you brat. Using deep understanding of magic structure to dismantle his crude power. Clueless cronies celebrate. Ha 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 ha. Finally, she's ours. Damned bitch. Oblivious their boss's trap is failing. Amy fights back, twisting, dodging within weakening anti-magic, using targeted wind strikes. Close up, Amy's face, grit, determination, exhaustion. Sweat, eyes burn. IT won't break. Final warning, mess with Amy, you die. Pushing beyond limits. Jake reeling. Too much for my schema, stopped growing at 12. Panic. Critical flaw, stunted magic foundation. Relied on raw power status, not enough against Amy's skill, will. Jake uses wind to bind her feet as she seems to break free or is forced lower. Sneers, seriously. Still haven't figured it out, bluffing desperately. Magic failing, Jake resorts to brutality. Pulls sinister knife, glowing menacing red. Okay. Annoying you, mock concern. I'll help. Chilling threat. Jake closes in, face a horrifying mix of manic glee, furious resentment. Glowing knife terrifyingly close to her cheek. If I mark up your face, snarls, men won't annoy you. Plans permanent disfigurement. Presses searing blade. Amy winces, straining. Pained as she resists. Jake laughs maniacally, reveling. Ha ha ha. Yes, this is it. Why not stay still, tremble earlier? Savoring her struggle, sadism exposed. Suddenly, Amy's eye flares open, glowing intense crimson, calmest red eye, activated in extreme peril. Tear escapes, voice impossibly sharp, commanding, beg me to give you a chance. Tables turn instantly. Invisible force slams Jake, sending him flying. ACKK. Boom. Different voice, sharp, analytical, playful, rings out. Say it, then hee. Someone else arrived. Amy's red eye flickers. Power surge took its toll. Sweat. SED, weakly, Can't put strength into body. Drained, vulnerable. Amy gasps. Painful memory, small, terrified, collapsed in rain-soaked alley, leering thugs, Shironi interrupted. Deepest shame. Memory overlays present helplessness. Fear, humiliation flood back. But something clicks. Profound empathy. Is this what he felt? Finally understands Shironi's terror that day. Jake scrambles to recover, ready to attack weakened Amy. Figure blurs past. Loud, commanding voice, stop. Arm clamps Jake's wrist, knife inches from Amy's face. It's Shironi. Jake's arm locked. Amy looks up, exhaustion, disbelief, dawning relief. He made it. Shironi glares past Jake at bullies, calm replaced by glacial fury. Voice low, contemptuous. You bad bastards. Rescue arrived, and he is furious. System panel, fire strike. Fire, air fusion. High energy, grants fire physical force. Strike denotes air fusion. Explains Jake's earlier power. System panel, wind cutter. Basic air, blow type. Active. Sharp wind. Highlights Amy's fundamental but deadly offense. Stage set for Shironi versus Jake and crew. Jake's cronies murmur, surprised. What? They see him, alone, appearing from nowhere. Amy stares at Chiron, shocked and frustrated. You? She gasps, disbelieving he came alone. Chiron stands, breathing hard, holding just a sturdy tree branch. Determined, but the effort shows. Jake processes it. A slow, mocking grin. What? You're alone. Contemptuous laugh. Ha! Fear gone, arrogance returns. He sees one boy, seemingly unarmed. Jake wrenches free, joining his laughing cronies. Ha ha! The prince is here, one mocks, referencing the rumors. Jake sneers, knife still in hand. Prince, what you gonna do with a stick? They find him pathetic. Amy yells, furious, scared for him. You idiot! Why come alone? She knows how dangerous these guys are. Chiron grips the branch, assessing. Lot of them, enough to capture top student. What do I do? Outnumbered, outgunned. But then hope. Anyway, Senior Seriel should have told the professor. Banking on backup. His plan, just need to drag time out. Stall, survive until help. Chiron steels himself, faint turquoise energy gathering around him and the branch. Recalls a past victory, maybe training. Did beat Rian in swordsmanship? Bolstering courage, drawing parallels. Firm stance, shouts, let go of Senior Amy right now. Jake scoffs. Think I'm crazy? Won't you attack together if I let her go? Not falling for it. Releasing Amy gives Chiron an ally. Chiron steps forward, turquoise aura intensifying slightly. Preparing to act. Jake's eyes narrow, nasty green energy flaring. Bastard running towards us? Disbelief. Turns to group, cruel chuckle. He guys. Open path. They part menacingly, readying magic. Chiron surprised. As Chiron moves, something feels off. Falters, turquoise energy flickers. Dizziness. Something strange. Unease creeps in. Suddenly, jagged lines of violent purple-black energy erupt around Chiron, anti-magic, Jake used earlier. Residual effects hitting him full force. Chiron's eyes widen, shock, pain, as anti-magic surges through him. Feels like being torn apart. Ack! Raw scream as he collapses, clutching head. Anti-magic backlash, agonizing. Branch falls. Hits ground hard, tumbling. Jake and cronies erupt in triumphant laughter. Haha. See his collapse as weakness. Watching Chiron writhe, two lackeys sneer, eyes glowing green. Knew Prince wouldn't disappoint. What was he planning with that? Misinterpret his collapse as incompetence. Amy, still restrained, looks on horrified. Amy screams, genuine panic. Cancel Spirit Zone. Right now. It's anti-magic. Chiron, engulfed, gasps, anti-magic? This is... Finally understands. Amy's desperate warning. Won't be able to use magic for your whole life at this rate. She spells it out. In other words, you're going insane. Anti-magic damages the mage's core, mind, magic connection. Amy struggles, shouting, "Did you hear me?" Chiron unresponsive, lost in pain. Chiron's thoughts, senses slowly fading. Anti-magic attacking his synesthesia. Internal assault intensifies. Consciousness breaking apart. Jagged cracks in vision, chaotic energy threatens his mind. Lessons flash. Sienna, mage mustn't lose consciousness. Thad, defensive form useful in chaos. Romy, spirit zone won't block physical shocks. Core truth, anti-magic, natural enemy of spirit zone. Realizes danger, lose control, anti-magic runs rampant. If I invoke spirit zone like this, anti-magic amplified within it. Despite agony, warnings, Chiron fights. Hand reaches up, pushing against overwhelming chaos. Monumental effort forces spirit zone. Brilliant turquoise dome explodes outward, pushing back purple chaos. Jake and cronies flabbergasted. Seems like he's enduring it? Jake scoffs nervously. Huh? Prospective student? How dare this freshman? Amy watches in horror. Increase output. Jake orders, trying to overwhelm. Amy screams, "Stop, idiot! Too many of them. Too much to withstand." Bullies pour energy. Chiron's turquoise dome strains. Cracks appear as purple anti-magic intensifies. "Hey," one says uneasily, "what's that?" Spirit zone flares brighter, stabilizing into complex crystalline structure, intricate geometric lattice. Not just holding, solidifying, immensely dense. Jake recoils, disbelief, dawning fear. Green energy flares. Want to be engulfed by animagic? Yells, panicking as Chiron's defense becomes terrifyingly solid. Ha! Chiron within perfected defense, grits teeth, class 7 badge prominent. Immense pressure. Takes step, planting foot. Ground resonates. Turquoise energy solidifies like glass. Cronies frozen. Another step, ripples of pure energy. Walking on solid magic. Zone pulses outwards, pushing back anti-magic. Cronies cry out from radiating pressure. Chiron warns, strained but firm, "Don't come closer." Another bully hit by expanding energy wave. Recoils as if burned. Sheer pressure slams bullies, sending them stumbling, overwhelmed. They collapse, clutching heads, blood trickling. Mental backlash from forcing anti-magic against dense spirit zone shatters their minds. Save me! Attack backfired. Amy, now free, looks on, stunned. Down student thinks frantically, "What's happening?" Can't comprehend this power. Amy, weak, tries to understand. No idea, can't use spirit zone. Frustrated. The spirit zone. Chiron's display reminds her of sheer power difference. Relief as her magic returns. I can use it. Anti-magic disappearing. Chiron's dominant zone neutralized it. Flames flicker around her hands. Amy, amidst swirling embers, magic restored. Looks at Chiron's zone with awe. Wow. Impressed. Internal thoughts. Impossible. Luminous, structured dome. Amy stares at Chiron's back, bathed in power's glow. Spirit zone this cold and hard. Incredible density, stability, unlike her volatile energy. Suddenly, Chiron winces. Blood drips from nose. Immense strain. Can feel squirming underneath me, deeply unsettling. Looks down at feet on solidified zone base. Feels like stepping on small bug. Strange tactile feedback from hyperdense zone. Collapsed crony, disbelief. No way. Kidding me. 6 of us. Defeated by him. Pride shattered. Amy tries to process. Him. Must be anti-magic specialty student. Only explanation. Why he came special conditions. Jumps to conclusions, unaware of his true nature. Chiron looks back, confused. Question mark. Jake struggles up, radiating furious turquoise energy. Rage, humiliation. Think you'll beat me in magic fight? Roars, challenging Chiron. Refuses defeat. Chiron looks at Jake. Pressure getting to him. He's as bad, might have to fight unequipped. Jake gathers energy, 2 swirling wind vortexes. Lunges. Chiron thinks frantically, don't know any magic. Deployed zone defensively, no offensive spells. Jake closes in, manic fury. Ah, where should I cut you? Laughs, preparing to strike. Blur of red. Amy intercepts, slamming Jake with powerful red energy strike. Physical enhancement or fire burst. Jake sent spinning. Chiron, unaware of intervention, focus on failing spirit zone. Jake hits ground hard, coughing. KOK. Unexpected blow. Amy brutal punch to Jake's face. Bam. You're done for, bastard. Screams, channeling frustration. Amy grabs Jake's collar, shaking violently. Eyes blazing. Chiron, startled. Senior. Calm down. Amy ignores, screaming at Jake. What you going to do? Say it again. Shakes dazed Jake. Say it again, bastard. Chiron frantically tries to stop her. If you use schema, he'll really die dash. Worried her rage channels lethal magic. Amy hears Chiron. Stops shaking Jake, who whimpers, you, please. Looks over shoulder, anger simmering. Chiron relieved but concerned. Ugh, Amy sighs, releasing Jake. Confrontation over. Sunset long shadows. Quiet, broken by groans. Chiron's zone dissipates. Strain too much. Collapses backward. Ow. Dazed, exhausted. Amy rushes to him, kneeling. Are you all right? Genuine concern. Chiron looks up at Amy. Her proximity, worry, unfamiliar. Murmurs weakly, Senior? Confused by her change or disoriented. Amy looks back, question mark, unsure. Amy grabs Chiron's shoulders. Please get a hold of yourself dash. Urgently. Chiron's eyes roll back, loses consciousness, slumps against Amy. She cries, Senior dash, supporting his weight. Defeated students scattered. System panel, anti-magic. Attribute, none. Special wavelength, dragon heart. Disrupts spirit zones, nullifies magic. Causes shock. Perfect control needs, inanimate level, emotionlessness. Why Jake's was volatile, Chiron's exposure damaging. The clearing is a mess, unconscious students scattered. The violent fight is over. Faint wheezing sounds are the only sign of life from Jake's defeated crew. Amy supports the barely conscious Chironi. He's slumped against her, eyes half open, unfocused. Doesn't look unconscious, she thinks, then sees his state. Is he exhausted? He's clearly in bad shape. Chironi looks up weakly, blood on his face. Despite it all, he manages a faint, sincere smile. Thank you, Senior, he murmurs, maybe for stopping Jake or just for being there. Amy looks down, guilt washing over her. You became like this trying to save me. The weight of his sacrifice hits her. Overwhelmed, Amy flinches away slightly, turning her head. His sincere thanks feels undeserved. She pushes Chironi away gently, making him groan weakly, Luch. Then she stands, brushing herself off, trying to regain composure. Ahem. So Tilda refreshed now, she declares loudly, trying to cover her turmoil with bravado. She turns back to Chironi, now struggling to sit up, looking pathetic. Irritation returns. Seriously? So weak, she scolds, hands on hips. What gave you confidence to come fight? Internally, nothing good about him. Still that odd pronoun slip, but the annoyance is clear. Amy coughs lightly. Ahem. Anyway, let's get out of here. Extends a hand. Be a headache if a teacher caught us. Worried about consequences. Chironi, weak, grabs her hand. Siriel already reported this. I asked her to. Amy pulls her hand back sharply, surprised. Wait, Tilda. I told Siriel. Why'd you do that? She didn't want professors involved. Chironi, exasperated even now. What was I supposed to do? That was serious. Getting help was the only logical move. Amy throws her hands up. You don't know how much of a pain getting involved with the academy is, rubbing temples. Mags need to understand everything logically. They won't gloss over this. Knows an investigation will dig up her past, Chironi's special admission. Chibi Amy yells frantically, Age! Trying to get our secret exposed. Her paranoia is taking over. Chironi retorts, That the problem right now? We almost died. Can't believe her priorities. Nearby, Jake stirs, groaning. Overhears them. A flicker of calculation. Him? A secret. Catches his attention. Amy gestures wildly. Ah. Let's get out first. Think later. Shironi, shocked, weary running away. That would look more suspicious. Before they argue more, bright light flares, powerful magic waves. Both turn, startled. Amy shields eyes, thinking desperately, please. Let it be an old teacher who won't pursue too much. Chibi headmaster appears, imagine saying, ho 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 tilde things like this happen tilde. Two figures descend rapidly, radiating power. Title cards, Sienna of the Ice certified class 6 and Thad of the Flames certified class 6. Amy's chibi form panics. We're screwed. Two most passionate teachers. Hope for leniency crushed. Professor Thad and Sienna land, Siriel behind them, worried. Thad calls, Amy. All right. Gaze sweeps the scene. Thad conjures flame, expression hardening at the bodies, lingering dangerous magic. Hurt anywhere? What's wrong with your head? He asks Amy, assessing. Siriel whispers anxiously to Amy, gosh, nothing. Why so quick? Relaying Amy's earlier instruction. Thad raises a powerful light, fire sun magic, illuminating the clearing. Shironi thinks, fire sun, advanced magic. Recognizes the high-level spell. Thad sees battered Jake. Wait, what's all this? Recognizes the class 5 student. Thad approaches Jake grimly. Jake flinches, Ichike. Chibi Amy and Shironi watch, dread and vindication. Thad looms over Amy, demanding, Amy, how could this happen to an exceptional student like you? Hand on her shoulder, checking her. Professor Sienna steps forward, analytical. Ignores Amy, focuses on the bigger picture. Hurt anywhere? Him. Less concerned, more procedural. Amy looks away. Sienna turns to Shironi, nervous under her sharp gaze. Shironi, heard you were in danger. Explain what happened. Shironi stammers, about that. Before Shironi can, Jake pushes up, interrupting defiantly. I'll do it. Volunteering his version. Jake stands tall, despite injuries, false confidence. Think I can explain everything, planning to twist it. Sienna and Thad look at Jake, skeptical. Siriel nervous. Students think? Jake begins his fabricated story, painting himself victim, simple duel gone wrong, omitting threats and kidnapping. Claims Siriel and Shironi interfered. Admits Amy overwhelmed him, but insists self-defense. Points at Amy and Shironi, two of them are culprits. Sienna listens, turns to Siriel with the note. A duel? Heard a threat letter involved. And Siriel ready to show evidence. Sienna's gaze hardens on Jake. Anti-magic was used, here? Jake flinches. No academy rules, don't you? Voice dropping. Jake blusters, and no choice. Amy too strong. Justifying forbidden magic. Sienna ignores excuses, expression glacial. But look, gesturing at destruction. We suffered great loss. Not just physical damage, trust, use of dark magic. Sienna directly to Jake, voice cutting. Teachers, understand now. To Thad, Siriel. Points at Amy Shironi based on Jake's lie. The two of them are culprits. Amy seethes, why you jerk, at Jake's manipulation. Sienna continues questioning Jake, pointing out inconsistencies, severity of anti-magic. Jake, cornered, tries new tactic. Smug, arrogant smirk. Tell truth now. Sienna demands. Jake chuckles darkly, Kuguku. Get it now? How fearsome a black magician is. Trying to intimidate. Jake imagines his plan. Raising stakes. Don't care about money. Envisioned digging dirt on Amy Shironi, ruining reputations via newspapers, family influence. Sienna cuts through his delusions, voice sharp as ice. Don't act cocky, Jake, radiating cold magic. Sienna lays out facts coldly. You and friends used anti-magic. Shironi, Amy, Siriel, Thad listen. Shironi feels chill. Worse, not pure intentions, but to harm. Shironi shaken, realizing Jake's malice. Sienna must have known Shironi's mind could be destroyed, even lose lives. Full, lethal anti-magic potential. Sienna's eyes glow, piercing Jake. Enough reason for expulsion, she declares, no room for argument. Blue energy crackles. Jake laughs hysterically, playing final card, status. Ha ha ha. Me teacher, power to expel me. Believes family influence makes him untouchable. Thad steps forward, whispering urgently to Sienna, teacher, Ardius Family Supports Academy. Without them, school. We lose salary. Sienna cuts him off, unwavering. Isn't our role to guide students right? Sienna glares at Jake, belief absolute. If we can't do that, best quit being teachers. Integrity not for sale. Thad covers face in despair. Jake laughs, emboldened. Ha ha ha. Great. Let's see who's expelled, confident money trumps principles. Green energy hand, Thad trying to intervene or Sienna's magic. Jake screams defiantly, consumed by arrogance. World boils down to money. Everyone bows before money. Twisted worldview. Sienna raises hand, eyes glowing. Teachers, learn about world this time. Ha ha ha. Jake rants. Sienna cuts him off, deathly calm. Before that. Something you need to learn first, Sienna finishes. Powerful ice magic explodes. Whoosh. Students gasp. Kai ah. So cool. Siriel exclaims. Amy thinks, H. How did things turn out like this? Shironi cries, teacher. Jake caught in swirling freezing energy. Can't kill students. Screams in terror, misjudged her resolve. Ah. Massive razor-sharp ice prison erupts around Jake, encasing him. Gah! As ice closes in. Sheeing. Jake trapped, suspended in intricate, terrifying ice. Spikes press close, don't pierce. Shironi stares, amazed at power, control. Amazing! Didn't touch clothes. Fine control to molecular level. Sienna before ice prison. Jake immobilized. Shironi, guess reason they call her ice magic genius. Sienna addresses trapped Jake, voice echoing. Jake. Really think money gives everything? Cuts through his belief. Jake, terrified, stammers, stop nonsense, release me. Sienna leans closer. Heek. Jake cries as ice spike nears. Sienna looks at defeated students. No, you've hurt others, not Jake's first offense. More unconscious cronies. Thad floats down with two subdued students. Sienna to Jake, but Academy closed eyes to recent misbehavior. Probably family money. Jake interjects, delusional. Sienna refutes, don't be mistaken. Academy isn't place that teaches for money, Sienna states, Thad ashamed. Teaching lessons money can't buy. What's that? Jake asks. Sienna, to dream. Sienna elaborates, voice resonating. Thought bubble, Sienna's words, teacher Sienna. Jake bargains, if allow advance class 5, implying family influence. Flashback, Jake, clean cut, idealistic, hand over heart. Past self's words, I'll thank you by becoming amazing mage. Stark contrast. Sienna's voice, to dream with friends. And study together to become mags. Isn't that why you came this far? Question hangs, forcing Jake to confront lost ideals. Jake stunned, snow falling in ice prison. Sienna's words breaking through. Faint image, younger Jake, happy with friends, stick like wand, innocent aspiration. Another, Jake laughing with classmates, discussing magic, before bitterness. Sienna's final question cuts deep, intending to trample such precious space with your feet. Truly want to destroy dream, community he once cherished? Jake looks up, tears welling, shaken. Sienna before him, authority, disappointed hope. Jake looks down, overcome. Teacher, whispers, respect not defiance. Jake bows head in shame. I'm sorry. Chokes out. Professors watch, other students rounded up. Beginning of repentance for Jake. Shironi watches Jake, looks at snowy sky, contemplating. Title card, The most precious place. Academy and Dream. Epilogue. Jake, Black Magicians repented, rediscovered dream later, after punishment room, paid price. Academy hallway. Signs, punishment room, consultation room. Voice, hurts. Gentle. Reply, don't fuss, barely scratch. Jake's crew treated. Narration, and in END, inevitable happened. Consultation room, Thad to Shironi, Shironi, why not report immediately? Shironi, Amy opposite Thad, Sienna. Thad taps pen. Something like that, report to teachers. Thad, skeptical, fact you went to save senior higher class, alone. Doesn't make sense. Points out illogical actions. Sienna listens. Shironi, Amy silent, unsure how to explain. Chibi heads, internal struggle. Shironi sighs, resigned. Sigh. Alright, I'll tell truth. Amy startled, then agrees internally, yes, can't hide forever. Shironi thinks, don't know who headmaster told. About to reveal special admission commoner status. Before Shironi speaks, Amy interrupts, expression shifting. Pauses, then, actually, Shironi is. Her thought bubble, I am. Amy leans forward, dazzling, confident smile, winks. My boyfriend, declares brightly. Shironi freezes, jaw dropping. Flinch. Thad drops pen, gaping. Sienna's eyes widen. Siriel stunned, hands to mouth. Scribble. Thad's shock ruins form. Shockwave radiates, word echoing over nighttime academy. What? Amy's lie throws everything into chaos. System panel, ice tornado. Ice, air fusion. Tornado gathers vapor, rapidly chills. Highly advanced. Explains Sienna's controlled vortex. Panel, fire Sunday fire light fusion. Artificial sun, brighter, longer. Highly advanced. Details Thad's illumination. A nightmare plea echoes, help us. Filled with terror, is anyone there? Amy trapped in a terrifying vision, shadowy figures with menacing grins. She cries, please, anyone, help me. Reflecting her vulnerability during Jake's attack, or even further back. Shadows mock, middle of mountain. Anyone save you? Another taunts, wouldn't happen if you accepted our feelings. Nightmare blends recent trauma with past pressures. Nightmare shifts. Silhouettes chase Amy. White horse appears, radiating light, scattering shadows. WWJO, shadows stammer. Chiron leaps from horse, impossible speed. Powerful kick sends shadows flying. HHE's behind us. Chiron protectively before Amy, batting away thorny vines. You, Vine hisses. He offers hand, I'm here, Amy. Lifts her bridal style, magical white rose aura. Chiron. Amy whispers. Amy, he replies softly. Overly romantic rescue, completely unreal. Back in present consultation room, Amy bolts upright, slams hand on table. Kaiia. Startles everyone. Chiron flinches. Sariel, bewildered, points excitedly at Amy. I saw it happen. Misunderstanding Amy's outburst as related to the boyfriend claim. Amy glares. Sariel? Amy whirls on Sariel, furious. What rumor are you spreading? Caption, reading weird novel recently too. Suggests Sariel's overactive imagination. Academy buzzes with gossip. Academy grounds, students whisper as Amy/Chiron pass. Bulletin board, official notices and crude notes about Amy Chiron. Dating freshman, kidnapped lover saved, freshman defeated black magician group. Angry denials, no, lie, impossible. Romantic scribbles, Amy Chiron, I loved you, drawing of them kissing. Rumor mill out of control. Female students sigh, Kae amazing. So jealous. Male students dejected. Fake relationship news spread like wildfire. Amy's internal voice snaps at Sariel. Sariel want to die? Blames her for fanning flames. Amy yells at Sariel in consultation room, didn't even see anything. Furious Sariel acts like eyewitness to non-existent romance. Sariel giggles mischievously. He have to see it? Said. We're dating, teases. Then wouldn't you have kissed? Pushing Amy's buttons. Amy looks away, flustered. Sariel leans in. Turned out great. Annoying guys won't bother you. Amy internally concedes. True. Good side effect. Fake relationship deeders suitors. Title card. A few days before the incident. Present consultation room. Thad slams table, reeling from Amy's boyfriend claim. That's lie, right? Stammers, looking from Amy to Chiron. Thad leans forward. Amy I know isn't interested in dating? Right. Points at Chiron, and Chiron is freshman. Doesn't add up. Amy begins, honestly, met Chiron when young. Dramatically, meet again here. Call it fate. Building fabricated backstory. Amy leans to stun Chiron, playfully tucks hair, convincing performance. Right? Forcing him to play along. Flashback. Few days ago, Amy/Sariel eating. Sariel, what about after effects? Amy nervous. Sariel dismisses, UCK. Haha. Gushes, pretending to date rather than revealed. Amy thinks, Sariel dummy. Sariel cheers, Keth. Amy sighs, new strange from beginning. Sariel, Amy, you're dummy, twisting meaning. Amy sips drink, resigned, cursed day. Let's just feed Chiron. Shows Amy considered fake dating before consultation room, Sariel clueless. Flashback, Sariel probes Amy. See him after class? Dinner, library date. Amy coolly, just studying as usual. Amy eats sandwich, thinking back. Sariel, what? Boring. Amy smiles faintly. Ha. Reflects, so much to do, can't waste time pretending to date. Chiron doing well, normal school life. Small fond smile. Doing very well. Hint of respect, maybe concern. Internal frustration burst from Amy in flashback. No. I really don't like this. Pressure getting to her. Transition, second advanced class combined training hall. Outside grand building, Chiron arrives for training. Chiron, someone calls. Chiron turns, Sariel waving. Over here. Greets politely, hello, seniors. Amy beside Sariel, arms crossed, looking away. Sariel bounces over. Hi. Feeling today? Miss Amy? Teases, nudging annoyed Amy. Chiron laughs awkwardly. Ha, senior, seriously, happy face. Amy shoots Sariel look, whispering, that's what I mean. Right there. Internally, acting like dating, but Chiron coughs awkwardly. Ahem. Amy's internal rant. His attitude. Keeping me at arm's length. How dare he? Frustrated by polite formality, mistakes for distance. Amy tries different approach. Just talk comfortably when just us. Self-consciously, amusing we're formal, knowing each other. Sariel excitedly, which my first time Amy said that. Power of love. Chiron smiles but maintains politeness. When in relationship. Starts, then defaults, no, alright. You are senior. Firmly respectful, to Amy's unseen frustration. Amy turns away abruptly. I'll be heading to class. Curtly. Sariel uncertainly, HH? Yeah, okay. Sariel watches Amy go, confused. Amy. Chiron enters training hall, determined. Sariel's chibi head. WH, what's going on? Chiron sits, opens books, ready to focus. Earlier interaction weighs on him. Overhears male students about him/Amy. Internally detached. He good for them. Glances up, unreadable. Analyzing, really wanted to show it off, HH? Amy's status/supposed relationship. Hears jealous whispers. Dating when time for class? No skills. Got in with looks. More malicious gossip. Spending time dating instead of studying. Two shadowed students snicker. Chiron connects dots. Rumors about abilities. That's why can't use magic. Assume lack of flashy spells is incompetence. Clenches fist slightly, constant whispers grating. Title card, 2 days ago, placing classroom scene. Gossip gradually started spread. Title card, 2 days ago. Classroom/bulletin board scenes concurrent. Bulletin board swarmed, students reading chaotic mix of notices/gossip. Title card, Class 7's classroom. Inside Class B11, students whisper excitedly. Guys, here. 2 male students cry theatrically. Big news, senior Amy dating freshman? Of course. Revealed it to professors. One sobs, no way. Senior Amy mine. Friend, you? Yeah, right. Let's cry. Tidiha. Haha. Melodrama. Female students amused. Jealous, 2 receiving attention, couple. Called dibs on freshmen. People of same teacher flock together. Haha. I know. Guess congratulate them, pervasive gossip. Chiron sits nearby, overhearing, unreadable. Student to him, mean. Startled. Isn't something strange? Questioning rumors. Student presses, about freshmen. Look. Gestures to paper. First midterm scores. Chiron looks. Students crowd shocked. Huh? What? Close-up, Chiron Arian ranked 42nd, last. Exactly 30 points, every subject. Student murmurs, Chiron last. 30 points all subjects? Another whispers, doubtfully, wasn't he honors student? Scores contradict genius rumors. More murmurs, suspicious glances. Come to think, doesn't know how to cast magic? Student asks, what's going on? Friend smirks, obvious admitted under special considerations? Friend speculates maliciously, trusted family came here, spread rumors he's genius to get girl from good family. Painting him as manipulative social climber. More negative gossip. World unfair. Wealthy son, played around, came academy, got girlfriend. Connections. Really suspicious? Readily accept worst interpretation. Students glare resentfully. Rest of US working hard. Can't forgive him. See him as undeserving cheater. Chiron sits silently, weight of judgment palpable. Grips desk. Why academy negligent about something so unfair? Feels injustice of assumptions, fueled by poor scores. Chiron walks hallway later, books, troubled. Lost in thought. Thinks, analyzing, something strange. Sure of it. Senses more to scores than initial struggles. Classroom noisy before, but now. Walks alone, whispers follow. Walks, determined but burdened. Thinks about next class. Next class. Pauses, conflicted. Constant scrutiny affecting him. Reflects on gossip source. Didn't need to ask reason. Talking loudly as if wanted me to overhear. Understands resentment directed at him intentionally. Crucial realization. Because of me, Amy might get affected. Negative rumors about him will splash onto Amy due to forced association/fake dating. Large, empty practical training hall. Title card, The Present. Students gathered for Spirit Zone practice. Silhouettes of many students. Title card, Practical time for Spirit Zones for every class. Chiron stands alone amidst crowd, somewhat isolated. Closes eyes, focusing. Large, faint turquoise Spirit Zone manifests. Another student's zone nearby. Other student's zone pulses, overlaps Chiron's larger one. Chiron annoyed. Why practicing here? Touching mine. So annoyed. Other student likely thinks, his spirit zone uselessly big. Chiron, a voice calls. Professor Romy Itella approaches, clipboard. Is it going well? Checking progress. Chiron turns, surprised. Professor Itella. Chiron explains, deviate form, difficult. Try detach zone, consciousness leaves too. Itella nods. Should. Convergent type, zone follows nature's logic, mind shape of circle. Elaborates, means zone doesn't suit, deviate form, requires artificial manipulation. Innate zone structure conflicts with technique. Chiron processes. I see. Finally understands struggle with that form. Itella asks, how about other forms? Chiron pauses, thinking. Other forms. Considers, answers hesitantly, Don't think I have problem. Recalls defensive form success. Itella smiles brightly. Good. Then demonstrate it in image zone. Suggests ready to test. Chiron surprised. Pardon? Right now? Chiron asks, glancing towards image zone, where others gathered, likely unprepared for public demo. We're back in the practical training hall. Professor Itella just explained why Chironi's convergent zone makes the deviate form tough for him. She asks, how about the other forms? Chironi thinks, hand on chin, don't think I have a problem. With the other forms, he finishes, remembering his success with the defensive form. Itella beams. Good. Then demonstrate it in the image zone, gesturing to the practice area with other students. Chironi, taken aback, pardon? Right now? He looks at the observing students, clearly apprehensive about a public demo. Itella reassures him, if not in best condition, do it next time. Pauses. Then, gentle pressure, only student in class 7 who can do 4 forms. Wanted others to see. Appealing to his unique position. Itella thinks, wanted to use image zone first day. Cautious of other students. Correctly guesses his reluctance stems from the hostile rumors. She reflects, age when emotions sensitive. Understands peer pressure, jealousy. However, those who believe in themselves won't be affected. True talent should overcome negativity. Chironi takes a breath. Decides. I'll try. Please give feedback. Agrees despite reservations. Needs her guidance more than he fears their judgment. Class 7 students whisper. Here? Going to do it again. One scoffs, itch. Another sneers, wants to look good to girlfriend. Attribute it to shallow motives. Amy, watching from class 4, thinks dismissively, yeah, only thing he's good at, showing off, attracting attention, still influenced by rumors. Chironi walks to center of image zone, focus of the hall. Itella instructs, show us 4 forms one at a time. Chironi nods nervously, yes. Chironi knows, skillfully switching 4 forms is provision to advance. His motivation, if successful, can advance earlier, hopes to prove himself beyond rumors. Class 4 students watch, including Amy, Seriel. Wonder how much better he's gotten. Mix of curiosity, skepticism. Chironi focuses, blocking distractions. Can correct this by staying away from class 7. Believes excelling is only way to escape toxic environment. Deep breath, HE, begins, first, the defensive form. Instantly, complex, multifaceted turquoise energy dome erupts. Whoosh. Amy, Seriel gasp, shocked. Stronger than when face dark magician? Amy thinks. Another student, wow, 144 faces? Defensive form top class. Detail, stability undeniable. Advanced students murmur. Such spirit zone, like his armored. Recognize immense defensive capability. Even skeptics impressed. Chironi maintains form, intricate shield steady. Another breath, preparing for most challenging, and lastly, he deviate form. Energy shifts. Steals himself. Never successful, burdensome to show, admits internally, failed attempts fresh. But to get feedback, need to show failure. Needs her expert eye. Attempts to detach zone. Turquoise energy wavers violently, loses structure, like smoke. Shudder. Fails instantly. Class 5 students watch. Oh! Planning deviate form? Scoffs, need class 5 to do that. See attempt as arrogant. More skeptical whispers. Deviate form? No way. Dismiss possibility for class 7. Chironi analyzes failure. Key point is. Make zone smaller, before destroyed, move center. Tries again, manipulate core. Swirling, unstable energy collapses. Whoosh. Chironi presses head, disorienting pull. Same as practice. Zone close, can move center. But further, consciousness pulled out too. Connection too strong. One more time. Determined. Then, PFFT. Someone snickers. Cuts through concentration. Overwhelmed by negative energy. Malicious thoughts echo, what doing? Pooh ha ha. Genius. Acting cocky. Embarrassing. Stupid. Scorn palpable. Mocking continues, call that 4 forms. Failed attempt fuels ridicule. Unstable spirit zone flickers. Waver. Amy watches, concerned. Exclamation point. Why doing that? Did well till now. Serial worried. Hey, Shironi's spirit zone. Notices instability. Amy analyzes. Why fluctuating? Affected by attention. Wonders, enough to shake him. Surprised someone who faced anti-magic rattled by peer pressure. Amy recalls his resilience. Something happened recently? Searching for explanation. Shironi amidst flickering zone, head bowed, struggling against negativity, self-doubt. Thought spiral, why do humans enjoy others' failures? Feels judgment, perceived pleasure in his struggle. No. Everyone wants me to fail. Paranoia creeps in. Shadowy, monstrous figures loom. As expected, I trails off, near despair. Images flash, mocking students, failures, overwhelmed. Voice cuts through, Rianne's, or inner resolve, hey, thinking too many useless things. Inner voice, firm, stop hesitating. Want to do something, just do it. Came here to become mage, didn't you? Cuts to core motivation. Shironi snaps back, startled. WHWHO? Looks around. No, wait. Corrects internally. Just what was I thinking? Shakes off negativity, refocuses. Closes eyes, deep breath, pushing away pressure, doubt. Resolve solidifies. I came here to become a mage. Renewed determination unleashes power. Whoosh. Shironi leaps, surrounded by surging turquoise vortex. Attempting deviate form one last time. Students gasp, shocked. Oh. Oh? Amy, serial watch intently. Brilliant turquoise energy condenses, detaches, hovering below, stable, luminous sphere. Shine. Shironi floats above perfect, detached zone. Thinks, break away first, or destroyed first. Fighting to maintain control. Final, desperate roar, pause concentration. Ah! Detached zone glows intensely. Then, after seconds, peacefully dissipates. He did it. Later, Professor Sienna reviews student incident report, kidnapping, anti-magic. Sienna holds report, thinking of Shironi's performance. Resisted anti-magic with just defensive form. Impressed. Reflects on danger. Anti-magic dangerous, even specialist needs artifact. Difficult as dangerous. Most likely students didn't use proper anti-magic, she deduces. But to win against 6. Sienna leans back. Means Shironi's mentality stronger than those 6 combined. Extraordinary resilience. Because of talent. Professor Itella enters. Professor Sienna Tilda. Itella excited, Shironi. Itella reports enthusiastically, successfully used deviant form? Sienna asks. Itella beams, yes, yesterday. Only month since learning 4 forms. Itella elaborates, detached spirit zone functioned properly before vanishing. Lasted 4 seconds. Sienna, impressed, that's amazing. Sienna smiles, assessment validated. New perception correct. Raises cup. To stimulate students' will, request something. Sienna chuckles softly. Haha, I think Tilda. We're thinking same thing, knowing look with Itella. Plan for Shironi. Title card, a few days later, Class 7 Chemistry class. Sienna before blackboard, complex formulas. End of today's lesson. Sienna, cheerful. Wow, Tilda getting excited. Finished class early, special announcement. Calls out, student Shironi, please stand. Shironi looks up, surprised. Pardon? Sienna stuns everyone, decided student Shironi advanced to class 5. Shironi freezes. Sienna, joining class 5 tomorrow. Adjust timetable. Disbelief in class 7. Hear that? Skipped 2 classes. Impossible. Takes 2 years. Outrage. Angry whispers, what family supporting him? For him to skip 2 classes. Resentment over special treatment boils. Maria stands abruptly, slams hands on desk. Please wait. Objection. Loudly. Very rare to skip 2 classes. Maria to Sienna, demanding clarification. More importantly, how student who doesn't know magic commands advance? Voices class grievance, lack of conventional magic. Student mutters, doesn't know magic. Sienna thinks, then asks Maria, Professor Itella didn't say that. Turns to Shironi, is that true, Shironi? Shironi sweats, caught, unsure how to answer without revealing complexities. Maria presses, voice menacing in his mind, can't, right? Say can't. Classroom transforms in Shironi's perception, classmates' shadowy figures, glowing red eyes, staring, demanding confirmation of inability. Shironi looks down, cornered. Honest answer, yes, I can't perform any magic. Sienna calmly to Maria. Unexpected. Can learn basic magic in Class 7, curious. Pointedly, Class 7 doesn't have evaluation. Implying practical magic not sole criteria. Male student slams fist, enraged. Never acknowledge this. Student shouts furiously at Sienna, obvious discrimination. Professor, didn't you say Spirit Zone isn't everything? Throws her words back. Gestures to Shironi. Is Shironi good at anything except Spirit Zone? Challenge, acknowledge if he can use any magic. Others angrily. Right. Confident I can beat Shironi with grades. Shironi can't follow theory. Resentment palpable. Maria ultimatum. If he advances, request hearing with student association. Sienna listens calmly, likely anticipated. Oh no, feigning concern. Sienna thinks, something else I didn't know OF. Sienna to furious class. Understand everyone's thoughts. Concede slightly, seems I was careless. Male objector smirks, thinking he won. Sienna, announce again after official staff meeting. Defers decision, calm situation, not resolves. Later, Sienna alone in office, reflecting. Thinks of student reaction, to think other students that angry. Analyzes deeper. Don't think simple objection of unfairness. Likely emotional issue too. Suspects jealousies, insecurities fuel outrage. Maria knocks, enters. Professor Sienna. Sienna turns, what's wrong, Maria? Maria hesitant but determined. I have something to tell you about earlier, Maria states, not letting issue drop. Confrontation over Shironi's advancement just beginning. In Professor Sienna's office, after the class uproar, Maria explains the real reason for the hostility towards Shironi. IT started a week ago, she says. Maria recounts how classmates first ignored Shironi, then started saying mean things. Flashbacks, Shironi alone, ignored, whispered about. Then, it escalated. Flashback, Shironi's studies sabotaged. And interfering with his studies, Maria explains, clearly distressed. Tears well up as Maria confesses, I saw it all. They spread bad rumors, instigated it. Voice thick, this bullying, so cowardly. Maria breaks down, Huke. Sienna listens patiently, expression serious. I see, understanding the complex situation. Sienna's gaze hardens. She now sees the emotional undercurrent behind the objections. Sienna looks at Maria with empathy. Thank you, Maria. Leave it to me now. Assures her she'll handle it. Maria looks relieved. Alone, Sienna reflects. Remembers a quote from Thorkelin in The Conversation of the Great Scholars. Thorkelin said, humans need at least 6 hours sleep. Then admitted, I only slept 4 in my school days, though. Thorkelin's witty retort, well, in your teens, you aren't human. You are a superhuman. Thorkelin gestures dismissively. His imagined voice, youthful arrogance, who cares if I sleep? Won't affect anything. Sienna sees parallels with Shironi's focus. Clock strikes late, past midnight. Tick-tock. Shironi still in library, engrossed, pushing himself like young Thorkelin. Looks up, startled by the hour. Looks around vast, empty library. Already so late. Only one other student far off. As Shironi packs up, the other student, girl with brown hair, also prepares to leave. Girl gathers books, perhaps a tired nod as they both head out. Shironi walks towards dorm under starry sky, cherry blossoms blooming. Recalls grandfather Ojin's advice, young master. If attend Magic Academy, other nobles won't look kindly. Warning of social challenges. But still, please endure over and over. If endure till end, it will end. Advice on resilience. Shironi walks, resolve strengthening. I'm going to overcome it. Images flash, grandfather Ojint, Vincent and Olina, Rianne's loyalty, Sienna's encouragement. For sake of people who believe in me. Stops outside graduating class building, looking up. No matter who stands in my way, I. Looks at night sky, determination clear. Will become a mage. Ultimate goal reaffirmed. Transition, starry night sky. Lights in academy building. Flicker. Shironi in room, toweling hair, simple sleepwear. Walks to desk, thinking. Soft knock. Knock knock knock. Turns, surprised. Who's that? Thinks, at this time. Checks clock mentally. Mind jumps to bullies. No way, is it them? Worries for a second. Vision, menacing students, glowing red eyes. Cautiously approaches door. Voice outside, Shironi, available for a moment. Relaxes slightly, recognizing it. Here. Opens door slightly. Click. Professor Sienna stands outside, casual nightwear, cardigan. Professor Sienna? Surprised. She asks, can come in, right? Shironi stammers, flustered by late visit. Yes. Sienna enters. Shironi offers tea. Sienna declines, fine. Had something to ask, weren't in room. Sorry for late hour. Sienna sits, looks around. So that's what this is about, connecting Maria's report to this visit. Begins, first saw Shironi's results, thought strange. Grade sheet image. Scores low, but same across all subjects. Uniformity is key. Sienna's internal analysis, looking at cluttered desk piled with books. Trying remember everything at once. Studying for future, not present. Not that didn't learn magic. Isn't learning on purpose. Sharp deduction. But why now? Wonders, trying to understand current approach. Asks directly, didn't learn when young. Shironi, uncomfortable, vaguely, maybe because not in class. Adds, looking down, little shy. Sienna observes. During class, stares straight. Unexpectedly shy outside. Notes contrast. Sienna gently probes, school life okay? Shironi forces smile. Yes, fun. Studying fun too. Desk shows dedication. Sienna presses, heard students bullying you. Shironi maintains smile, maybe falters. All right. Don't worry. Sienna, tell me honestly. Not embarrassing. Shironi looks away, then meets gaze, surprisingly calm. Really okay. Regretful couldn't make friends. Can't do anything if they don't like me. Mature acceptance. Sienna, don't despise classmates. Shironi considers. Human too. Forcing myself think need good relationships. Conscious effort. Continues, don't want to be dishonest, obsess about relationships. Even if class 7 says wrong, thought about it, just 40 people. Puts pressure in perspective. Looks at Sienna, quiet confidence. Sure somewhere in world, someone understands me. Belief in genuine connection. Sienna impressed. I see. Sienna smiles warmly, respect growing. Understand what you mean, Shironi. Stands. Keep this in mind during staff meeting. Sienna's thoughts, Shironi. Wants to advance early. Not ego, but escaping toxic environment for goals. SO, Sienna thinks, plan solidifying. Staff meeting. Sienna before professors, presenting. Finish announcement about opinion of Shironi's early advancement. Other professors review documents. One incredulously, Geese. Does this make sense? Sienna explains student objections from Maria. Because can't use magic, whole grade bullying one student. Highlights injustice. Title card, Alfie Ace Magic Academy Conference Hall, Advanced Class Professors Meeting. Can happen in low-ranking class. Young students. Thick-headed, some no talent. Sienna concludes, since class with lower discrimination, bullying thrives where merit less established. Another professor advocates Shironi's advancement. Better advance Shironi quickly. Graduate within 4 years. For school, better more students graduate early. Sienna impassive. Thad interjects firmly, arms crossed. I'm little against it. Sienna turns. Headmaster Alpiers observes silently. Thad thinks, against it, here. Headmaster speaks, calm, commanding. Reason, prompts Thad. Thad argues. Understand Shironi has talent. Problem, cannot use magic. Shouldn't ignore student protests. Emphasizes practical skill, student morale. Sienna counters. Shironi delaying magic acquisition for knowledge goal. No need professor interfere students' learning. Not raising question about studying methods. Thad leans forward, accusing Sienna. Saying issue Professor Sienna favoring Shironi. Sienna meets gaze, unflinching. What? Thad elaborates. Students' omnipotence weaker than Shironi, they prioritize omniscience. Misrepresents Shironi's focus as Sienna's preference. Decision deprives students, decrease will, argues, demoralizes power-focused. Thad leans back, smug. Institution doesn't exist support one genius, right? Appeals to fairness for majority. Sienna glares, incensed. Not see twisted jealousy young students, stand in way talented student isn't something institution should do. Calls out bullying, defends Academy's role. Sienna slams hand on table, ice magic flares. Thad reacts, fire magic ignites. Whoosh. Conflicting energies. Other professors recoil, sigh. TSK, this again. Clap. Clap. Sarcastic. Personalities so extreme. Wonder how both became mags. Sienna, ice, Thad, fire, glare, elemental powers clashing. Headmaster raises hand, chuckles. Ha ha. Enough. Sit down. Professors reluctantly power down. Tension remains. Ahem. Headmaster calmly. Both sides have point. Acknowledges Sienna's reasoning, Thad's concern for fairness, school balance. Understand that too. Need stop favoring students, Headmaster concedes. Thad smiles, thinking he won. That's my point. Headmaster continues, SO. Sienna waits. How about this? Headmaster proposes, one finger up, thoughtful smile. Title card, the next morning. Students gather anxiously, murmuring. Official notice, class advancement exam announcement. Due to objections, Class 7 special exam. Key points, 1. Student chosen by results. 2. Only one advances to Class 5. 3. Test, magic, specifically teleportation. Asterisk note, chosen to address fairness, standard Class 5 skill. Student reads, early advancement exam 4 whole Class 7. Excitement, anxiety. Pass, skip 2 classes to Class 5. Teleportation, know-how. Apprehension. Course not. Class 5 magic. Theory easy. Applying hard. Senior I know practice teleportation, hospitalized year. What, how do this? Difficulty sinks in. Student despairs, then no one advance Indiana END. Shironi walks through parting crowd to notice board. Step. Step. Arrives before announcement, students watch. Reads notice, expression unreadable but focused. Stands silently before crowd, weight of challenge clear. Shironi's thoughts on test skill, teleportation. Knows this targets his weakness in practical magic. Headmaster's compromise is direct challenge.